yeah, I think that was in politics actually. That was last week.
Oh, was it the week prior? I know it slipped out because I had talked to that guy. I think it was me, right? I talked to that Nate guy or Asmongold for like, I don't know, 3 hours prior about like, hey, Nathan's coming. He's like, yeah, I'm ready to talk to him or something like that. Looking forward to the show. You know, like I'm ready to be part of the conversation, ready to contribute. And I'm like, now take it away, Nate. He's like, well, I got nothing to say. And I'm like, what? You know, like it just threw me off. Like I just was not expecting that, you know, and it slipped out. But yeah, I really work on it. I really try every day, you know, but especially today. I really try to be conscious. And yeah, he just
Was that the same Nate?
I'm like,
oh, sorry.
Was that the same Nate who was in here a little bit ago talking about not being able to see any curvature from surface level?
Yep.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably the same guy. Yeah, I don't know how many Nates there are, but he's got the picture, like his profile picture is Asmongold, a pro gamer.
Oh, okay. Yes, pro gamer. He's terrible at playing games. He's mostly doing political commentary at this point.
Oh yeah, I really haven't kept up with him, but it's interesting because his voice sounds really similar too. Like, you know, if you don't really know the guy, you know, he could pass. You know, their voices are really close.
Yeah, I've accepted that on a Friday there's going to be a mixed bag because we're scheduled to be here. So there's a level of expectation. But on my part, at first it's like, well, I need to fret and stress about making sure the conversation keeps going. I've decided, no, I don't need to do that. It's like, I'll just let it go as it goes. Sometimes on a Friday there's protracted silences, like when I joined earlier. I thought I'll just get a coffee. Came back in and there's no one talking. Just Neil popping back in and out, going, "Wow, the conversation hasn't improved much." You're like, okay, well, I haven't actually started, which is probably for the best. By the same token, once we do actually get going live, I'll be like, if there is long protracted silences, so be it.
Especially when you ask a housekeeping question, the longer the silence goes, the more painful it is.
Well, not the other thing I was going to say, aside from the silences that I don't mind if they do occur, is that I always kind of feel like an outsider in politics, further, because I have absolutely no interest in politics. So, yesterday on my own server, someone came in and asked me something about Trump. Like, I don't even own a TV. Literally couldn't care less about this, but he kept banging the same drum. Like I should have some consequential concern with it. I'm like, I just don't. You know what I mean? So for that reason, I can always kind of, every time we come into politics on a Friday, it feels like we're new here in a way. That means I can sort of promote whatever my agenda is for the year and have it still feel fresh each Friday. But for the moment, like, what's the current agenda? Back to basics, right? Talking about science. Today, if there were to be any protracted silences, aside from allowing whoever's uncomfortable with it the most on the Globe side to pipe up and whatever, I've got an agenda. That's to say, I've got a motivation to still reiterate all of the education that people 5 years ago got, but maybe people who are new here didn't, about science and the scientific method. There is a 2025 agenda still, which is good.
Is that world domination via book?
No, that's a different. That's what I'm saying. That's how you know that
An agenda.
Nathan isn't political. He just invoked a pretty triggering word, not knowing what it meant. Yeah.
What word did I? What word did I use?
Agenda 25 is kind of like the new conservative playbook, the term they're using for it.
Did I say that? What did I say precisely?
You brought up my name. That's what he's referring to. He's a dog.
between proving the Earth is
Name
flat,
the
you're
old-
going to take away everyone's contraception.
I shouldn't have maybe disclosed that because now people will know my ignorance is potentially a weakness. It's not. I don't care. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I mean, I don't
Amuses me also.
spend that much time in this room, but we don't talk about politics in here.
It's the
That's
flat
just
Earth
the name of
room.
the server.
Yeah. No, I got that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here at all, right? It's Kiwi has an example where he's like, when he's watching his friend mechanicking on his car, he keeps his mouth shut. He knows he doesn't know anything about the subject, so, just keep your mouth shut or do something else. Don't get the guy's way. Or start asking questions or pointing things out, because you're not going to be of any assistance or help. Well, that would be me in any other part of the politics server. Flat Earth has its place in politics, which I get. I've got a very limited focus that I can offer in that realm, right?
I don't think many people in this room go in any other room.
I bet they do. People love talking about Trump and
Well,
stuff.
I mean, they can pipe up, but I don't see them in the other rooms. Some of the
Actually,
Globers, yes, but
You'd probably find endless. The Globers, yes. The Flat Earthers, I doubt it.
I jump around to a lot of the other channels, and it's interesting. There are a lot. The main thing, the main takeaway, is the other channels. It might be labeled a politic, topic. No one's talking about it. It's virtually just a lot of gamers just connected, and they're talking about something completely random. The only channels I think that have really targeted, pointed conversation are ours, the Conspiracy Channel, and the Vegan Room. Those are the only three I've ever, consistently, I would say. I know it's anecdotal, but we're consistently on topic. It's a complete mixed bag. You could join the Politics Channel, and they could be talking about something completely random that has nothing to do with politics at all. Like some TV show they're watching, or the weather, or whatever, sports, whatever, completely random. And then the worst part too is there's 8 conversations going all at the same time, and say if 3 people are talking about sports, they got the weather people turned down to 0, and they're just over talking that group. And the weather people have the sports people turned down to 0, and they're talking like they're not in the channel. It's the most chaotic, crazy stuff that I've ever heard, and if you look at the moderators, if that's the main channels, they don't really care as long as it's no TOS violation. It's like a complete free for all. It's like a crowded party where you just walk into a room and there's 40 people in the room and everyone's talking about something different, or they're all talking on their own phone with someone who's not in the room.
madness.
Welcome, Flat Earth Debate, live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you'd like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Ko-fi, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. We are joined by Neil, Refracted Curvature, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics Discord server. So, welcome one and all.
Good evening.
Silence.
Don't silence them. We've only just started. That's very rude, John. Hello, Chocolate. Good to have you. Chocolate checking. Obviously not. Okay, well, as I said before in the pre-show, for those of you members who've watched up until now, we do actually have an agenda still in the politics server moving through 2025, which is to go back to basics in terms of how the deception we have found ourselves in, past tense, came to pass, and what tools they were using to convince you you're on a reified sphere moving around in an orbital motion about the sun in a model called the heliocentric model by Globers. Not actually a model, no such beast exists. Nevertheless, the way that came to fruition was with words that are utilised from science. Words like hypothesis and theory are bandied around to convince the person hearing those words that there is some empiricism ascribable to the words of men talking about the world flying around the sun. For that reason, we will be moving forward through this year in politics on a Friday, talking about science and the scientific method, hopefully to drill you guys in recognising what science isn't when you hear these science words. So that's going to be our purpose while we're here doing live shows in 2025. We've been discussing this on shows like Ballbusters and obviously Flat Earth Debate when we're not in the politics server, but just to make you guys aware why we're here. If you question our motivation for coming along when everybody, without exception, that's on the Flat Earth side in this server seems to recognise that Earth is measured flat. And that measurement will be producing the globe reification that a lot of our opponents potentially still believe in. For those who are in the know about Earth being measured flat, understanding the basics of how your potential opponent was duped into believing they're on a sphere, knowing how science works means you can identify when science isn't being used. There you go. That's my opener. Almost 50 people watching my live show. We've only just started. That's good. You share the show. Smash that share button. Stick it on Facebook.
Good morning.
Ah, finally, Chocolate pipes up. Good to have you, Chocolate.
The beer.
Politics, in case you couldn't tell.
Good morning, politics. Good morning, 24/7.
Chocolate. You came up the other day when people were talking about why even, like the question was, if you know that globalists aren't going to answer the questions and they're just going to, distract and just try to shut things down, why have them in the conversation at all? And one of the examples was brought up is because sometimes you'll get them, like to just say something that just, you're like, wow, really? And the example of you getting Dr. Wallace to say that the womb is a zero gravity environment, and then when the baby's born, they have to adjust to the spin and curve of the earth, so they can't walk or talk for the first 8 to 12 months.
Yeah, I remember. I remember that screenshot. Yeah, I remember him saying that. I still have that somewhere. Hilarious.
That was
That's
the story was that, hey, getting them to talk, just starting a conversation, even if you disagree with it, because it will just highlight that they're, to go on what Nathan said, their worldview is neither scientific nor logical. It's this weird sort of conglomeration of faith-based beliefs that they just ad hoc into these very odd statements.
Well, your belief in magical spinning water ball will make you say crazy things. Just par for the course.
I think that there's a lot of convolution between like the term measurement and experiment and hypothesis and theorem or calculation. There's a lot of confusion in people's minds about what those words mean.
Yeah, Yes, and we will cover exactly those things over the course of the next hour, depending on how many questions arise. Maybe we could do a bit of housekeeping just to get people warmed up. Is there any scientific evidence of gravity?
Do they have a phenomenon to even start the process with?
It's a good question. No, not for 110 years. The former claimed to be mass attracting mass Newtonian gravity, a supposed phenomenon of all things having a bias towards the ground. Case for 110 years, though, so no phenomena to observe. A nice little segue question. You endless. Hello.
That was me. Yes.
Wouldn't that have been asserted as a natural law, so it would always happen? Everything goes down. Would be the assertion there.
I like it.
It's asserted as a natural law.
Okay, well, we'll start there then today. Differences between laws of nature and scientific evidence. So what John's saying is, if it was the case that all things tended towards the ground, as was asserted with the mass of Earth attracting the mass of pencil when you drop it, in Newtonian gravitational terminology, superseded 110 years ago by fourth dimensional space-time. In that claim, you've got something that would be describing that which is asserted to occur always. It doesn't occur always. You know, if you don't believe me, look up at the clouds and you'll know that all things aren't tending towards the ground. 110 years ago, that was what it was asserted to be. That wouldn't be an explanation for the cause of that claim to be, but isn't, phenomena. So if it was the case that everything tended to the ground and you described that everything tends to the ground, you know, you'd be describing a law of nature, not scientific evidence for the 110-year out of date mass attracting mass gravitation that we don't actually have. Props, John, and thanks for the segue. Go ahead.
The namesake of the mass attracts mass idea, Newton, didn't even make the claim that everything was attracted to the ground. He recognised that gas did not behave that way.
Yeah, and this is the case with out-of-the-box thinking utilised to give better conventions or descriptions of things. People like Newton, or in the case of other heliocentric aspects, you know, Kepler, these are very smart people being charged with coming up with new ideas or ways of perceiving things, mathematically or otherwise. When push comes to shove, they're not stupid. They're not going to believe their own nonsense in that regard. When reified, it becomes nonsense. If you're trying to simplify something to a convention that's useful, it doesn't necessarily mean that you ascribe actual reality in physical terms to your convention that you've invented. So, yeah, a lot of the namesakes for some of these conventions that are being abused in modern times, Newtonian physics in this instance, it's neither. And he wouldn't even accept it himself, right? He'd be quite offended if you were to try and foist it upon him in physical terms, exactly as the case taught in re-education level up to university level. And it becomes pseudo-bent space-time and Einsteinian gravity, right? Everyone else is lied to with this nonsense that not even Newton wants to have ascribed to him in physical terms.
I mean, there's a range to it, though. Like, even these smart men, so-called smart men, like you'll have Tycho Brahe saying, yeah, but those stars would have to be massive. Or you'll have people like Huygens going, no, using numerology, I can absolutely work out that Venus has the same radius as Earth. So even these smart people had quite large blind spots, it seems.
I love the Brahe example, because that's a question of tone, which doesn't necessarily come off on a page if you're reading that. But if I say the same thing in two different ways, yeah. So if I say, well, it'd have to be enormous, you can tell from my tone that I object, right? If I go,
Mhm.
well, they'd have to be enormous. You notice how those are the same words, but very different meaning depending on how it's said.
I mean, that's really the whole.
Go on.
That's really the whole thing, isn't it? Because their worldview is this like series of nested if statements and some pseudo logic. Like, if the Earth is a sphere, then there's going to be these consequences. And so
Exactly.
that's how you end up with just utter madness. You've got 500 years of craft that they've built up over time, and yeah, they've just dug their own hole, really.
You're brilliant. You've segued me in beautifully. So, what are we hijacking? Taking if and then statements, which are the basis for science, and speculatively suggesting a cause or a phenomena you observe. Hopefully covered that you need phenomena as a step. It's the first step. Observe phenomena and ask why that's happening. When you then formulate hypothesis, you're formulating an if and then statement. If what I think causes that phenomena, then the phenomena. Well, if you can turn that's a hypothesis, otherwise known as scientific prediction, into a statement, you've then got, instead of speculatively, this might cause that, you've got, well, this causes that. If this, then that. Yeah. So it's a rearranging of something that's part of the scientific method to offer at the end of the process, empirical outcomes, empiricism, taking only the hypothesis, turning it into an explanation. So rather than it being what it is, a supposition. That's what a hypothesis is. When you say, if this, then that, that's your alternative hypothesis. Saying, if this, and that, with the null alongside it, which is if this, not that. You've got to figure out which of the two will be the outcome. If you just ignore the null and say, if this, then that, suddenly you've got a just so story. You can say, that's my hypothesis, and suddenly it sounds like science.
It's like a weird combining of inductive and deductive logic to form this sort of very specialized, very arbitrary abductive logic that they really can't explain or take questions on. It's just these random quips and blurts. It's like sky, therefore ground. Like just on and on. Like massive government conspiracy, therefore not conspiracy. Like these sort of back and forth, like swatting a fly in the middle of the room and never landing the blow, because their worldview is really so subjective and so out there that they can't ever get to a conclusion, because then they would call into question how they got there. And because they didn't really have a starting point.
It's understandable when you put, some like a solid fact into an if statement. It can really confuse yourself. Like, if Earth were flat, then, well, let me just make something up. And if that doesn't happen, then it's not flat. Like, if I were a man, I would be shaving right now. I'm not shaving right now, so I'm not a man. That's where they're at.
This is a skill that's universally translatable into lots of other different subjects. You can describe it easily when you're being hoodwinked in other aspects of life. Bullshitters love to use this terminology. Yeah? I also noticed something that's interesting, which is when people who have got actually very good data are second guessing how good a job they've done of data acquisition, they'll self-deprecate by saying something isn't science. For example, somebody will measure something, say it's audio. I've been looking at microphones and audio chains and things at the moment for my show, which is just what I do. But as a result, let's say someone's measuring a microphone. When they measure it, they might say to the audience when presenting those measurements, these aren't scientific. What do you mean they're not scientific? You mean you haven't controlled well in an anechoic chamber? Even if you did, it wouldn't make them scientific. But they're kind of letting you know that maybe these are to be taken with a pinch of salt because there could be some issue with the measurements that you've taken, but they're measurements. They're not ever going to be science. But by contrast, when somebody does do a really good job of making the same exact measurement, but in an anechoic chamber that's good down to 100 hertz, suddenly that's a scientific measurement. And I used a scientific microphone. What, you mean it was calibrated? It's like none of these things are science. It might not necessarily mean that you can that would be the fallacy if you're to call foul on it simply because the ascribed word of science doesn't make the actual measurements that they do have not right. They're still legitimate measurements, right? So ultimately speaking, people do it in a much more egregious way when they're doing it with just so stories as opposed to their measurements that they want to sound better. So my measurements are scientific measurements. No, they're not. They're just measurements. They're very good measurements. Might be very accurate measurements, but they're never going to be science because science establishes the cause of phenomena in nature. When you've got people who want a just so story to be ascribed to mathematics like orbital motion, you can say that it's the science of Kepler. You can't question whether or not we're moving around the sun. This is science. Therefore, what? Empirical when you tell me that's the case? Hello, Kim.
Well, that's when they get the.
Hold on.
That's where they can. Sorry.
I was just saying, hey, go ahead. Reflected.
Well, that's when they start getting the terms like a theorem and theory confused, or observation and measurement, calculation and hypothesis. They start confusing those terms in their mind so that their measurements are science.
They can remember little bits of their lessons, maybe, because there's components to it, like controlling your variables. They're aware that there's something to do with the method in there. And it's like assuming each piece individually is science, whereas it's the whole process is what you need.
Yeah, they'll take one aspect of the scientific method and apply it to something like troubleshooting. Well, I'm controlling all the variables, only altering this one thing. Like, yeah, you're still just troubleshooting, though. There's no naturally occurring phenomena that you're trying to vary and manipulate a presumed cause and make that effect occur based on you varying something else to make it occur. Because that's science. And if you're not doing that, it isn't science. It's not to say that there aren't a high degree of value to be ascribed to any given measurement. If it's done in physical reality, it's just a measurement. Now, those can be extremely useful and offer empiricism with statements alongside it. For example, measuring Earth flat, something that's demonstrable in terms of how it's being measured. And then you evidence, I don't know, an elevation angle measurement in terms of what you're actually doing when you measure with respect to Earth. Elevation specifically being with respect to Earth. How high things are off Earth. So we're talking Earth measurements, angle being the acquisition of a star measurement in this instance. So you give a qualification that someone can understand in reality about a measurement. I overstep the line if I say, therefore, scientifically Earth's flat. No. We've got a measurement. What about if I get a really expensive, massive 50-foot sized angle measuring tool that's beyond ridiculous in terms of its accuracy when measuring an angle with respect to the plane of Earth's surface and a star in the sky? Would that make it scientific measurement of the angle off a plane? No, it's still not going to be scientific no matter how swanky my machine is. You overstep the line when you turn what is still empirically describing an angle. It can't be anything other than an angle. It's elevation, obviously that's with respect to surface, because it's the surface level that you're talking about when you're measuring it. So we've got empiricism to offer in these mathematical statements. Just not science. didn't
One of the
trigger a
things
single soul.
Yeah. Well,
The issue comes when they start to try to give you a definition of nature versus natural. So they want to include the nature part, which nature includes human. But it's really, it's just a flip flop they want to do when they don't understand that natural, in the actual natural science, the natural does not, it says no human intervention is not it's not there.
Yeah, you're saying the difference between natural and synthetic. If you've got something created by man, that's to say man-made, they want to know if that can go through the scientific method. Well, because men are natural and a man made it? No, a man made it. It's synthetic. It's not natural. What's wrong with that? Why can't I put that through this method? The answer being because you already know what caused it. A man made it.
before we go by it, though, we'll take those measurements that we were discussing just to the point we were making previously, and they'll apply a calculation using those measurements to invalidate the measurements themselves, and they think they have something. That's kind of the scary part. I need to give an example with that.
Yeah, go on.
Right, you measure an angle to the sun, and then you calculate how much the baseline of your angle is curving. Based on that angle, it used a flat baseline.
It's absurd when you break it down like that, isn't it?
Absolutely. Like, if you look at another subject, like EV equals nRT, I don't think anybody's going to go, well, that's just a calculation. No, it is a calculation, but it shows how measurements relate to each other. And it always holds true. That's fine. They don't, EV equals nRT does not contradict the measurement of temperature, the measurement of pressure. Understand where I'm going?
It's just ascribable whenever you've got a pressure and a volume. Whenever there's a gas, you can apply that.
It's just like a description of what is, rather than, why.
Exactly. It's back to the difference between describing things, which is laws of nature, and often they'll be incorrectly called scientific laws. They're not. Science would be the acquisition of cause or effects that are observed in nature. Laws just describe that which occurs always. So, describing something isn't explaining causality. What caused this to happen, that can be acquired through the method known as science. But like I say,
thus,
go on.
And thus, Newton claimed no hypothesis. He was just trying to describe why everything fell down when it doesn't.
Exactly. When he specifically says, I found no hypothesis, in a letter to at least someone or other, forgetting the name of the guy he was writing to, in any event, when he says that, it's because people who think outside the box still know there's a box, right? And they're like, yeah, this is complex stuff. This is how I would description of things going to the mass of the Earth that has a mass, and all things that have mass are going to be going towards it. Ultimately, in reality, I'm not going to feign any hypothesis about this. What does he mean? He means, well, he's not going to suggest causal influence. That's what hypothesis means. And he describes it, Newton, that is. So, Yeah, the same I would hope applied, although I've not got a specific letter to give or ascribe to Kepler in that regard. I would expect these very bright individuals been charged with better understanding motions of lights that are measured off a flat Earth, know that they're not capable of reifying their own mathematics into physical existence when they come up with this out-of-the-box way of looking at things, like having the motion of Earth, bifurcating a sphere, that's bent the lines measured to create it, when putting it in motion around a light we call the sun. That's pretty out there, and I say it with half a smile because it's to be admired. Even the people who are inventing these out-of-the-box mathematics must know that they're not capable of reification as the Western and dominant parts of the world in general have done with these so-called models. I say so-called because that's what our opponents call the globe. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat. Lots of us here seem to know that, and there doesn't seem to be many globers in here today, maybe. But they're all just keeping very quiet. Find out, but there's
Well, now that you made that,
one more shout out to action. So almost 100 people watching the live show. Please share the show if you haven't done so already. 2 clicks to stick it on your favourite social media platform, be it Bebo or MySpace or whatever it is that you like to use. Just a button under this video that says share. So click it on whatever you use, be it Facebook or MySpace or X or whatever you kids use these days.
now that you made the statement the Earth is measured flat, if I apply a calculation to get the height of a star using that measurement and it doesn't work, which is wrong, like me applying the calculation, the measurement.
The measurement can't be wrong, can it? It's a measurement. Your application thereafter can easily be wrong. Furthermore, as you would often say, you can't violate the measurement with the calculation. If the calculation violates the measurement, then the calculation's wrong.
Yeah, and I started thinking about who's that guy? The ballers love him. He's the one that said if theory disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
Was that Michio Kaku?
No, it's not Michio
That's
Kaku.
Feynman.
Oh,
Feynman.
Feynman.
It is.
Yeah.
You got there first. Yes, it is Feynman.
Yeah, I think that's what Feynman meant, because your theory is, if you're talking about science, theory is based on hypothesis. So why would it disagree with it, right?
It can't.
But right, but calculation.
Did you say that right? Because of I think did you say experiment right? Not science.
Yeah, if it disagrees with experiment, then it's wrong. Like he's in that statement, he's summarizing the outcome being empirical. And if it disagrees with something that's empirically validated, then the thing that's disagreeing with it is inherently wrong. John's saying the same thing. If your calculation, this is taking it out of the scientific context, but if your calculation disagrees with the measurement, then it's wrong. It's just that simple.
Right, and
The law of non-contradiction, which underpins it all.
To be wrong would be a contradiction, yes, but just I think John's just got one further point, and let's just. But yes, go ahead, John.
If I took PV equals nRT, but instead made it P minus V equals N over RT, it would not show the relationship between those measurements, and therefore is wrong.
Right.
Sometimes they'll come in, they use a quote from someone, I'm trying, one of the universities, where they talk about science is the definition of science. And it says in their observation, and then all of a sudden, then they stop the quote. And when you go and you read the actual source, it says observation and experiment. But they leave out the second half of that sentence because they need to try to do this idea that observation can replace experiment, or you can do experiment without observation. And they
It's oversimplified as well, Crit.
It's not the first time.
Yeah.
It's not the first time they've tried to leave out the experimental part of that. Matter of fact, they've even tried to scrub it off Wikipedia and things like that. Literally had to use a Wayback Machine to go find it, saying that it's observation and experiment. Isn't that insane?
Well, experiment is the actualization of hypothesis. That's what an experiment is. But when they say observation, that's oversimplified because it's not just observation. Because you can observe concrete nouns. You can just look at something just is. You can't then go through a process of establishing cause, can you? Because nothing's happened. So it's like, well, not just observation, specifically observation of phenomena occurring in nature. That is to say, observing natural phenomena. That's step one. Now, once you've got that, you've got half of a hypothesis already. Because the naturally occurring phenomena is, in a hypothesis, dependent variable. Now, the only then addition to that to make it a full hypothesis is your supposed cause of that. So you've got if A, I supposed cause, then B, phenomena you observed at step one. It must be something that you observe. In other words, it's not a phenomena till you actually observe the phenomena. Oh, making stuff up as phenomena and saying, well, I mean, I suggest that this would be the case. There's a force, magical force. Luke was given it. Yeah, it's got to be a naturally observed phenomena for it to be comporting with step one. Not a phenomena until it's an observed phenomena. Then you can suppose a cause, then you've got a hypothesis. What's a hypothesis? A scientific prediction. You predict, suppositional, A will cause B. Well, an experiment is you saying, let's see if A causes B or not by varying A, or independent variable. Vary it and see if it causes the thing you observed in nature. If it does, you've empirically validated the cause of the thing you studied in the first place, observed phenomena. If you don't, you still empirically validate hypothesis because it has a zero difference result called null. If A, not B. If you vary A and B doesn't happen, put a tick next to that part of the prediction. You varied it and it did not happen. Proved that is not the case. You still empirically validated that prediction. A didn't cause B. If A, not B, tick. That's proven. And no matter what the outcome in the scientific method, you have an empirical outcome at the end of hypothesis actualization, otherwise known as experiment. You perform an experiment, you either prove the cause or you prove something isn't the cause. Only one can be true. You can't both cause and not cause something at the same time. Therefore, one or other of those two, null or alternative hypothesis, will be validated at the end of the experimental process. Very powerful tool.
And
I'm done. Go ahead.
You said the term prediction, and that immediately will, in a lot of people's minds, bring up what's next in the pattern as being a prediction. Just so people know, pattern recognition is not a prediction. It's pattern recognition.
Yeah,
I think you should say that
Go ahead, Chocolate.
people. I think you should say that again for the people in the back.
About pattern recognition?
Yeah, because I think that's important. I think that's one of the parts of the brainwashing that's gotten to people. I think just because they see a pattern, and that means they predicted something. Say it again.
Right. Well, pattern recognition is taking events as they have happened and noticing what will be next in the pattern. It's not a prediction when you You have the pattern. It's like a post-diction. It remains true. It doesn't even make sense to call it a prediction. Prediction is, well, if I do this, then this will happen.
Yes. Whereas in a hypothesis, your prediction is what will cause the phenomena you're studying. That's what you're predicting. Then the experiment validates, that's to say, it confirms whether or not your prediction was correct or not. That is, if validated, a prediction. I predict this, that's A, will cause at, that's B. So I predict my causal influencer, when varied, will cause the phenomena I observed at step 1. That's a scientific prediction, otherwise known as hypothesis. John's pointing out, watching the clock and going, you know what? It's 11:59. I predict 60 seconds. It's going to be midnight. Science! Now, made a prediction. No. You recognise the pattern in a piece of mechanical instrumentation that we've developed and ascribed a convention to. It's got a circular pattern to it. Doesn't mean you've made science happen when you predicted that midnight would come after 11:59. Recognising patterns.
Recognition can be useful, though. We're not disclaiming it or anything like that, because, like, say you're measuring the angle to Polaris and how much distance you travel, or how much time you wait, would be how much distance you travel changes that angle. You can use that to find your way around the Earth. It's useful. It's not science.
Yeah, very useful. It's a step too far to call it science. Often when people lie to you, they know that a good shortcut to getting people to trust me, bro, is to start calling things scientific when they're not. Call it an experiment and suddenly people will say, all right, well, it's obviously proven something then. What are you proving? Well, I'll just describe a story to what I've proven. I mean, the process of maybe looking at a machine or a light in the sky, that'll be called the experiment, but I'll make my own conclusions after the fact. It'll sound like science because it was an experiment, right? No. But knowing what science actually is means you can identify when you're being led astray, deceived.
And all we had to say was, show us that. And it changed the whole thing. Everything went from the body of science proves everything. Oh, science doesn't even prove things. First. And all we had to do was say, can you show us some of that science that you're talking about? Thanks.
Yeah, like the opener. Any scientific evidence of gravity? Are there any ballers in the woodwork? About 3/4 of the way through the live show, haven't had a single peep from any ballers. Amazing.
I don't think we've said anything controversial to their worldview just yet, because they've not actually thought about the implications of the factual statements we've made.
There's almost 100 people watching, so Earth being measured flat is obviously not that controversial to ballers, it would seem. Maybe they're in the know and they know Earth's measured flat to create their ball, as we ascribe importance to currently. Knowing that Earth as a ball has come from flat Earth measurements, I would assume that would trigger the uninitiated ballers greatly, but maybe everyone in here is not smart and knows that anyway if they're a baller, and they just know it's a belief and they know they've got to measure Earth flat to have that belief. But they're cool with that. Beliefs are for, everyone's entitled to them.
Well, if part of my rhetoric is that there is a local plane that I'm acquiring my angles from, do I believe or assert that it's a plane that I'm standing on?
You don't have to assert it though. If it's being utilised in that way, isn't it kind of redundant?
Yeah, but that's part of the statements they make is just so in terms like local and think that it's still curving.
I see what you're getting. Right, you're saying guy rides in on a horse, and where I say, well, you don't have to identify that you're on a horse. It's not like you ride into town and go, I'm on a horse, by the way. See this? This is a horse. See my horse? It's a horse. You don't need to, yeah? But what you're doing is saying that they ride in on a horse and go, excuse me, this is not a horse. In fact, there are no horses. Yeah?
I'm sorry I'm laughing.
Do they ever...
Can't have horses on a
do
flat
they ever...
earth.
Do they ever quantify what they mean by local?
Yeah, they mean the bit that they're measuring at whatever size it needs to be at that particular time is flat. And because it's a really big ball, local's the appropriate word to kind of, smooth over that non-bent, non-curving surface that they've just measured. Local's quite a broad term.
That was like a get out term. Right? It's not flat. It's just locally flat, right? It's a little bit flat.
It's not a horse. It's locally a horse, dude.
It's a
locally horse. It's locally horse. Yeah.
So when we're measuring the elevation angle to a star that's 20 degrees above the horizon, the bit that we're measuring, sub point, is like 4,200 nautical miles away.
Locally horse.
So it's just 4,000 miles of flat. Okay.
Locally.
Cool. Nice.
Locally. 1,000 miles locally. And when you think of the grand universe of ever-expanding nothingness that doesn't exist, and that's local. It's a matter of scale.
Exactly.
Wait, how are you
Just
talking
a matter
about the
of
universe, but you don't agree to planets out there? What?
So I'm muttering.
We have a problem.
Triggered a baller.
Yeah, hold on, Pickle. Just give a second. Collect your thoughts and
observation.
All right, go ahead, Pickle.
I just made an observation. You're making a wild, casual reference to what you think's going on in the universe, but you don't even want to accept there's planets out there. That's wild to me. Or black holes, or galaxy. Yeah, it's wild to me.
Wild to you?
You know about what's past that, but you don't agree that thing in between the thing you're talking about is there. That's wild to me. How do you skip that step?
Nobody did that.
Okay, so the ever-expanding universe. So we got flat Earth, and that's what's out there. Is the ever-expanding universe?
Straight away, you've overstepped the line.
I said that doesn't exist.
Well, it's a question. So how did I do that? It's to you. The ball's in your court.
The description you've given of ever-expanding is a convention a man's come up with.
You used those words.
Reified
I
that
repeated what you said.
And before I've even ended the sentence qualifying your statements, you're a bit triggered and talking through the response. This is going to be difficult, I can tell already.
Is there a void in okay, you said the words that I invoked to ask you a question about how you skipped a step. So I didn't do anything but use your words to ask you a deeper question. There's no ball in my court, so if anybody's crossing the line, it would be you.
I answered it in my full sentence, if you would like to repeat it.
Yeah, so what do you think exists outside Flat Earth?
Ever-expanding universe that we don't observe?
That we don't. Okay, so no offense, I'll scratch those words about the ever-expanding universe. I don't think you know enough to make comments past Flat Earth.
Sure.
That's a nice point,
Okay, I don't think you know.
Well, I gave him an opportunity, and he didn't fulfill the sense-making of it, so...
So then that's the solution?
Right. And then you said, and then you admitted that you didn't know
and I'm waiting for him to, if he can jump in and fulfill that part that he didn't. Yeah, The leap in logic?
Everyone chill for a sec.
Just did.
Everyone just chill for a sec. What's your question?
Okay.
Exactly.
You
Sham.
have flat Earth, and I just heard him say the ever-expanding universe is a planetary systems, galaxies, black holes, like that's the stuff in between. So I'm just wondering how he made that statement so casually with forgetting that he doesn't, what's his belief in the planets and the black holes and stuff, galaxies.
Okay, so if he was to say the word unicorns, you'd be all over him going, how can you say that word if you know that they're not real?
Well, I would just say, hey, and then he would say, hey, I was just mentioning it in jest if he was honest, and we move on. Has there been a response?
Go ahead, John.
Yes. Yes, there was a response. I said,
It was mentioned in jest?
ever-expanding universe that does not exist. Just like the unicorn
Does not exist.
does not exist.
Beautiful. We got
Does
the
not
context.
exist.
Does not exist. Thank you.
It was already given. You just thought you heard a gotcha and you wanted to jump in.
No, I asked you for clarification, and you were the least talkative one. You see, everybody else talked, and then you at the end gave me the context. That's what just happened.
Fair enough. There was no.
Oh, he said.
You can't divine your thoughts either. So no, fair enough.
There's no
You don't
reason to
know.
analyze me. I just asked for him
just
to
so you know-
clarify. That's it.
Just so you know, it sounds really religious to my girlfriend who is a baller, who I let hear these conversations ever so often. When she hears Nathan for, I don't know, at least an hour talk about measurements, what science is, what science is not, and then you come in and say, you don't believe in galaxies and you don't believe
Wait, who are you talking? Are you talking to me?
Oh, it doesn't. You don't have to respond to me. You can't respond to me, but you've been.
I need you to clarify who you're talking to.
Yeah, you've been useful to my baller girlfriend
Useful
who
to
thinks
your
you
baller
sound
girlfriend?
religious after having listened to Nathan talk about what science is and what science isn't.
Yeah,
And
when
what
I ask a
measurements
person
are
a
and what they are.
question, if somebody thinks
Thank you
I
very
sound
much.
religious, thank you for your useless commentary, bruh.
If it didn't apply to you, I don't understand why
He
you
was
had
talking to me,
interrupt
so
him.
it did. It was
He
just
definitely
useless
was
because it was
talking
wrong. So I don't know why you're responding to me. Yeah, I don't know why you're
I
responding
was
to me.
trying to.
I think I
am
did what I
because-
needed
You
to.
guys-
He said what he needed to, and I did too. I don't need a third party like
Yeah,
jump
you
in,
guys,
bro.
hold on. Make a space for
True.
Nathan.
No, just
Chill.
back up. He said something to me. I asked him, and then I responded. It's over. We don't need third parties hopping
I'm
in.
trying to smooth it over, Sham. The reason he said it in that way.
Are you
because
going to interpret for him?
You said belief, didn't you?
What? I asked the dude a clarifying question about the expanding universe. He said it didn't exist. We were done there. You guys are adding extra drama for no reason.
Okay,
I was talking to John, not any of you.
fair enough.
But I said it when in the original statement you questioned.
You
I
don't
said
need to repeat that. You said it, bro. You're just
statement
rehashing.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah. I really want to move on. Yeah.
Sham.
You could dead all
Hey,
this.
Sham, were you listening to the context of that conversation where he made that statement you questioned?
You could just prove that instead of telling a story and then saying because someone didn't bring up your story, he's wrong.
Bro, what are you
That
doing,
sounds
man?
like-
The convo's over, man. I just wanted him to clarify. That's it. Don't try to get me
It
to
is
extend
over,
anything.
'cause you brought up something you have no proof for.
I asked
But
a
yes,
question,
you're
bro.
right.
I didn't bring up shit. What's wrong with you?
Oh, just relax.
You didn't bring up the ever expanding universe.
When a
Oh, that
person
was-
asks a question, they're not bringing up anything. Are you slow?
Or was that you? Is that you?
Just
Or
relax.
y'all are cooked. I'm relaxed. I'm wondering if you're mentally ill by keeping this flame
need
going
to.
that doesn't need
Need.
to. Yeah.
I don't know why you're so pent up. Just relax.
Just move on. Like, do you know how to do that?
Trying to. You just stop talking
He's
about it.
triggered. He's triggered. Either he wants to have a conversation or not. Clearly, he said something. The other guy said something. We're now doing all the meta discussing it. Bro, do you want to continue in the conversation or do you want to fade to black? Which one is
I want you to stop talking to me, bro.
It's okay.
Well,
He doesn't
leave.
have anything to.
He doesn't have to leave. All good. Anybody else got anything they wanted to ask or clarify? Feel free.
I was just going to ask Sham if he could, if he knew what the context was. What was the conversation that led up to the point where you asked a question? Do you remember what we were talking about? That had John tongue-in-cheek referencing the ever-expanding universe?
Alrighty then.
You will never find out that.
Maybe not, but I think we'll be okay. We'll live. Anybody else?
I think we'll just talk about locally flat areas and giant locally flat areas.
I think we covered that, right? It's all a matter of perspective and scale. Therefore, if you want to compare
Yes, we're very tiny.
An ever-expanding
Just
universe.
little specks.
Yeah, tiny.
And then it's just a matter of
We have
scale.
some
What you consider local.
We
right?
have some very big rulers, though.
Solar system.
Look, it can't be horse.
Right.
No, at that point, once you've acquired that which you require, that's flatness, there is no horse.
Do you guys want to hear the most convoluted thing that I've read this morning? Well, all year,
I suppose so.
Not enough. Not enough. No excitement. I'm going on.
Please, Eli, I can't wait. I can barely contain myself.
All right, you pulled my thumb. Okay, so I thought to Google, is sea level parallel to? Listen to what it says. Yes, at any given point on Earth, the sea level is considered parallel to the horizon because the horizon is essentially the line where the curvature meets the sky, which is visually perceived as a flat plane at sea level, meaning the two lines are essentially aligned. Key points: curvature of the Earth. Horizon appears flat because of the Earth's curvature, and at sea level, this line aligns with the water surface. Observer's height. The farther away the horizon appears depends on the observer's height above sea level. Technical definition. While technically not perfectly parallel due to the Earth's slight obliqueness, the difference is negligible for most practical purposes. There's a couple of things that stand out to me. Obviously, you can't have sea level and the horizon parallel if the horizon is curved. Or if sea level is curved, that's just ridiculous. Second of all, they say the horizon appears right. They also say that the observer's
towards the end of this live stream. I want some more, Eli.
And the other point, the farther away the horizon appears depends on the observer's height above sea level. That's just a blatant lie because you can validate that that's not the case. So it's just like a cluster.
There was one of them. They basically said the reason we measure it flat is because it's a ball.
It's ridiculous. It's just so blatant.
When it came to the AI summary, basically saying in the AI summary, the reason it's so flat and measured flat is because it's a ball and that.
Yes, that's wild. Man,
my horse is a giraffe.
Yeah, there is no horse. The reason it's so horse is because it's not a horse.
Okay, if Earth is a flat plane, as long as it's flat in a spherical way.
Yeah, that's what AI summary is. Just remember, the reason we're measuring this so flat is because it's a really big ball. Obviously.
I told you it's part of the rhetoric.
Another good.
Nothing about what we've said is contentious.
You sound like a true.
Another good AI summary is if you look up mean sea level is a horizontal plane. And it says, yes, mean sea level is considered a horizontal plane.
Because it's a really big ball, and that
Purposes of
the
calculation.
only reason it's considered a really
Well-
big plane is because we're on a ball.
For this summary, the only reference they have to spheres is, although the Earth is not perfectly spherical, mean sea level is conceptualized as a flat horizontal plane for the purposes of measurement. It's not a perfect sphere. That's why mean sea level is a horizontal plane.
It's not a perfect sphere. That's why we measure it flat and that.
For the purposes of measurements.
Just for the purpose of measuring, it's going to be flat. For the measuring bit.
Has to be.
Let's stop working at the really is level, guys. It gets difficult when you get down here to the really is.
I'm gonna go ahead and read this. Matter of fact, is sea level a horizontal plane? It says, yes, sea level is considered a horizontal plane as it represents the average surface level of essentially flat plane across the Earth's surface, used as a reference point for measuring elevation and depth. Key points about sea level. Definition: sea level refers to the average height of the ocean surface between high and low tide, acting as a horizontal plane. So it's already talking. Look at that, Bev. Oh my God, look at that. You got highs and lows, but for all intents and purposes, you get a mean, and that's considered just a horizontal frame of reference for how high or low things are. Wow. That's crazy. Boy, oh boy, I love this.
The Earth needs to be flat to reference how high or low things are. That's right.
Oh look, wait. Important consideration. Hold the phone. While considered a horizontal plane, the Earth is curved. So the true sea level slightly varies depending on location due to factors like gravity.
There's a contradiction in terms.
You gotta love the disclaimers and the fine print. You gotta love it.
It seems like AI's been programmed with 1984 doublethink. I've just got to remember that each person that comes across this talk of measuring flat and Earth as a plane being measured, just remember it's not flat, it's curved. Just so you remember that. Got a nod to that at the end in my AI explanation for you, the Dumbo who's had to Google this and has been voiced to AI explanation. Just so you know, it's only being measured flat because it's like really big and ball shaped. Just so you know. 1984, man. I can't believe it.
If you type in "is level a flat plane," you won't get a yes, even though it's told you over and over again. It most certainly is. Yeah, it will never. I don't know. I mean, this has been bothering me for a couple of years now. So
no, but look, it's here's why it shouldn't bother you, because when you ask it what I just asked it, is sea level is sea level a horizontal plane? It says yes. But when you ask it, is level horizontal or a flat plane? It says no. To a fifth grader can go, huh? That's a contradiction. It doesn't. See, we didn't have that before. Something so simple to put side by side and tell a human, look, you're beyond 5. You're old enough to figure this out yourself.
I thought that's what I was kicking a stir up about. I'm glad you found it. AI's saying it though. That's cool. Hello?
Hello. Just having a moment of silence for the globe and for expanding universe.
I think it's everybody might be taking in Eli's reference to AI, which is interesting.
If you say to it, level is horizontal, is a flat plane, it says yes, level means horizontal, which essentially describes a flat plane, parallel to the ground. If you, instead of asking it a question, you tell it, level is horizontal, it reacts differently.
Yeah, just like questioning someone's belief and giving a statement of fact invokes a different reaction. That's why we've not had a lot of triggered people today.
You can only have parallel on really big balls.
Key points to remember. Horizontal describes a line or plane that is parallel to the ground. Level indicates a surface that is perfectly horizontal, meaning it is flat and has no slope. Plane refers to a flat surface where any straight line drawn between 2 points lies entirely within that surface. No controversy
You all
there.
just don't understand large spheres.
Jaron quote.
He didn't say sphere anywhere in that. Why would somebody bring up sphere, I wonder? You know what I mean? Nothing in what he said had the term sphere in it, did it?
Just because you don't understand large spheres like I do, I'm the only one who understands large Home Depot spheres.
Right. The fact that someone would bring up a sphere after making that statement of fact would make them look crazy at that point, wouldn't it?
And why are so many people still following the dude?
You guys all
Large
heard
is
the
doing a
Home
lot of
Depot
work
song?
there.
You heard the Home Depot song, Endless?
No, not that one. Last song I heard was the Where Are the Guns?
Earth is like a Home Depot. Eh?
Oops, sorry. I'm not plugged in.
Someone will take it out for you, I'm sure.
I mean, the word large is really doing a lot of heavy lifting for them. It's a bit like the word local. It's, how large a sphere are we talking? 'Cause, I mean, the globe claims a specific size, like a testable size. Large is a bit ambiguous.
Yeah, large balls can have local parallels. You never heard of a reciprocating zenith angle? Oh, yeah, man.
Where radius approaches infinity.
And beyond.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to describe the Earth as a really big ball. You just have to invoke something that can't be expressed naturally to explain the natural world.
AI also says that humans are also parallel to each other. Typical zenith angles parallel. AI even says you can consider them to be divergent, but that wouldn't really work out for measurements and navigation purposes.
Gonna need right angles for that.
Do the ballers actively avoid the server on a Friday afternoon now?
Seem a bit like that, doesn't it?
I wonder why.
Watching one of QE's live streams the other day, and they had people like McToon critiquing what we do, and it happened to be one of the shows we were in politics, right? You've got McToon saying, "Oh, he's not got control of the server, so he can't mute people." Like, hang on a minute. Isn't your whole shtick that I mute people who are on a Friday? I've got no control of this server. It's certainly not mine. Not that I own a server at all. There's no ballers. They're actively avoiding it. Well, I don't have a mute button. What's the problem?
What was the other bit, Nathan? All of the flat earthers in politics all grovel at your feet. Oh, Nathan, you're so great. Hold still while we pat ya. Jeez, I hate McToon. Fair dinkum.
I haven't experienced that. When did that happen?
That's what was on that stupid video. Go and watch it again. You'll make yourself sick.
I know what you're talking about.
That
Everybody know
same
what he's talking
video
about.
that you're talking about, it was on there, mate.
McToon and various others.
That all the Discord fellas grovel at your feet. Yep. With you and your mute button.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. Penny's finally dropped. Yeah. Unbeknownst to that critique, I'm in a foreign server where I'm not in charge. You're not groveling at my feet. I'm a guest here. How dare he imply that all of you are like my minions? How rude.
That's exactly what he did, though. He brought up that you don't have the mute button. I've said moot instead of mute so much that I've stuck in my brain now. But now that you don't have that, we're going to see what happens, you know. And then when that doesn't happen the way you want it to, you just say that all the people in that Discord are somehow enslaved, Nathan Oakley. You know, that's how you just rationalize. Just keep rationalizing it that way.
I could just imagine McBoogerita coming in here. He gets in here, 8 seconds later, he's muted. Where's Nathan, McToon? Where's Nathan?
He won't do that. He's confessed that he finds the weakest flat earthers so he can make them look stupid. He won't go for the top shelf.
I think it says a lot about his intelligence that he recognizes his own limitations and how.
Yeah, but you can only play the easy teams so much. Eventually, you're going to run into a good team, and they're going to expose you.
Hey, Neil, are you saying that we should take someone that's new to this subject, train them up, and then push them at McToon?
I'll go.
You're on the panel. You're on the B+ panel. That'd be a hard sell.
Oh,
I think a better use of your time would be going through the list of podcasts that Weiss went to and being a guest on those and giving those people the proper information. He's got a whole list of people who are open to the idea of having a talk with flat earthers.
So you're saying I should clear up Dave Weiss's mess, mop up after him when he's gone out and poisoned people?
Well, not you necessarily, but anyone who's inclined to. It's mostly small shows. I'm sure they're interested in having.
Wait a minute. I'm tired of that whack. I'm tired of that whack A sentiment, Nathan. You won't be cleaning up his mess, but like in poker, you'd be cleaning up in taking the eyeballs from him. Why isn't that a better perspective?
Okay. He collected eyeballs. Poker.
Why isn't that a better because you're joking about it. I know you're dead serious because you keep joking the same way. But if people like Whitsitt and people like Dave Weiss can siphon off viewership from you because these people have us and our arguments at first and then ran with the audience. Why can't you do that?
What can I what not do?
Look,
He
you're
does. He
jumping
runs a
between
daily
two
show.
hats, Nathan. Nathan's jumping between two hats right now, and it's not fair.
No,
In your
Nathan runs a
YouTube
daily
hat.
show.
Hold on, Neil. I don't.
we all know that
I
he
clearly
runs.
don't understand the question or objection, and John's clarifying it. Just let him. Go ahead, John.
There is two hats that you wear: your YouTube hat and your flat Earth hat. Your flat Earth hat is offended that you would have to go anywhere to tell anybody anything. It's just statements of fact. Your YouTube hat wants viewership, and that's the one that Eli's speaking to. Is that these platforms have the viewers, and they're willing to have a discussion with flat earthers. Why not go? It would get you the viewers.
Will.
So in
Want to
other
have a
words,
book in hand before you do that?
like
Sorry?
David Weiss could be kind of like the fluffer. And going afterwards. You know what I mean?
Right. You got your kids, they're out playing in the neighborhood, right? And then they go out and do something stupid. You have to go out there and talk to the adults. Now it's time for the adults to talk and go back to playing with his really big ball.
The Corleone family has a lot of fluffers.
Okay, right. This is going to sound really selfish, but that's life. And I've got something to sell. I'll be more inclined to do that. It's to say, if it's just going out mopping up Dave Weiss's mess for the greater good, I haven't got enough time to do that. If I'm out there marketing
No,
a book.
No. Book or no book. What I'm talking about is strategically when there is a large audience present, you picking up those subscribers. You're looking at it as mopping up his mess. No, you just can happen to be somewhere at the right time. Your name already rings enough bells for you to just siphon off those subscribers, doing the same thing you do anyway. So that you can't separate yourself from YouTube. That's all you are. I mean, it is what it is, right? You've made it that way. So how the hell can you sit here and say, no, you damn well will be taking your YouTube and cleaning up his mess? Because you're never going to be somewhere not recording, right?
No, I guess not. I mean, if I'm sat in this chair doing what I do, then I'm going to be recording. I mean, I'm going to hang around here in politics for a bit longer because we haven't had much discussion out of Ballers. So even though we're still live, just a hint that we are still live, please don't swear. Yeah, I'll hang around a bit longer, drag it out so that we give the audience what they want. But yes, you're right. If I'm going to be somewhere, I'm going to be recording. What's your point?
You're selling your show if you go on to speak to them, to someone now. You'd be selling your show that we're doing now for someone to come and listen to the baller jump in and try to attack me for mentioning one of his religious terms. That's what you would be selling.
Yeah, well, I just want more to sell. I've got the book. I just feel more like I've got a purpose if I'm out there flogging the book. It's something that I put a lot of work into, so it seems like a waste if I'm not taking advantage of selling it when I'm out there. That's what I mean. It's like, if I only had the time again, it'd be great if I'd have had the book to flog when I'm at this person's or talking about the subject. You know what I mean?
Pardon me. You've got 10 years. How long has this show been running? Like 8 years, 7 years? So this show is not worth advertising then?
Yeah, I'm not saying it isn't worth. I'm not saying that it isn't. I'm just saying we've got something that's currently in the making that's marketable. So no harm in And yeah, okay, I agree with all of you, but I've got all the more reason to do that if I've got a book to go out of. Plus, it legitimises my reason to approach them in the first place. Because what do I say? Oh, by the way, I noticed you just had Dave on. Yeah, he did say quite a few things that are wrong, as opposed to, hey, I've got a book about the subject you also talked to Dave Weiss about. Maybe I can talk to you about that subject also and my book that I want to plug. You know what I mean? That's all it is.
A lot of the shows on that list that you went through are quite small channels, so it's potentially quite good practice to get a presentation down, you know, as you work your way up, get a bit more notoriety, and then have access to larger channels. And all the while, you would be building a larger and larger audience. It's kind of got a, you know, a snowballing effect to it. And instead of, maybe for a little bit, that would be daily or weekly show, or like once a week, one of the shows from once a week for Fed. Most of those podcasts would be fine with you also rehosting or recording it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the reason that you didn't have anything to sell, I don't think that's true. At this moment, you do have something to sell. You have an open panel forum where people can come and discuss this topic. Not debate it anymore. The debate's over. But we won't tell them that. But to keep it honest,
sure,
discuss this topic.
In years gone by, there's perhaps a lesser reason to promote the show to bigger channels. Now, I just feel it's we've got more to brag about on bigger shows, so therefore it's more worthy to actually try and achieve that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I see your point too. I just, and I'm not saying you're wrong. The only thing I was saying you was wrong about is when you said when I have something to sell. That's what the only reason I spoke up is you do have something to sell now. That's not, you can't use that as an excuse. But you can do what you want to do. You know what I mean? Like if you don't think that's enough,
and
there's no, you know.
You're consistently selling yourself in our likeness for viewership. That has been the truth and the same since you started doing YouTube. So the reason and the purpose you would do, however you would do it, I don't even know. I haven't even thought it. However you would go and siphon off these members from other people's viewership. The whole point is you're doing that for more subscribers, so that you have more people coming in the live show. Especially when we come up against an even bigger channel, just makes you look more authentic because people like big numbers.
It's not a very grand cause, that's all.
To get bigger numbers and bigger subscribers.
Yeah, it's not exactly unique, is it? Any YouTuber wants that.
Yeah, but that clout gives you clout. The bigger number gives you clout and gives you access to other audiences.
Yeah.
Success begets
and you
success.
did say that was the goal. You did say that was the goal. And, you know, we've already determined that you kind of can't not do the kind of thing that, for example, Whitson has done or Dave Weiss has done. We've seen what they've done. They started at zero like you, but, you know, in respect to everything that we do, you know, we've stayed in the same server. Thank you, Betty. Is it Betty? Is Betty's server? You know, and we appreciate all that. What you haven't done is ventured out. Dave Weiss has taken his platform and has gone everywhere. Whitson has taken his platform and our arguments, and he's gone everywhere. You're just saying I don't see the need to do that. Well, then what are we doing this for, man? Gonna grow or not?
Okay. You tell me how to do that. All the 6 degrees of separation. If you know somebody, tell me and I'll contact them.
Does anyone still have
Right,
Weiss's
I'll
app
take
installed?
that. Thank you. Then.
Because he has a whole playlist of shows he went on. They would be a good place to start contacting.
I love this assumption that just because Dave Weiss has been on something and they're receptive to Dave Weiss, yeah, I'm sure he's built those relationships and found a way in with those individuals. Doesn't mean I'm going to get them. I wouldn't know where to
What
begin.
it does show is that
Hold on, just one sec.
it doesn't.
Just one sec. If you've got a list of Dave Weiss's shows, does that come with a list of emails for all the people that I'd need to contact to get on those shows? Of course it doesn't.
Most of them are just small YouTubers.
Okay.
A lot of the early ones were just, channels with like 3,000 subscribers or, a few thousand subscribers here and there. Various conspiracy channels and things like that.
Me and Eli will do it. Do you have a way to post the link to what you're talking about? And me and Eli will be Nathan's involuntary promoter for this. And thank you.
Does anyone have Weiss's app still installed? Because that's where that playlist is. He has a playlist that's linked from that. Because I just checked his YouTube channel, he doesn't have it publicly available on there. Private, it was. I haven't used the app for a couple of years at this point. Does anyone here have it installed?
No, I deleted
Probably not. Yeah.
Oh my God. I feel dirty. Am I going to have to buy this app?
No.
Get the information.
No. I'll sacrifice my phone. I'll install it.
I mean, I have paid for the app at some point. I'm not going to lie and pretend I haven't, because I did.
You don't need the app. You can just go on flatearthdave.com and hit interviews, and there's all his interviews.
Oh, beautiful.
Hey, I'm so glad we're plugging Dave and his app. That's like.
Nathan, can you contact Eddie Bravo? I'm sure he'd happily put you onto people.
I'm actually in touch with Eddie Bravo, but I keep in touch with him on a more friendly level, which is to say, he's got an argument he wants answering, I'll answering it for him.
Yeah, you're sharpening his tools. I'm sure he'll happily reciprocate and put you onto some good shows. Or put you forward.
Maybe that'll be my starting point. Again, one of the things I've been talking about him is about the book and its progress, which is to say he's been not kept in the loop, but he's aware that that's coming along. I mean, no doubt, that he's going to want to talk about it once it's actually something that's useful.
Yeah, you want to save the big shows for when you've got the book to plug, but getting into a fighting fit and a shape with these little shows might be useful.
I'm good. I've done that. Go back and look at.
I meant like.
I've done it. I've been there, done that. No offense to the smaller YouTube.
Are you going to have going to have a sort of presentation associated with the book, like specifically built around the ideas in the book? I mean, is the intention to do multiple, like a lot of different shows once it's available?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, Dave's got his repertoire, as we're talking about Dave, and he'll rattle off the same old garbage. Me, I don't do that. I don't have a script. So, no. Yeah. I'll happily talk about this subject all day long with anybody that wants to talk about it. And if I've got something to self-promote, my channel, subscriber base, or, as I'm more keen to do, promote a book, because that's something you can physically offer to them. You can say, look, I've got this book. It's going to benefit you. Most people are selfish, right? When I assess these things, I have to empathetically put myself in the position of the person I'm approaching and ask the question they would ask. What's the question they would ask? What's in it for me? That's what people ask. What's in it for me? When I approach them and go, If I come on your show, I could grow my subscription base. Response to the person that you've just put that to. Oh yeah, what's in it for me?
I got an answer.
Enlightenment. John.
An interesting show.
I have a different and unique understanding of the world that we live in that you've never heard. And if you're interested, I have that.
Yeah. I can sell myself as a very special snowflake, and they can turn around and go, "Aren't you just a flat earther?" Yeah, I am.
Listen. Killer Priest podcast. That was one of the largest viewed streams he had. Now, you can't play ignorant. I'm telling you now, and we all know this. When regular channels, quote unquote, channels that don't necessarily talk about flat earth, their numbers blow up. So why are you there cleaning up Dave Weiss's mess? Because he originally came on to tell people how the earth is flat, and then he left a hungry taste. He left a hunger, okay? He didn't do the job. People are still waiting for that. The guy that connected me to Killer Priest specifically said that. And we're waiting for Nathan to do his sciencey thing. That's what we want to see. So when you say, well, what am I going on these channels for? What do I have to offer? Numbnuts. I have to offer actual flat earth proof. Evidence, axioms, measurements. I can tell you why they've lied to you about science. What is science? Really? What's not science? What's a model? What isn't a model? These are things that Dave couldn't help you think through. You're welcome for all of the views that you got from me just merely being here. That's what happened.
I don't disagree one bit.
So going back to the initial point that nobody is no longer contentious, and Elijah will put that list of shows that are open and looking for flat earth information, and we will pour you out to them. Right?
Excellent. Sounds good. I don't know about the terminology whoring me out, but that sounds good.
Yeah, it really kind of let me down a little bit when I spoke to Joe Rogan's manager, and he told me to piss off. But the fact that I was able to speak to him, the fact that I was able to speak to him means that there is a door. I just didn't have the right credentials to get through that door. You know what I mean?
All right.
That's not that Jamie guy, right? That does his be in the back. That guy. I could see him getting a little. He gets triggered by things like this. So.
Rogan's handler, you mean?
Eddie Bravo is the way to get onto Joe Rogan.
You're going to have more luck with people like Sam Tripoli and other people in that side of the...
Yeah, the Tinfoil Hat podcast.
Yeah. I potentially have an in with like OBDM, who does... Midnight Mike does a show with Sam Tripoli and used to do Union of the Unwanted as well.
There may be a lot of problems, though, in what we're discussing, because a lot of the channels we're going to be going to are conspiratorial ballers. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And it seems like the more conspiratorial a person is, the harder it is for them to take on the information we have to give.
You're not necessarily just talking to the host, though, are you? You're talking to their entire audience.
Of course.
There's only ever going to be a small percentage of people who are willing to listen to this particular set of ideas.
Hold on, Kiwi got jokes. Hold on.
Hello,
Hi,
Kiwi.
I'm Nathan Oakley. I'm a special bitch.
No swearing, please.
Can't talk to our Hoy like that.
Yeah, that's. Is anyone else besides John about the information about the scientific method in this topic, or was he
No.
the originator? So you were the originator of that information in this topic.
I don't, didn't Brian do it a
Brought
couple of weeks before John even got here?
That would actually make John a special snowflake. Just that.
I was a Nathan Oakley wannabe yesterday evening in politics.
No way.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Guru was accused of being subservient to the student. I see.
Just want to be like Nathan Oakley, I was told last night.
Now that you mention that, I just realized that I'm no longer parroting Nathan and QE. They see me as my own man. So, congrats to me. Yeah.
For those who need it in a Star Wars reference, it's like somebody saying to Yoda, "You just want to be like Anakin."
No, it's Darth Vader saying the student is now the master.
It was pretty funny. He went on and on about it.
Who's he?
I can't remember his name. Somebody would have to, in politics right here, somebody would have to say him. I can't remember.
I've left it an extra half an hour on the live show because literally we haven't triggered a single baller. Near an hour and a half.
I did, but he immediately ran away.
Got to change your time.
I don't think it's time. It's nothing to do with timing. I'm going to round out the live show. So with that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. So if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you who liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member. All that good stuff. It does actually look like someone smashed the super chat right at the very end. So let's just shout that person out before we do in this live stream. So a shout out to, if I can find where my actual, where's my, that's out fudge. Nathan, stop being fluffing stubborn and making excuses. You're acting like you're scared. You got this. Now take it on the road, damn it. Okay, I'll endeavour to do exactly that. Thank you so much for the pep talk, flat out fudge. Really appreciate the support, and thank you very much once again for the super chat. Once again, if you're watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Primary streams, then stay tuned. I've been Nathan Oakley. Another massive thank you to the Politics Discord server for making today's live show possible. Massive thank you to my G Plus panel, and we'll see you all in the next video.
That would have been a better show if there wasn't so many cupcake moderators muting everyone so nobody comes around anymore.
Room's always full. What are you talking about?
What you talking about, fake Fleur?
You don't seem to be muted.
Plus the room's always full.
Give it a minute.
Jolly good, Ben. You can be the first up to have a conversation.
Your mic sucks.
And you wonder why you get muted.
No, I know why I get muted.
Why you get muted?
Because DJ is afraid of me having a voice
That's
on this
absolutely
platform.
not true.
Yeah, he's afraid of me having a voice on this platform.
That is not true.
Okay.
Don't worry, let him talk.
Well, you
Don't worry.
did get the point about the mic, correct?
Everyone's scared of you.
I was going to say I am actually scared of him.
I just heard your voice on this platform.
Don't worry, DJ will protect you.
Ideally, this guy does not need to be having a voice on this platform.
Shut him down.
This is a gravity refraction server when you leave.
Refracted gravity?
Yeah, refravity.
Is it reflected or refracted?
Whatever you want. That's what it is.
I like it with the L. I like some reflection.
I had a serious crayon muncher last night, man. When I first popped in, it was glorious. He went down for a 10 count. He started galloping. I slammed him on every single thing he said. And then he wanted to keep on going. Get out of here. Remember, Nathan is a special bitch.
Hey, did he go Black Knight on you, where like you cut off his arms and legs, and he was just a nub, and he's like, "Oh, I chew your ankles off."
Yeah, it was more than arms and legs. It was arms, legs, torso, head, toes. It was pretty funny.
If there was that much faith in the Christian community, I think the entire world would be Christian.
His name was Hush. Do remember that name? Hush. That's his name.
Hush, hush. Thought I heard you calling my name now.
That's why I remembered it.
Wow.
Did he get that name by what he couldn't do?
I love how you tell him to get a citation.
Say again?
Say that.
You go.
I guess not.
I'll go.
Well, you said Gish galloping a minute ago. Gish galloping is when they go into like just spouting out the mouth like as many and as useless assertions as they can. Is that what you're talking about?
Jumping. It's sort of a Gish gallop. It's jumping from topic to topic, and he wasn't really making claims. He was asking questions. We'd go to a topic, I'd destroy him, and then he'd ask one question with that subtopic, and then would move to the next topic. Like, for example, brought up the second law of thermodynamics because he was stating something that about outer space, and I said, well, that's a standing second law of thermodynamics violation. And he said, who came up with the second law of thermodynamics? Like that has any bearing? He got it real quick. Clausius, Lord Kelvin, Carnot, and Cara Theodore. And then he stopped for a second. Then he went to the next subject. It was a lot of fun. It was like whack-a-mole.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Gish galloping is new to me. I didn't understand that as a term.
Well, they charged Dwayne. He's Professor Dwayne Gish back in the day with Evotards for doing such like that. I seen it maybe once or twice where he did it, but he was king with it. He'd jack him yard. So they termed it Gish galloping.
Isn't that kind of like a fancy term for scattergunning?
I didn't hear that.
So, wouldn't that just be like a fancier term for scattergunning?
Yeah, sort of.
I always thought it was a Brit thing.
I'm surprised Robert Utah didn't show up this morning. We were telling him he should show up. He has a new concept. Circular triangles.
A thing that so a thing that inherently doesn't have any angles to speak of having
I don't know.
3
You'd have
angles.
to ask him.
Well, I can't wait.
He said circular triangles. I just said, shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. I'm not talking to you. By tomorrow morning. Nathan Oakley Show.
Oh, yeah,
everyone
the
You still in politics?
I believe so.
You definitely are.
I'm going to go get Robert, brother.
You okay hanging around here for another half an hour or so? Politics?
Yeah. Again?
Wasn't asking you.
Yeah, no problem.
I was talking.
Really good. How's your work, QE?
What did you just say?
Don't worry about it. You're just trying to be like me.
Yeah, I know.
He said, as you were, soldier.
That came through loud and clear.
He sounded good, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
I still sound like shit. But anyway.
Yeah, Q, you missed my apology yesterday. I'm sorry, John. You missed my apology for how atrocious my mic when I'm on Bluetooth sounds. So I made a public apology because I didn't hear it until I rewatched one of the episodes. I was like, damn, my mic sounds like crap. So I'm trying not to use it. I got to find a better mic. But
yeah.
That's hard to do because you can't test them in the store, you know what I mean? And you just about got to do a show, be able to hear yourself, know whether it was any good, you know, like.
Exactly. And I don't have the noise levels I need to test it. When I try to speak when it's quiet here, but it doesn't happen very often.
It's because we're an echo chamber. That's why there's so many people arguing.
Adam.
There's the other part of the equation.
We can do some book writing then.
I'm too sick.
Really? I knew something was wrong.
If we're
I
not
was sick
rude,
yesterday, but I had to spend the day with the accountants. But
I was going to ask, how did that go? Was that fun? Everyone loves accountants.
Oh, it's just, yeah. Especially when you feel like shit. Yeah. Great fun.
I remember the first ever meeting with my accountant. At your advice, right, Adam? Like, get an accountant.
Yeah.
And I went with my wife, and I basically said, I never want to talk to you. That's what I basically said to her. Deal with my wife. She can deal with you. I never want to talk to you ever. Because I know that the only thing she's ever going to give me is stress, isn't she? There's no reason to talk to me. It's never going to be beneficial to have a conversation with her. Always going to be stressful.
It's normally just bad news, isn't it?
Exactly. When my wife says the accountant wants to speak to her, like, no, she doesn't. No, she doesn't want to speak to me. She might want to speak to you.
The shocking part is you two guys have accountants.
Why is that shocking?
I don't have one.
Okay.
That speaks volumes right there.
I don't know if that's trying to be some smirchment of us. I don't know what he's saying. Do you know what he's saying, Adam?
He's supposed. I don't believe. That's ridiculous.
I don't have one. Are you two guys special bitches?
You like that, huh?
I like it, especially when you said, I'm a special snowflake. I had to get in there, man. 'Cause I just woke up and that's what the first thing I heard. I said, oh, man. I thought you were going to say, I'm a special.
I am a very special snowflake.
Oh, I guess no book. Mm-mm. I told you it'd be June.
Well, we might still get it out for Easter.
Speaking of the book, are you going to do any pre-orders or signed copies or anything? I know it's a bit of a hassle posting stuff out, but it'll get you a lot of extra dollar.
Yeah, I think that's going to be something I can do. From I was speaking with the publisher. Yes, sky's the limit. I can do all that sort of stuff. It's not even that difficult from what I glean. Yeah,
fantastic, nice one. Hardback, paper book, or both?
Yeah, both, and we'll do an audiobook version as well.
Be some extra special ones signed by the authors.
Authors? Excuse me. Just
I want a Neil sign autograph.
That's right. I have to autograph a book for someone. I am special. I am the special snowflake.
Neil Consento.
Consento.
We were having a bit of a discussion about this the other day, Nathan. In all imperial countries, they should be sold for $39.59, and in all metric countries, $63.71.
Yeah, certainly that has been bandied around already, the $39.59 idea. Because it's an appropriate kind of price, or at least it is in pounds.
Do Flat Earthers get a discount code?
No, absolutely not. If anything, I'm going to charge them more.
It charged more.
If you're sending them to any non-globers, you should send them with some crayons to munch.
Dude, I'm getting mine double spaced. That way I have room for my red pen.
Gonna have trouble with a red pen on this one. But welcome to.
I get that a lot, but it turns out usually not to be the case.
I think you have a rival for your mic, Chocolate.
Wait, did somebody suggest we just send them out with like a free crayon for the crayon hunters?
Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. You have an extra thing on the front, which has a cellophane wrapper that says, "In case of emergency, break cellophane and eat." And there's a crayon inside.
I'll tell you what, AI. I've been at some of the sessions where they're writing the book, and I couldn't even get in the mathematics of how they created the globe because I couldn't cite their or the origins of them. So the red pen's going to be, I don't know, that'll be a rough one on this book. I promise you.
We're going to be here for about another 15 minutes, so if there are any ballers that want to get their 2 pennyworth in, this is your last opportunity. Obviously, we'll be back next week. Either way.
One more thing, Nathan, regarding the book. I don't know what online platforms you can sell it from, but in the past with my bands, I've sold a CD, for example, I've sold a CD for $5 or pay what you will. So people can pay whatever they want over that. And 5 times out of 10, people would pay 15 quid. They'd pay you more than you're asking for. So that's an option.
Is there any way of doing that but excluding the poor people from having it?
No. That's like when you get your tax return and they tell you, "Would you like to pay extra taxes?"
Or like when we're sold out the CD, we'll put the music up for free download or pay what you will, and people were still paying 15 quids and stuff like that when they could have just gotten it for free. That was off a platform called Bandcamp, but I don't know if there's anything like that for books or whatnot.
Yeah, potentially. Again, I definitely want it to make money. But yeah, that might be an option to do once it's been out there. I'll speak to the publisher. It might be even more selfish than I. We'll find out.
Just to hype the book a little bit more, it's hard to find that line between being informative and entertaining, making them fit together well. And from what I've seen of it, they're doing a good job.
Yeah, the bit that's valuable has come from other people. The bit that makes it a reasonable book to read with a structure about having a show, that's come from me. So when Adam was like authors, it's because, yes, there's lots of people around me that are actually looking for high quality citations, and Adam especially putting things into words with the assistance of QE and lots of others around us when we're going through these books, redrafting it over and over again. It does have authors, as much as I can scoff at Adam suggesting that his name will go on it. It won't.
I was referring to Neil. Not Mr. Sachin, have you, Neil?
What's that? I will be there.
That's true, actually. Neil is, generally speaking, there all the time, isn't he?
I have to make sure the work is getting done properly.
I've actually contributed more citations than Neil. So no, and Neil don't go on the book.
No. It's about being in a book. If it's a discussion about being in a book, I do not need it. I'm just honored to be there and see masters at work. It's wonderful to witness.
I love listening. I do. I love listening. It's interesting to see how the group.
Excuse me, is there an individual here named Nathan?
No, there's nobody.
Oh boy.
Here.
Okay.
Oh, never, no. He's a special bitch, but he's not here.
No swearing, please.
That's not swearing.
Technically, it's not a swear word. Neither is the other one. Bastard. Oh.
I know a lot of Nathans.
Context makes it a swear
What
word.
Nathan are you looking for?
The context you're using it.
Yes, that is I. It is I, Nathan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is Nathan actually here?
Yes, it's me.
I just wanted to ask, if you don't mind, what would you find to be the most compelling argument or piece of evidence supporting the belief that the Earth is flat? I just wanted to do research on the subject further.
It's not a belief. It's measured flat.
Okay.
Wow, that's some studious research.
That was quick.
So you get the kind of the.
Further explain, please?
There isn't really any explanation. If you take any measurement of Earth's surface, it will be flat. Furthermore, the belief or inference that it's something other than flat will generally come from Earth being measured flat and then a calculation being imposed further to that flat measurement. For instance, believing that you're on a ball starts with measuring Earth flat. For instance, the latitude and longitude system that's measured with elevation angles off a flat Earth create that system that the ball is based on. So if you believe, for instance, that you're on a ball, well, you'll need to measure Earth flat to believe you're on a ball. That's where the ball comes from, flat Earth measurements. It's not a belief. Earth's measured flat, just to reiterate the same thing I said earlier.
Hmm.
That it?
Stun them.
No, I just wanted to do research further into this, but seems as though you have a statement that you often regurgitate, and I guess no one has any insight on it. So I guess that's it.
That's the way you hand wave that. You just hand waved everything Nathan just stated to you, didn't you?
I wasn't here to argue or debate. I wanted something of subject material to go and study.
Isn't a
I wanted to
debate.
know his opinion.
Flat. It's not a debate. It's measured flat.
Stone, would you like an example of what he's talking
about?
I'd like something to go look into, yeah.
Okay. I gave him one, though, didn't I? Attitude, for example.
Latin long.
You familiar with latitude?
Latin long, yeah.
Okay. How's it measured? Okay. How does Google say it's measured?
I'm sorry?
This guy.
How does Google say
I'm
it's
sitting
measured?
here eating food. I just want you to give me a subject matter I can go study.
Latitude. Latitude.
Sometimes you gotta tell
I asked you if you knew how it is measured. You're like, that long? Yeah, yeah. How's it measured? I said. Then there was a protracted silence, and I jokingly said, how does Google say it's measured? Implying that the silence was you Googling how latitude's measured.
No, I'm just sitting here eating.
And I'm still talking while you're replying to me, responding to you. Yeah, you've been given a subject to look at. Latitude, third time. Do you know how it's measured? That requires you to respond, like the yes or no.
Are you by chance able to just respectfully just like go on and like make it a snowball so I can sit here and eat and listen?
Well, dude, that's when you stop chewing and say, I don't know.
Be super respectful. Oh, sir.
Oh, I'll say, okay, all right, sure. I don't know.
Maybe you could be respectful by talking through me as I'm respectfully calling you sir. When I ask my question for the fourth time, sir, do you know what latitude is and how it's measured? Fourth time, sir.
I'll say what the guy said. I don't know.
You don't know what latitude is and how it's measured. Let me tell you. It's an elevation measurement with respect to a flat plane of Earth with respect to a star called Polaris. That's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement of Earth. I'm glad that you could respond. Your dumbfounded silence speaks volumes.
Okay.
It's not a debatable topic like you stated to him before. I don't guess it requires a response, does it?
Why does this always turn out into anger? I just wanted to listen, dude.
Nobody's angry. We were just telling you.
You're raising your voice.
Nobody's angry. You're just interrupting quite a lot. Nevertheless, I'll try and repeat that sentence that you just interrupted whilst you told me that I'm angry in the middle of the sentence that I'm pointing out. I'm not angry. I'm just telling you what you asked for. You said you wanted something to go and research. Yeah, with respect to the Earth being measured flat. Yeah, we got what you wanted and you've been given it. I mean, it'd be nice if we got some respect back from you and you maybe said thank you. You can go and look at how latitude's measured. I've told you
appreciations.
An angle, and in the middle of me telling you that, maybe you'll tell me that I'm angry in the middle of this sentence that you're now interrupting because you're disrespectful.
Oh, okay.
Not really.
Anything
You're
else?
being disrespectful with your interruptions. That's disrespectful. It's not okay. It's rude. You're rude. I'm telling you, Earth's measured flat. You're not thanking me for the information I've given you.
I said appreciations about 26 seconds ago.
In the middle of my sentence, whether or not I'm angry, I'm getting angry with an idiot. You're an idiot. I can insult you and I can say that you seem triggered and angry and irritated. Why would you seem so triggered and angry? Calm down. Stop getting so angry, sir. Why are you so angry?
Wow.
I can do it too. Yeah, misrepresent you and claim you're angry when we're just having a conversation about something you didn't know, which is the Earth's measured flat. You asked for something to research. Have you gone and researched latitude measurement? Say, sir? Maybe you'd like to tell me I'm rude. Well, Earth's measured flat. Your globe religion that I think you've got, I'm just going to assume, came from those flat Earth measurements, the ones that you were pondering. I know that you're very keen to interrupt this statement. Maybe ask me if I'm angry. I'm not. Earth's measured flat, though. So be clear.
I think Divergent's providing more than you, so I'll take Divergent's word.
Jolly good.
Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
It's absolutely my pleasure.
I remember one time I walked into a kennel. It was a dog pound, actually. And I asked to see their dogs. They walked me down this hallway with, there was all this loud barking and these open fences that had like a cages and that you could see through them, like all the way down through here. And I kept asking them where the dogs were.
Keep asking
And that
them
guy
if there's
just
some
looked at
way
me
of
so
researching
funny.
dogs while you were walking through the kennels, right? Just asking if there's something you could research to figure out whether or not dogs exist. You kept on asking the person giving you the tour, is there something you could be researching about whether or not dogs are real in the kennel? Yeah, I know the feeling.
He asked the wrong
Happens to me
question.
all the time.
He asked the wrong question. That's why he was befuddled. He should have said, "Where's the dags?"
Dags, yeah, dags.
Dags. Dogs, you mean?
Yeah, I like dags.
It is Trump.
President Trump comes in here every now and again too, just to let you know.
Right, it's to say to this, right?
Did I hear somebody mention dogs? Because they're all dogs. Abu Gladi is dead. He died like a dog. He was crying. I said, don't cry, Abu.
Right, politics. Thank you for having us. It's descended to this, I'm afraid. So we'll see you next Friday. Thank you for having us.
You don't like my comment? I'm sorry. I'm working on my craft. I said, don't cry, Abu. He cried. I wouldn't have.
Oh, yeah, but before you go, so the other day I heard somebody say that GeoServer was created as a response to FED. That's factually inaccurate. It was directly created as a response to events that occurred in 24/7. So just to set the record straight.
No, all things happen as a consequence of FED. There is only FED. How dare you suggest otherwise?
Yeah,
I know that. I know that's the version that some people believe, and that's okay. I'm happy that they believe what they believe.
If you're suggesting there is a world outside of FED, wrong. There's no
Do you
world
know how
outside of this
FED
cult. It's only the cult of FED.
Yes. You know how FED screws in a light bulb? It holds up the light bulb, and the world
They do it.
spins around it.
Yeah.
Now the answer is they do it 2 weeks. They do it 2 weeks beforehand.
That's brilliant. We hold up the light bulb. The world spins around it as we hold it. Anyway, thank you for having us, politics. We'll see you next week.
Peace.
Yeah.
Oh, that went well. I was happy to hear a conversation about networking without anyone being accused of being a shill.
Imagine coming into a room, loudly chewing food, demand answers for questions, and just behave like that. Some people were just like not raised correctly.
Well, there is also this ancillary problem of people being asked to present a case, like for a flat Earth, and then rather than that person present the case to a conclusion, they want to incorporate the other person who asked into the process. which is it's not necessary that occur for you to be able to make your point. So some people just want you to make your entire point. They don't want to be involved. They don't want to do the work. They want to hear you do it, and you carry the conclusion, and you make all the points and set all the premises. And that's not unfair. However, if it's not clear that that's what you really want at the beginning, then the other person really isn't going to know that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not difficult to just have a conversation with someone, though. Just rocking up and making demands, like he's signed up for some coursework or something, and he wants a lecturer just to hand him the knowledge. I mean, you got to meet the person where they are, and so you got to feel out what level of information can they handle. It's like it's not the most simple of topics. So where do you start? Like, how do you distill down years of knowledge into a little soundbite that'll make them happy?
But that's a problem as well. If you go the soundbite route, that's usually unsatisfactory. If you go the full exposition route without any base on what the person's actually following, that could also be the extreme. So somewhere in the middle is usually best.
I believe the question was, what is the best evidence for your belief in the flat Earth? And the response was measurements of Earth. And then it descended into madness for some reason. You've come into a room seeking knowledge. You've got a complicated topic to get your head around, but you chose to, I'll just have breakfast at the same time and I'll loudly chew my cud into the microphone. Some people
he's
might
gone
suspect
now.
that you're not
His
really an honest
intention was
person.
Yeah, he seemed to be wanting to undermine the whole discussion because after the measurements and him chewing some more, he goes, "Well, I just wanted to know your opinion." They just need to say belief and opinion, belief, and make themselves feel better. Go back to their cud chewing.
Yeah, they think they're going to do a little bit of a psychoanalysis on the old flat earthers.
Yeah, they think that's a power play. He's not the first to chew his food while talking to us. They think that's some sort of boss move.
No, that's a standard that's been going on for years. That's the standard neutral outcome seek, where it's like, okay, as long as I can get you in a frame that we're just exchanging opinions, then ultimately reality and what I've already decided it is hasn't been assailed in any way, shape, or form. So I can leave completely the same way I came in. That you have your beliefs and I have mine, and we're on equal footing.
Yeah, they want to turn it into mock debate.
Yeah, but to be fair, there's flat earthers that do the same thing. Being on the flat earth side of the populace doesn't remove the human condition. There's dumb flat earthers. There's flat earthers who derail conversations. There's flat earthers who couldn't be bothered to learn the reasons why they think what they think or how they think. It's represented in all camps. Flat Earth doesn't cure stupid, and it certainly doesn't cure moral conditions.
What the heck?
Okay. Stone slid into my DMs.
I don't know. Somebody pinged me in here. It says, "Go ahead, give Stone the conclusion you wanted." The sentence doesn't even make sense. Let's ask which conclusion. Oh my goodness! Spell check. You're fired. Spell check. Goodness, dude. Oh my goodness, dude. Painful. So, being accused of criticizing Nathan's response to Stone. Is that what I said, anyone? No, I said Stone didn't ask his question properly. I said it's not wrong to give it in this way, but the person has to be clear on that's what they want. And the other person doesn't even have to oblige. Oh my goodness, dude.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, technicalities, but I think what I took away from the whole thing was what you said was some people. I'm paraphrasing. Some people want the thing just packaged to them, the whole presentation, and some neat little bow. That seemed to be Stone. But yeah, Stone's a goofball.
Wow, dude. Well, I mean, there's a penchant of people completely misunderstanding things I say. Usually it's because they don't pay attention. But whatever, what can you do? It's not possible to have perfect means of communication with all parties because people have different connotations.
What were you
What's
saying?
that?
I wasn't listening.
Oh, I was just saying that some people, they want, when they ask somebody for, to explain their position, they want the other person to say the position to a conclusion and not be involved in the process, right? Like they don't want to be asked questions, and be a participant in your argument. They would just want you to make your case. And so in a conversational setting, sometimes that's not going to happen unless you're clear that that's what you want in the beginning and the other party, is willing to do it. Right. So then I was told that I'm criticizing Nathan's response, which is inaccurate. But whatever. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it was recorded, dude. Go ahead. Go rewatch it. Oh my god, dude.
You're such a trouble.
Oh, now I have a fake laugh. Wow. Oh, man. I don't know what to do anymore. Some people just can't be helped. Now, Now I'm gonna have a fake accent tomorrow, probably. Some people just gotta grasp at straws, bro. Grasp at straws.
That's his fake accent. What's his real one?
Well, I did notice this, and people have told me that in the past, they asked me, "Are you and Indio brothers?" And I was like, "What? Why would you think we're brothers?" And they were like, "Well, you sound the same." And I was like, "Well, what do you mean?" And I couldn't tell until I listened back to some of the streams. And when me and him are on our crappy mics, he generally has kind of like a subtle lisp. And when I'm on my crappy mic, I have my S's almost sound exactly like his. And then I was like, okay, now I see what you mean. It's on your end of the audio, like through the bad mic. It definitely I see what you're saying.
Where's Robert v. Utah?
He's out fighting Utah, bro.
He says he's the world's strongest glober and nobody can defeat him.
I don't know,
Oh,
man.
man.
He sounds like he's 120 pounds, man.
He also said one time that we need to prepare the next generation to be a spacefaring human race.
The next generation.
Yeah.
That's only like 20 years removed, dude. We're not going to be a spacefaring race within 20 years. What is wrong with that guy? even in his own like idealistic worldview, that's not no 20 years away, brother.
120 pounds with 120 gram cranium capacity. I mean, we asked him what his best scientific proof of the globe Earth, and he said Cavendish. So go figure.
The world's strongest glober, no one can defeat him. Huh? In what? A cognitively challenged battle?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hey, so there actually is a term called AI aversion, where people have an aversion to AI. I guess that's what they are afflicted with when they come after me.
Yeah.
But what it says is that what it is that so the average person, let's say they use regular methods of study, and then somebody else uses AI to do all of their work, and so the other person is looking down on the person using the AI because they're basically getting all their answers from, just like the artificial intelligence apparatus. So they're attributing less than human status or NPC-like status to the AI users, considering themselves to be like the real humans or the original humans. That's very interesting. Oh, by the way, for the audience, it's perfectly okay to have differencing of opinions about how to deal with people, individuals, argumentation, conversations, etc., etc. Okay, nothing wrong with that, and it's fine to critique each other based on those differing opinions. Like, it's no harm, no foul, no blood in the water. No friends need to be sacrificed. Okay, and if you guys don't understand that personally, then you need to look in the mirror and check yourself. That being said, I'm off to eat some food and make some money.
Hey guys. So what's going on in here? You guys know that the Earth is not flat?
What? Who says? Who uses it? Who uses Earth as not flat?
Science. No.
Did you say science?
Yeah, he's an idiot.
Can you not hear?
So science doesn't have its own mind or its
It
own
does.
voice.
And you do.
Science is not a person.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't. It's a method. How do you equate
no,
a
it is a
method
person.
with a person?
No, my name's Science.
Yeah, this guy just said his name is Science.
Okay, so what science utilizes the globe Earth?
All the right ones.
Okay, so that's all you have is just some ambiguous terms.
All right, then what do you have that supports that the Earth is flat?
It measured flat, observed as flat, and practically used as flat in all situations by every technology known to man. All the technologies we have, utilizing anything
tidal currents
on, above, or below the surface, are all utilizing flat, horizontal, flat, stationary, contained Earth.
How do you explain tidal currents?
How do I explain? What did you say? Tidal currents?
Yeah.
What do tidal currents or the motion of water in the oceans have to do with a spherical Earth?
Well, if the water is flat and the water is going in one direction away from land, where does it end up?
What are you talking about?
No, he's got a point. You should answer.
What's going on there?
Yeah, the water moves in all different directions, so that doesn't make it a sphere.
So like
sometimes the tides are moving towards the land, and sometimes the tides are moving away from the land. So, what's your point?
So, like at the end of the land or whatever, where it's just water, does it just fall off like a flat vertical face and then just like what goes into space? The water just falls into space.
No, you've fallen for the flat Earth Society
It's just a troll.
nonsense.
So is his buddy. They both came in at the same time. It's troll time.
Yeah, it's okay. We could diffuse that very easily. We could diffuse it with logic, so it's very easy. No, we're not a disk in space. There's no edge where the water falls off. Earth is flat, stationary. That you get the stationary part. It's not moving, and it's contained, completely contained.
I mean, it's sort of like a what would it be? Like a sheet of paper? What are we shaped like?
Contained. No one's claiming a shape here. It's a topographical plane. Yes, we have mountains, valleys, rivers. There's topology of on the surface. So no one's saying it's a 2D flat surface. And no one here is making a claim of shape at all. That's your claim. If you claim the Earth is a globe.
No. I'm not making a claim. I'm asking what shape you think it is. That's all.
Say that again. You want to know what we think it is?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, I just explained it's observed as flat in all situations. It's measured as flat in all situations, and it's practically used as flat and stationary in all
I don't think about it. So there, I just flat, and that's how you use it in the end. Nothing to think about.
Damn, this is thought-provoking.
Yeah, those things are not an opinion, by the way.
Oh, you only deal in fact?
It's a fact that Earth is flat and stationary and contained. These are facts. Everybody knows it. Everybody uses it, including your beloved NASA.
Is everything else in space flat as well, or just Earth?
NASA claims the universe is flat, so I don't know. You have to ask them about it.
Yeah, the universe is only what is inside of the Earth system. There is no outer space that you're trying to claim.
Okay. So if the Earth is flat, right, that would mean that no matter where you're looking from, no matter how far it is, you could see it. So why is it that when you're higher up, you can see more further out?
Yeah, you made a couple of claims there. You claim that basically what you're saying is that if Earth was flat, you could see forever. This is not true because the gases that are above the surface are opaque. They're not clear. For instance, on a foggy day, let's say
He's never looked over a valley on a sunny day.
Yeah, let's
so
say
if they're all one opaque shade, right? How would a height difference make any difference then?
Because these are known effects that happen above a flat plane. When you rise up, you could see further. This would never happen on a globe Earth, because if you rose up and you were on a curved surface, what would happen as you rose up? What would happen to the horizon on a curved surface?
I think it more doesn't have to do with that, and it's more about like the light rays reflecting off of that surface and the air temperature.
Okay, well, I'm going to answer since you wouldn't answer. So on a curved surface, as you rose up, the horizon would continue to drop down below your line of sight. This is not what happens. What would happen on a horizontal surface when you rise up? For instance, I'll use a flat table, for example.
No, but it when doesn't
you rise up above a flat table, you can see further closer to the end.
It doesn't make sense that it would drop further below you because you're still at the same distance away from it.
If you're rising up, you're not the same distance away from it. Hello.
Yeah, but you're talking vertically, not horizontally.
And you are.
Yeah, if you're vertically moving away from the curved surface, the horizon would drop further and further down below your line of sight.
Yeah, that's true, but how can you see more then?
Because it's a flat plane. That's why we can see more.
No, it's not. It's curved.
No, it isn't. It would measure to be curved. It doesn't measure. Water doesn't curve.
So why in space does water turn into a sphere and not a flat plane?
Because when these fake space organizations go into their studio,
so every space organization on Earth is a conspiracy.
They create artistry like Rob Simmons. I'll use Rob Simmons as a hostile witness. He said he created the blue marble with artistry.
Yeah, okay.
In other words, they take flat images and they paste it all together and they create a sphere with it. So
I have a question. What would they benefit from doing that? What benefit would that give them to fake against everyone? Say no.
Well,
it's a sphere.
Obviously they got you to believe it, right? So why wouldn't they?
They got you to do all kinds of stuff in the last 5 years.
$70 million a day or more. They've built you out of your tax money, and it doesn't matter what country you're from. NASA still gets funds from you. They don't care. Like your taxes are funneled into space organizations, whether you like it or not. And so if they get $70 million a day to fake space, and these people like yourself blindly believe it without asking for any proof at all,
no one would pay them.
I'm still talking. I'm almost done though. Why wouldn't they lie if they got sheep like you that just go along and believe everything they say?
No, why the fuck would they fake it? Like it just still doesn't make sense.
Why would they fake it? Because they can and they get away with it. You're a perfect example of it.
Hey, what about is the moon flat as well, or is that like spherical?
If you're saying that, like, is Earth the same as the lights in the sky? First of all, why don't you develop a parallel between the two? How is Earth like the lights in the sky? Is it lit up?
That's lit up by the sun. The sun's a sphere.
If you look up to the lights in the sky, no matter how powerful of a telescope, do you see trees and valleys and rivers and fish, cows, people?
Man, I just asked if the moon was flat as well. That's all I'm asking.
Do you see any of those? Well, you have to draw a comparison between the two. If you're saying that Earth is like the lights in the sky, well, let's draw a comparison. How are they alike?
See any of that in the Sahara?
How are they alike?
How is what alike? Sorry.
How is Earth like or similar to the lights in the sky?
Why are you calling them lights in the sky? They're called planets and
Because
stars.
that's all you see them as.
Not if you look through a telescope. You don't.
Yeah, only if you look through a CGI computer program.
No, you can use the
you
telescope.
look in your
That's
own
basically
telescope.
just
You
lenses.
see lights in the sky. That's it.
No, you can literally see the spherical nature of the moon when you look through a good enough telescope.
Yeah, you know the human eye doesn't have the ability. The human eye doesn't have the ability to see spheres.
Yes, what?
You cannot tell. No, you can't tell the difference
I'm
between
sorry?
a circle and a sphere.
So if you're saying I'm holding a crystal ball, I won't be able to tell if it's a 2D shape cut out of paper or if it's a 3D sphere.
No, we're talking
It
about
casts shadows.
stars. You
It
can't
has a
tell if
different shape.
stars or planets are three-dimensional because a telescope is not binocular, so it only sees in 2 dimensions.
No, but it
So if you
doesn't,
say you can
because
see a sphere through a telescope, that's wrong. You can't. It's only 2-dimensional. It's not binocular. Only got one.
Look at the moon through a telescope, and you can see that it's sphere. You can't.
Are you paying attention to the live stream? I'll post something for you that'll give you an example of how
I don't need a fucking
human eye.
live stream. I've seen it in real life. You fucking degenerate.
Seen what? Seen what I'm about to post?
Through a telescope.
No, I'm gonna post something for you.
I don't care what you
To
post.
allow
it's
you to
wrong.
see how the human eye can't tell if it's a sphere or not. Now check that out, please.
No, I'm not interested in looking at your your conspiracy articles.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're here to fucking waste time and not learn anything. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so when you mentioned something about being able to tell if something is a sphere or not, we have an example right in the text chat, and you refuse to look at it. So very good. So cognitive bias is what you have.
Can you explain the image to me? Because I did not hear what you were trying to explain earlier.
Yeah, it's in the text chat.
Yeah, I can see it, but like, can you explain
Yeah.
it? Can you
Well,
articulate
yeah. It's showing that you have flat surfaces that look like they're spherical, and you have spherical surfaces that look the same as the flat surfaces. So what it's basically demonstrating, that's important, demonstrating that your eyes can't tell the difference.
Do you get what he's saying, Sunshine?
Tell me sunshine again, I'll rape you.
Sunshine.
The one on the far left is a sphere. The other three aren't. But the human eye perceives them all as spheres by looking head on. And what did you say about if I call you Sunshine again? Did I hurt your feelings, Linda?
But you can tell the difference between the four of them because the cast shadows are all different.
Oh,
really? That's why I didn't put the video one, the animated one. That's why I just put the photo one, because I wanted you to ask them, tell me which one's spherical, because obviously they're so arrogant and they think, oh, I know exactly which one it is. They would have been wrong though. But then Fat Man, he posted the animated one, which shows you which one's a sphere, and now all of a sudden they know what's up.
What is yours?
Huh?
You put the animated one in too. You both put the same one.
No, I put the just a still photo. No, or maybe I didn't. I don't think so.
They're both the same.
I'm watching both animated ones.
Oh man, I put the wrong one then. I have two like right next to each other. One's just a still photo, then one's the animated one. Whoops. On my screen, it's not even moving though. Maybe I have to click on it. I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe.
Sometimes the GIF won't move for you.
Oh yeah, I just clicked on it, then it started moving. I meant to just put the photo one. My bad.
Anyway, so we got no answer as to how the lights in the sky are similar to the Earth itself. We got no answer. Let it be known that they did not answer that question. All these things are very telling. It's not so much what the Globers say, it's what they also don't say.
So I've got a question. Why is it when you watch ships come into port, you can see them not all at once, but as if they're coming up over horizon?
Okay, well, let's take the reverse of that. If you have a ship that's leaving port, going out to sea, and you're watching it with your naked eye, and it completely disappears from your view, right? Got that first part? Now you can no longer see it with your naked eye, right? So it appears to disappear bottom up as it's leaving. And then once it's completely disappeared from your sight, you pull out your P900 or a zoom lens of some kind, and you zoom back in to the entire ship, waterline and all. So are you trying to say that zoom lenses zoom in around a curved surface?
Yeah.
No, I didn't say anything about lenses.
You didn't say yeah. You did not say yeah.
I mean, sir, you're not going to answer my question? Like, it was a genuine question.
I answered it. When
you answered it by asking another question.
It's the same thing. It's the juxtaposition. Okay, so when a boat is coming in, the same thing. So let's say the boat is coming in, and first you zoom in with a camera. You zoom in, you see the entire ship. Then you see it come in, like remove the camera, and you only see part of the ship. As it comes in, you see more and more of the ship. Now take the reverse where it's going out. It's the same thing. If it's going out and you zoom back in to the entire ship, what's the difference? It's the same thing.
Okay, but that doesn't answer my question. Why does it look like it's coming up over a horizon or going down over the horizon?
Okay, I'll explain it. The reason why is because these are well-known effects of what happens on a flat surface.
Angular resolution.
Yeah, there's a couple things involved. So we have RC boats on a small lake, 1,000 feet across. These are tiny, RC boats, maybe like 6 to 10 inches long, and sticking up above the water just a couple of inches. We have a cameraman that's posted at 1 inch above the water. And as the RC boats go to the other side of that 1,000-foot lake, it shows them disappearing bottom up on a 1,000-foot lake. That's not enough distance for it to be Earth curve. So I'll ask you, why is it the RC boats are disappearing bottom up in 1,000 feet?
Well, I don't know. That's why I was asking the question.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to explain for you to connect the dots is we showed these things happening above a flat surface. These are actually well-known effects of what happens above a horizontal flat plane. Now, if it was a curved surface, once something disappeared over that curved edge, there would be a physical occlusion or blocking of your view of that object. Because if you use an analogy of your finger, if you have a basketball in front of you or a beach ball, you have your finger in front of you, then you move your finger up to the top of that ball and then to the other side of the ball, you can no longer see your finger. There's no way you could zoom back into your finger once it's passed beyond the curve edge. So by zooming in to these objects that have previously disappeared is proving that that's not a curved surface. Otherwise, you would never be able to zoom back into it.
Does that make sense, dude?
So we know in the distance.
So what you're saying?
Go ahead.
So what you're saying is, with a powerful enough lens, I could stand on the coast and see the opposing continent.
No, nobody's saying that at all. You got wind, snow, fog, rain, all types of stuff you would have to blast your way through to see that far. Come on,
assuming there was no obstruction.
Excuse me, did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? Use some critical thinking skills, please.
No, it'd be too far away. Things appear to get smaller as they get farther away.
Notice how I didn't address the point and he just went off into absurdity.
How is it absurd to ask a follow-up question such as, with a powerful enough lens and assuming there's no obstruction, you could see the opposing continent?
The air is an obstruction. The air itself is not clear. It's opaque. So you don't see forever, no, even with the highest resolution device, optical device, you don't see forever. It eventually, no matter how high power of a zoom you have, it runs out of resolution. So angular resolution, eventually it'll be too small of an angle for you to perceive with any kind of optic device.
Okay, well, assuming I had all of the tools and capability to pick a direction and just continue in that direction, what would happen?
Now you're talking
Go in a
traveling?
circle. Humans go in circles no matter what.
Are you talking traveling in a certain direction?
Yeah, like, what is there an end? And if so, what happens?
Well, no one's been to the end or the limits of Earth and come back and reported to us where that is. So, yeah. So if you're let's say you're on a boat, you're traveling east or west. East and west are circles around the magnetic center.
Yeah, he's got nothing. Nice try, dude, anyway.
Nice try on what? Like, you're assuming I'm trying to be adversarial, but I'm just asking questions I don't know the answers to.
No, that's okay. We appreciate that. That's fine.
You didn't address the first point. You skipped over it, which was the direct answer to your question. When I see boats going over the horizon. So the answer was, yes, we see boats going over the horizon apparently. But with this high zoom camera, we can bring the boat back into focus. Therefore, no curve. No horizon.
Yeah, and I didn't try and dispute it. That's why I asked another question.
Horizon's not... Okay, but just acknowledge it then. So that debunks your claim there that the boats disappear over the
I'm
horizon.
not making any claims. See, this is why I'm saying you're assuming I'm trying to be adversarial when I'm not.
No, I think we've given you some things to think about, though, that's a good thing. I mean, you got some things to think about, though, right?
Yeah, I put one of the RC boats videos in the text chat 56 minutes after the hour. So you can check that out. There's several of them by this group. I think they're called Sky Free.
Did our guest see what Amish posted here in the chat with these grids about same distance, same diffraction limit, same distance, sky compression? Did you see that?
Are you talking to me? I'm trying to catch up with side chat right now.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm talking to you. If you scroll up to 50 minutes past the hour, you'll see what Amish posted, which, I mean, it's very helpful. It's a very helpful reference in understanding why things appear to disappear bottom up, right, over a flat surface. So, any questions, comments, concessions?
So, like, what would be the point in lying about it?
Well, you ever ask a liar why they'd lie?
Well, I imagine it's different for the lie or the person, but like, what what do the powers that be gain from lying about whether or not the Earth is flat or spherical?
How about this? I have
I don't know,
one.
about 100 billion a year. That's what, about 100
Yeah.
billion a year or more.
Here's
That's what
one
they gain.
Yeah,
Here's
I can
one
give you a
reason.
few answers, but they're
Profit.
only speculation.
Profit.
So the
Here's
first
one
one
reason.
being what Foxy mentioned, the money issue, right? Lots of money to make some CG images, promises of going here or there and never going. That's one reason. Another reason would be to disorient you as to where you are and lie to you about where you are so you feel like you're insignificant. An asteroid could hit us and wipe us out at any moment. You're no more special than a speck of sand on the beach. There's other planets out there with you on them and other people like us. So it's a lie. They're hiding the creator. That's another reason, right? Hide your purpose from you, make you feel insignificant. Go ahead, Sonny.
I mean, I don't know, maybe it's different for others, but I don't see my purpose changing whether or not I'm on a flat Earth or a spherical Earth. My purpose is going to remain the same. And
Okay.
the governments are going to take your money regardless.
Yeah. Okay. So the profit motive was mentioned. Now, how about this? If you don't think it affects your life, how about that they get to control every resource that you use from the time you're born till the time you die and create artificial scarcity. So therefore, make all the resources you use and every generation in your entire family going back as far as you want to go to increase the cost of all of those resources to make you believe that it's scarce. They can tell you that you have to go to work 8 hours a day, that you have to make a certain amount of money. So you're controlled by everything you use in your entire life. They control the cost of things, and they control how much money is worth. So they've got you coming and going at both sides of that. So they control your entire life with the value or the cost of these resources, everything you use.
Yeah, dude. I mean, if it's just water off your back, why does it matter to you why they lie? Why even ask?
Well, because I believe that everyone does.
No, remember you said this isn't good. This matters not to you either way. So why would you care their motivation?
I'm struggling because, like, you know, the government's gonna government regardless. People have a drive to obtain power. So, like, are you saying like resources are infinite and
Well, they have you convinced that they're the opposite of infinite.
Yeah. Do you realize? Sorry, Denlock. Do you realize government means to govern the mind? So they're governing your mind. They're giving you what to think, what to do. First, we're taught to walk and talk. Then we're told to sit down, shut up, and listen. We do 8 hours a day in an educational system for 12 years. 12 years of our life gone. Them telling us what to think and how to think it. And then you get to saddle yourself with a student loan or a mortgage. You know, the system's not set up to help you. And all they're doing is telling you they're growing lettuce on the ISS for the 150th time. It's really going to help mankind while they're ignoring the homeless issue, several other issues, you know? Eggs are $10 a dozen, but we're going to Mars. Don't worry about it.
Can I ask you something, dude? Do you think we're alone in the universe? Do you think we're the only life form in the universe?
Thought.
Okay, fair enough.
Like, I mean, I guess it's different for me, like, because like I kind of like grabbed a piece of land in the middle of nowhere and just started doing my own thing, and like that's why I'm coming at it from like, what does it matter? Like, the government's gonna be tyrannical regardless. There's never gonna be enough people with the backbones to stand up against it. So the status quo will always continue.
Here's how it matters. Once you know it's flat, you can pick out every lie almost immediately that you see coming down the line.
Hello, Dr. Duct Tape. Do you think the Earth is flat or a ball? I wasn't paying attention, so I just heard you talking like a couple minutes ago.
I mean, to be honest, I'm indifferent. Like, it's not a thing that I've devoted much thought to.
But being honest,
That's why I
you
like
don't
sitting in here and just listening.
you don't feel like you're moving right now, do you?
No, if you were to ask me, do I perceive the world as flat or spherical, I'm going to be honest and say I perceive the world as flat because I move on a flat plane. But like, I don't give it much thought. Never has that question ever influenced something in my life, whether or not the Earth is round.
Well,
or
it
flat.
does, and you don't notice it. You know, if you live in the USA, you're paying taxes for a NASA, and they make $25 billion a year, so it does impact you. Not to a great extent. Maybe you're paying like $1 or $2 out of your out of each citizen's taxes for that, but it does impact you.
Well, I used to be in the U.S. I moved to middle of nowhere, Canada.
Oh well, you have the Canadian thing too. I'm pretty sure they subsidize that. I'm from Canada too.
Sorry.
Soon to be Americans.
Yeah, dude. They're going to manifest destiny on Mars. I can't wait.
Take over Canada, and you're going to be the 51st state, and that's going to be the end of that.
I actually got something for you. What if scenario? Say you got a piece of property, right? Dr. Duck. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mic check. Okay.
Yeah, go
So let's say that the government one day shows up at your house because they say they need eminent domain. They need to build an electric vehicle factory because of global warming. It's to save the environment. It's for the betterment of mankind. How would that make you feel? The whole globe idea and global warming are one and the same. So if that's bullshit, then what are you left with?
It's funny when they say all this green energy stuff, because to actually produce these batteries, to produce these solar panels, the amount of carbon that they say is produced when you're creating these items like the solar panel or the semiconductor, or sorry, not the semiconductor, the batteries or the charging stations, it creates just as much carbon. And I don't get why they're focusing so much on. I know this is irrelevant, but I don't know why they focus so much on the West, because China and India are the main producers of carbon, but they want the West to suffer for 90% of the carbon production.
2/3 of carbon emissions, right there.
Which is nonsensical. They're just playing with their citizens who are not paying attention to the real scenario that they're being presented.
But I mean, that's the point. It's like, I mean, the government will always piss on your leg and tell you it's raining.
But if they need all this money, what are they actually going to be doing with this money?
Most likely, they're probably just lining their pockets with it. That's why billions of dollars disappear every year.
Okay, so that's why they would lie. Now you're starting to understand their motivations.
You know, I don't know if you've talked to AI Ardent before, but I talked to him a couple days ago, and he gave me a very, very good argument for the CPS thing. Like, the government gets subsidies for CPS. You go to a foster home, they give the child such and such money, and when you spend the money on the child, the government itself gives itself money equal to 66% of that, which is ridiculous. And you have all these missing children scenarios. I don't want to get into the details, but you can do research on that because it's pretty disgusting. Dr. Duct Tape, have you seen NASA footage of what they claim they're at? When they claim they're at the ISS, orbiting around the Earth.
I mean, yeah, hasn't pretty much everyone.
Can you look in the side chat? I don't. Do any of you others here know the guy Eggshells Are Flat? I posted this third GIF one day of the harnesses. Like, you can see the man in the harness going in the background, and it's cropped out so you can't see the full video, and the man in the left lets go of the microphone, but you can't see the whole thing, so you can't really see where the harness is. And he was trying to argue that even though you can't see the whole microphone, there's no harness there. He was trying to imply there's no harness.
Yeah, Eggshells is cracked.
The wires for these harnesses are so thin, so very, very thin. And they're hooked up to this very sturdy plate that's like body armor that sandwiches your chest and back.
No,
Got
Amish,
two
but
plates usually.
To look for the thing that's like he picked the thing that's most cropped out, that microphone that you can only see like half of it, and he says, "Oh, but what about that microphone? You don't see the harness on that."
Yeah,
it's cropped out most of it, dude.
He's not playing with the full deck. That's why I banned him earlier.
Oh, I didn't think he was banned.
He's a squatter. He basically stalks us and follows us around the internet and tries to interfere and contravene. That's all he does.
I've noticed that. I see like whenever he comes in here, like when it's less populated, he just sits in there muted, and then when he finds something to just pick on, even though it doesn't really make sense, he'll just go for it.
He's a sniper, sniping and derailing. And he's not the only one. I mean, there are dozens and dozens of these characters that do this. It's mental illness.
And somebody told me that this guy Eggshells actually wrote a book or something. Like, so he's well versed in the art of weaseling, you know?
Oh yeah. They spend a large portion of their adult lives stalking us and weaseling their way out of conversations in order to just, for the audience sake, try to weaken our position using plausible coping mechanisms.
I mean,
they end up destroying their own minds this way.
If I may add to that,
if they want
They
to,
also-
why don't they show curvature? Why don't they show gas pressure without a container?
if I may add to what you were saying, they also say outrageous things about us. Some of us, like it's insane.
They try to dox us. They try to call our employers. They try to call our spouses and friends. I mean, they try to find your social media profiles on other platforms. They try to link your identity. They take clips of what you're saying and they try to data mine information to figure out where you live. These people are freaking dangerous.
Yeah, jealousy is
right
Some of them have upturned people's lives, innocent people, like Brian Mullen, balls out physics. Almost got him fired from his engineering job, calling his employer. These people are sick, and I have no patience or time for them.
Am I right to assume that most of you, if not all of you, believe in a creator?
I think it's fair.
Another way to look at that is that we're aware that we don't come from a single cell amoeba. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, we didn't
Rocks
create
aren't-
ourselves.
Yeah, rocks aren't our cousins.
You know, just to clarify, I'm not saying Eggshells was party to any of this going on, but he's exhibiting the same behavior that people like this who've done these things do. And he also hangs out in forums where those people have done these things. He's just an example. There are many others like him. He's by no means unique or special in this case. He fits the same template, the same Jungian archetype of individual that just appears over and over and over again, following us around like an autistic puppy dog. I mean, it's borderline harassment, if you ask me. Yep, so that's why these people tend to get banned. And unbanned and banned and unbanned and banned. What sucks is you get newcomers coming in who have no idea that this has been the case for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years of these mentally ill people doing this to us. And what's their first impression? They see these people coming into our discussion forums, causing some chaos, but being somewhat polite about it. And we start kicking them out, and it gives the impression that we're a bunch of closeted echo chamber flat earthers who don't want to reach out and talk to people. Not knowing that these are people that have been doing this for years. We've had the same discussion with them again and again and again. They reset like NPCs. They will get their asses handed to them in a debate or discussion about a topic of their choosing, and they'll come in the next day and talk to the same people and bring up the same issues as if it never happened. It's mental freaking illness, dudes. And we
Well, I
live
like
stream
to
and
find
record
common
everything.
ground. So can we agree that the government sucks and it shouldn't be trusted?
That's completely independent of Earth being flat.
Well, I mean, not really, because
I don't know. They fixed a nagging pothole near me recently. That was good.
They do provide fire services. You know, if my neighbor's slapping his wife around and I don't feel like going tapping him, the cops will show up and arrest him. You know, there are some benefits to government.
Yeah, I mean,
Small
you could have a
local
flat Earth friendly
governments, yes.
government too. Why not? I don't think there's a real concerted effort on the government's part to conceal the true nature of Earth from us. I really don't. I think most of what's going on is like a big urban myth. They don't have to actively deceive anybody when people are so self-deceived working in government that they think that they are sharing truth and the things that they learned in school themselves. I'd probably suggest well over 99% of the people at NASA don't know the Earth is really flat. I think they believe it's a globe.
Oh, I think the astronauts know.
The astronauts have to be in on something. They could still think Earth is a globe. They could be told that their efforts are actually part of some denial and deception PSYOP campaign to conceal the true advancement of American technology from the world.
Yeah, that's what some people refer to as the black warfare. Come up with some crazy technology that enslave the people.
I was just going to say, in the vein of what you were saying, since we are bringing up the topic of government and what, I genuinely do not believe that everyone in government is cold-hearted and heartless and doesn't care about issues. I believe that the people at the top like to grandstand and say, we're going to do this for the homeless or the hungry and get the headlines. And the people in government that really want to help people without any of the glory get sandbagged and stonewalled and told we can't do it, it's not in the budget, blah, blah, blah. But then when the bricks really start crumbling, the guy at the top will be like, I'm going to save the day and I'll do this. And he takes all the glory. But it never really solves any of the problems.
Along a similar vein, I could see somebody being at the top of NASA potentially and saying, hey, new astronaut cadre of astronaut graduates, welcome to the team. We have something to tell you. We don't really have something like the ISS up there, guys. It's really a denial deception campaign. Our technology is really not that advanced. You're going to be in pools and vomit comets the entire time. The reason for this is we haven't really figured out how to build any of the shit that we claim is up there to operate in the manner that we say it does with falling around a gravity ball. So go ahead and put on your astronaut training suits, go in the dunk tank, swim around. We'll do all the edits. Go in the vomit comet, play with droplets of water as the airplane's falling, and we'll record it and we'll pretend it's in space. The whole point is to project power and prestige and technology that we don't really have so that our enemies think they have a much higher bar to reach in order to compete with us. And then we can sell military tech at inflated prices. Sound like a plan? Has nothing to do with flat Earth globe. And these astronauts, most of them military officers, understand this. Like, yes, sir, we got it. There you go. Nobody has to be concealing flat Earth for that to work.
I said all I'm hearing is fuck the government.
Well, okay. I mean, you wanted to know. I gave you a plausible narrative that involved a so-called conspiracy that's actually for national security purposes and has nothing to do with flat Earth, and yet would give NASA a reason to fake everything that they're doing. Earth could still be a globe, guys, under this paradigm. And yes, I'm a flat earther. I'm just providing, in the free spirit of discussion and providing wider context, I'm offering you this perspective. So now it's also possible that some people in government may know. Maybe there are people at the top today. There may have been more of them in the past. Who knows? And you know what? This place is probably a lot more complicated than just a flat plane and, a dome sky or whatever. I think there's a lot more crazy shit going on than just this.
Did
so
you
getting
hear-
people... Sorry, what?
Sorry, can I interrupt you?
Sure.
Did you hear what Newt was saying? He believed the Earth was like a Riemann sphere, like with a complex coordinate system.
Yeah, I was talking to him about that, and
I asked him to
there
explain
could be
it to me, and
something
he
like
wouldn't
this
say
going on.
anything. He said I was like ridiculing, like something like I was ridiculing him or asking him a stupid question for asking him to
Yeah.
explain it to me.
I put what he said in simpler terms, and he disagreed with it, and then proceeded with word salad. So I don't think he really knows what he's talking about. Also, why he's not here.
No, sometimes he gets really, he talks like really conceited, like rude.
Yeah. Where I was going with before is I think this realm is far more complicated than many flat earthers give credit. And with that in mind, there could be phenomena that we just can't explain that seem paradoxical in some ways. There, and it could be such that the people, quote unquote, at the top who know the truth, whoever those are, those people may very well know how deeply complex this reality is and say, you know what, fuck it. We'll just let everybody think it's this 3D ball in outer space because it's so much easier to have people be satisfied with that answer than to go into the complexities of what we think this place really is about. And that there satisfies and answers most people's questions. And we can get everybody united and on board with one story. It resolves some of the paradoxes, and there's no way for any of these people to verify whether or not it's completely true. So we'll just go with the globe, guys. And it could be perfectly sensible and reasonable. If your goal is to provide answers to a curious public, to project power you don't have, and maybe unite everybody under one cosmological worldview, which does contribute to peace and stability of societies, especially if you're trying to amalgamate a culture like America, where you have multiple people from multiple backgrounds coming in all together, multiple religions and everything else, and you need to give everybody one common baseline set of principles and a cosmology to believe in. This is it. This is the new imperial cult. This is the new imperial religion. Just like there have been in every civilization going back through antiquity. This is the modern version of Helios drawing a chariot of fire through the sky that we call the sun today. I got to get some lunch.
Amish, you there?
Somewhat, but wind noise, and I'm in a shopping center.
So, I don't think people like mathematical physicists or mathematicians, I really don't think they know whether the Earth is a ball or not, unless they've been like given some deep information, because they just go by the globe model and just write equations on a board all day.
Right, they shoehorn their observations and data into it because they accept it at face value, because they think somebody else in some other discipline has already proven this to be the case, even though that is not the case. We like in a roundtable, we go talk to people who claim to be from these disciplines, to have their domain knowledge and expertise in these fields to be able to answer these questions. And everybody we talk to defers to somebody else, some other department, some other industry, some other agency, some other discipline has this figured out. And nobody's been able to pinpoint it.
In fact, to add to that,
in my read, I found that there was a gentleman who created a valve for the cupola to open and shut the outer awnings, and he quit NASA. He told them it probably, I don't think this is going to work, but this is the best I could come up with. And he quit NASA and he went and he started his own company. And I can't remember if it was Bart Sorbrell, but somebody went and sought him out and asked him about that. And they told him that NASA went with it, and he couldn't believe that they used that part that he created to actually go on to the cupola.
Funny. I mean, we do have within our ranks people who do have domain experience and knowledge in this case who could speak to these things if they wanted. So, yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I guess you could say you find the opposite's true. You find more skepticism the deeper into these fields you get. The people have the most claimed knowledge of these things tend to be less sure than the randos that we talk about on these matters that come in through Discord.
Yeah, because there was another interview where just a regular, everyday John Q. citizen was doing a tour at NASA, and he was in the cupola, a display of what the cupola is, with Don Petit, little brain Don, and he was questioning how they open and close the outer awnings and whatnot, and he said, how many of those would be in the cupola? And he goes, well, we have 7 windows, so there'd be 7. And then the citizen says, what do you do if there's a leak? And Don's like, I'm not sure. I'm sure there's a procedure of some sort. They'd probably seal off the cupola. It might require a spacewalk to replace the part. Like, just a total joke, man. This guy's
that
supposed to
interview.
be up there on the ISS, and he doesn't know the procedure if a leak happens in the cupola. That's insane.
It's called really good engineering, Don Petit said. That's how we fixed it.
Yeah, from his own mouth.
Yeah, I mean, you almost have to get into the nitty gritty on some of these topics, which people try to actively avoid because it makes their brains hurt to think about. But things like, let's talk about the operation of valves and seals and flaps and everything else in the kind of environment that they're in. How do those work? How do they repair and fix things on the fly? Do they have a machining room up there? Because if you go on a boat, like in the Navy, they've got rooms where they can craft and build things that they need to make these repairs on the fly, because things are always fouling up and going wrong with valves and seals and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I remember a micro asteroid or whatever punctured a hole. They fix it with epoxy and duct tape, something like that. They fix the hole, no problem.
No problem. Yeah, just slap some tape on there, spit in your hands, off you go.
So, how do satellites work if not orbiting?
I think that kind of depends on a case by case basis what platform you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't use satellites for anything.
So, like, you could
I
talk
mean,
about.
it's because of satellites, a relatively new satellite network, that I'm even talking with you right now.
Yeah, like Starlink, right?
Yeah, before Starlink, internet was not a thing in my area.
So ultimately, what's going on is you need to position your transceiver such that it's angled at a fixed point in the sky, right? And that fixed point can't be below a certain degree of elevation, and it can't be above a certain degree of elevation. It has to be situated just right in the sweet spot. So riddle me this: how is it you can maintain a stable connection to these assets if they're flying at 17,500 miles per hour in trains that run periodically and cyclically from time to time? How is that working out?
I'm sorry, what did she say?
Right. So the question is how does Starlink work for the internet? Well, I'm saying first, you bring your Starlink transceiver home. You got instructions for setting it up, and it has to be positioned and angled very, very much precisely a certain way in order to increase your gain, to minimize path loss to the constellation of satellites. Well, riddle me this: if these things are flying 17,500 miles per hour, completing an orbital circuit around a globe every 90 minutes, doing 360-degree somersaults with each orbital period, how is it that you're maintaining smooth and consistent internet transmission, sending and receiving packets consistently?
I don't know.
Yeah, good
Definitely,
answer.
but I imagine they're, they have connection with each other as they go zooming across. But no, I was asking, like, what is actually happening? Not like in the flat Earth world. How do satellites work? Like how?
Yeah, I kind of led with this, and what is actually happening is you're using an elevation angle to a point in the sky, right? So you have to make sure that you are above a certain degree of elevation relative to the horizon to minimize path loss. And you can't be too vertical either, because I guess the field of view is going to be less available directly overhead as it is if you are angled outward. You've got more of the sky available. That there's an elevation angle. You can only contact satellites that come within this very specific, so they say, this very specific range. I mean, that's using altitude and azimuth angles. Those require flat horizontal and vertical references. No curvature.
Okay,
so happening beyond that, I mean, that's speculation. It's proprietary. Go call Google.
Well, so, like, how would you theorize? Because I mean, something was added to give me internet that was not present before. I guess I should have phrased it better. How do they maintain the satellites in the sky, like, without orbiting the planet.
I don't know. I don't know how I could check that. I don't know how anybody
Signal
could
comes
independently
from the
go check
ground
what's
station.
going on.
Google Loon.
Your signal comes from a ground station. It doesn't come directly from the satellite. So the system, they'll tell you, the signal comes from the satellite to the ground station and then out from the ground station to the dish. So the dish is not picking up. The dish is picking up waves from the ground station.
I mean, there may very well be some exotic technology at play. You know, some kind of exotic pressure zone way up there where these satellites can operate and move in such a fashion. But it's not. We know they're not doing 360-degree somersaults around a globe.
We were talking about tethers in the atmosphere and stuff like that, and it would be possible to tether satellites or some sort of cameras or whatever to these balloons, and they just stay there.
Well, okay, so
Over the
then
ocean or whatever.
what am I seeing when I see a giant grid of lights moving across this night sky? If not the satellites.
That's what I wonder. Tell you what, I was reading some Kentucky newspaper. It said, go outside tonight at 10:30 after it's been pitch black a while and you can see Starlink trains flying overhead. And I'm like, really? Really? So can somebody diagram that out if Earth is a ball? Can somebody diagram out Starlink satellites reflecting sunlight from being just a few hundred miles above Earth's surface at 10:30 at night?
And how come you don't lose the signal once they go by?
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, Radwin. Like that, there are things that don't make sense that nobody's answering. Nobody has answers for.
That's because it's a light show for y'all. Now they have drones they can do light shows with, in 9,000 drones in one light show, not just 100 or 50.
I mean, you guys are aware that Starlink was a direct outgrowth of the Google Loon project, right? Like investment firms like Fidelity were bragging about helping advise on the sale of Google Loon to Elon Musk. Yep.
What is Google Loon?
It's a worldwide balloon satellite program.
So they would have used that for Google Earth and stuff, yeah? Google Loon, mapping and all that. Google Earth.
Google Earth got their imagery from airplanes.
Airplanes does Google Earth and cars.
Oh, okay.
Now they just have to get images from the real estate companies when they fly over tons of land. So it's pretty much done every day all over the place.
It almost seems to be like two versions of public NASA. version number 1 is what most of us are familiar with. It's presenting this cosmology of satellites in these gravity well free fall orbits of Earth. And space shuttles just floating peacefully through zero gravity in the sky. And then you've got version number 2 of NASA, which says, no, it's not any of that. Gravity's bullshit. This is all like plasma and magnetophysics and electrodynamic propulsion technology. That stuff is not as obvious, but still public facing.
Well, whatever it is, thank you, Starlink, for connecting me with the rest of the world.
Video of Starlink during the day, and it just looked like a drone pulling some balloons about, about a mile up in the air, not even. And it's just looked like big grey balloons.
Well, if it's shooting at satellites 250 miles in the air, you got one hell of a microwave oven in your house. I wouldn't be within 100 feet of that thing, maybe 200, 300 feet of those antennas, since you think that that's shooting a signal up that high.
Yeah, Radwin, you know what I'm talking about? Like those old like Inmarsat phones or Iridium phones. They weigh like 5 pounds. They got the fat toilet paper tube antenna on them. And they'll fry your brain if you don't hold them correctly.
That'll fry your head right off.
Yeah. Those were sat phones and had been sat phones, and they still exist as sat phones. Well, now with a software update, your iPhone can supposedly talk to these same satellites. And I'm like, how much wattage of power is my iPhone putting out? Because those things were like 20 watts that you hold right up against your head.
Yeah, I don't talk on my phone. I talked today, first time on my phone probably in 8 months.
Yeah, so now with an iPhone update, I'm not kidding. There's like a satellite icon when you swipe down and you hit it, and you can start this process of trying to locate a satellite in the sky and connect to it, and you can do rudimentary text messages and some very low data rates to it. Like how's that used to require, like last year, a freaking 5-pound brick and a dangerous antenna that you hold close to your head. So, hell if I know what's really going on.
Yeah, something sounds made up.
It's just like the space race, right? They go from balloons to rocket-assisted balloons and rocket-assisted balloons and balloon-assisted rockets and balloon-assisted rockets, and then all of a sudden, bang, no balloons. Self-orbiting space junk.
No balloons, but the biggest consumer of helium in the world.
And, oh, by the way, it isn't just no balloons. We've really been doing balloons all along, too. We've been doing balloons and non-balloons.
And now
this whole time.
NASA is saying now they want to start researching using balloons for everything again or something?
Yeah, so it's like back to balloons. You go to the earlier space race days, and they'll tell you that they were launching balloons 1,000 miles high at 17,500 miles per hour in orbit. Balloons doing this. And then you can read, balloons can only go about 120 miles high before they pop. What about the balloons that went 1,000 miles high, folks? You can still read about those too. Which balloon technology are we talking about? Are there like 2 different balloon technologies now? Like, why say you can't send balloons above 120 miles today, when in 1962, they're sending balloons up called Echo 1 and Echo 2, and the Air Force was sending the OV 1-1 through 1-11, whatever series. There are all these balloons like this going up 1,000 miles high, they said. Or are they just lying about sending balloons 1,000 miles high?
I
They're probably lying, yep.
are they going to
Yeah, I
track
mean,
it?
wasn't the space race just a means to bankrupt the Soviet Union?
No,
It's more than
Are
that.
you sure?
positive. It's to get you guys all on board. Still going on today.
Maybe it's to conceal doomsday weapons development, and part of that development requires taking advantage of certain features of reality and Earth's nature that the public can't know. Otherwise, they'd figure it out. I mean, you can speculate all day about this stuff. Ultimately, what matters is I can go outside, I can drive a few miles away to this large body of water, and I can have a friend mirror flash me from 3 miles away at the water's edge. No curvature there. I can go out and I can debunk NASA with a $30 mirror from Home Depot and a friend on a Saturday morning. That's what's amazing about this. I mean, beyond that, like asking questions about what is truly going on, I don't know. And to be honest, I don't really care that much. You know, I don't need like whistleblowers to tell me the truth about Earth or anything like that. I don't care to. I don't want anybody doing this. I don't need that drama in my life or in this community's life. So, you know, any idiots out there thinking of like breaking the law or whatever, just kindly fuck off.
I was just going to add to your debunking NASA with here. Trick people with frying pan planets, pancake planets. You know?
Just a deep breath. Take a deep breath and thank God for your contained existence.
I want to know what NASA found in the oceans to make them suddenly change what they were for.
Yeah, so like what's next? Where do we go from here? I don't know. Just talk to people about Earth. See what happens next. There's really no plan. We don't have an organization. There's no leadership. There's nothing like that going on. We're just a bunch of nerds on the internet who have a common interest. Is this even good? I don't know either. A lot of people are hearing about flat Earth. You can go to TikTok and X, find lots of flat Earth content, but most of it's most of it's misrepresenting what we talk about here every day. Most of it is just internet boomer escapism. I mean, for a while, people were trying to say that they thought Donald Trump may have been behind the flat Earth movement. Other people were saying the Russians were behind leaking the flat Earth. Other people said the Masons. I mean, you can find all kinds of crazy ass speculation. And it doesn't matter. And it's probably not true either. But you know, where it's headed right now, like most flat earthers online seem to be complete idiots.
I resemble that remark.
But you don't resent that remark?
It was just a joke.
I know it's a joke. I'm joking too.
All right. Well, it's been fun, but I think this is enough internet for one day.
I'm going back to the office. I'll be listening.
I've got chores I need doing. Like living in the middle of nowhere is rough.
Dude, are you like in northern Canada or something?
Yeah, rural Canada. I'm about probably a good 8 to 10 hours from the border, just straight up the coast.
Got lots of mosquitoes.
No. Lots of ticks though. But not right now, thankfully. Now the settlement we live in is about 300 people. And it's even though you give up a lot of the conveniences of modern life, like, you know, being able to just like drive to Walmart or something to get the shit you need instead of waiting months after ordering something. It is much nicer. Like if we were to lose power, I mean, I can guarantee with 100% certainty at least 3 of our neighbors would help us.
Sounds like you're ready for what's coming.
Well, see, and that's my thing. It's like whether the Earth is flat or round, I don't really. It doesn't ever come to mind. Like it doesn't matter. I mean, I suppose if you have a problem with government lying to you, I suppose it would matter to you then. But the government lies about everything.
I have a problem with anyone lying to me.
And I can guarantee you everyone is lying to you at some point.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they get away with it forever and I allow them to once I know. Oh, you've been lying to me?
Fair
All
enough.
right. I'll cut you off. You know, I don't need to listen to any more of your crap. I don't want to waste any tax. I don't want to waste any tax dollars on your so-called space programs. So that's, you know what I mean?
Right, but you don't have a choice in it. You don't have a choice in that matter.
Well, I have a voice, and by sharing my voice and exposing the lies, hopefully it comes to an end at some point.
Yeah, well, so like I guess I'm getting at is like even if like everyone became enlightened without the drive and the spine to do something about it, the government will maintain the monopoly on violence.
Look, I live in Canada, okay? The government would never invoke an Emergencies Act and trample over innocent Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. It's like what is the point of it? Like, other than, sure, you now know the government's lying to you, but what's that do for you? You still got to pay their taxes. They're still in charge. So, I don't know. I guess it's a very pessimistic outlook, but I just fuck the government. That's why I moved to the middle of nowhere. Now I just need to come up with like $300 a year to keep my land.
See, the idea is to be as independent as possible and need government for as little as possible. Oh, I need a passport? Okay, I'm going to go to government, get my passport, and go on a trip. Other than that, you don't really need government as long as you're independent. You can always walk around and say, I only have this, or I only got that, or I'll never have this, or I'll never have that. Or you can fucking change your inner talk and realize that it's a world full of opportunity and abundance out there. That even if you have to start out working a couple part-time jobs and a side hustle, or whatever the case may be, that as long as you stay positive and keep your, head above water, be smart with your money, you can get ahead.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, like I'm living the dream, man.
It's not all doom and gloom.
I'm living the dream.
We do need to unify as a unit. So no, we're not paying $8 for a pound of butter. You know what I mean? That's unacceptable. No, we're not going to have plant-based meat in our grocery stores. That's unacceptable. We want better regulation of our farmers.
I mean, now if you were to tell me, like, hey, look, the flat Earth model provides a better format for the Farmer's Almanac, and like they're telling you it's this to prevent you from really growing crops, and you could give me like, then I'd be like, well, fuck yeah, now I see a reason to ditch what I've been told. But other than that, it's like, it doesn't matter to me. I know based off of the seasons when to plant what, and based off the seasons when to hunt what. So that doesn't change based off of whether the planet's flat or not.
One of my favorite tracks is Don't Let Them Steal Your Mind. Alex, conspiracy music guru. It's a great track, and even before I found the knowledge and or truth of the stationary flat earth that I'm on, I still chose to do the proper thing. I still didn't have this, oh, well, there's no God and I'll do whatever the fuck I want type attitude. I wasn't like that anyways. But I'm happy that I found the truth. It took me a lot of research to pull myself out of the cog dis and pull away from it. And I'm happy I have. It's helped me, regardless of people that don't talk to me about it or over it or because of it. I don't care. Those people weren't really friends anyways. We can't have an open-minded conversation about a topic and disagree or agree and still be friends. You know, like, see you later.
Well, I mean, you know, it wasn't just because of the internet that I know of flat Earth. I mean, one of my neighbors up here is a flat earther. I don't know if that's a derogatory term, but I'm going to use it because God told him that this is how it is, so that's how he sees the world.
Like, I have one friend that I don't speak to anymore, and it was more after I came into the flat earth knowledge. But beforehand, we disagreed on certain things as far as punishment for certain crimes and whatnot. But we still talked to each other, even though we didn't agree. He felt it was better for the taxpayer to incur the cost to keep a douche nozzle alive, and I feel it's better if they put them down. And I'm not talking about the what if cases. They might not have. Talking about the there's no question they did it cases. Why keep paying to keep them alive, you know? But we were still friends, even though we disagreed on that. But as soon as the flat earth stuff came around, that was pretty much it.
I mean, I think, you know, we should bring back banishment and capital punishment. There's some, I'm all for that. There's a lot of unused land out there that we could just be banishing people to and be like, hey, you're on your own. Whether you live or die is up to you. That'll actually cost us less than execution.
Yeah, different countries deal with things differently. I believe there is one country, I'm trying to recall, like some days I forget to hit record on the photographic memory. I could be wrong, but I'm going to guess Portugal, where they send certain criminals off to an island and just drop them there.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't Russia drop people in the like center of Siberia and shit too?
Russia's got, I believe it's called the Black Dolphin prison, maximum security prison. The prisoners are have their like they can't even see when they're transferred from one place to the next. They're bent over. That like it's crazy, man, and it's the worst of the worst that go there for sure. And if they were to escape, they would perish because it's in the middle of nowhere. Like, and you're not escaping anyways. Like, that's the end of the line for you. And then the States have the ADX. That's a supermax in the States, out in the middle of nowhere. Even if you got out of the outer perimeter, you'd still be in the middle of nowhere. And they got a lot of the worst there. And then you got Gitmo. There's all types of locations, right? Black sites which exist that aren't even on the books. Might as well call it a black hole on the surface of the earth.
Complete derailment, but you know what's wild to me? Yesterday, it was, do you prefer Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Myself, I'm more. Is it? I don't know if it's because I'm in Canada and it's been Celsius for so long, but yeah,
All right,
Fahrenheit.
Celsius it is.
Yeah.
Yesterday it was negative like 25. Today it is 11. Between 8 and 11.
What a contrast.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that is a fucking wild temperature swing. Like, it's wild to see, like, snow melting right now. And it's the beginning of February, where, like, normally this shit wouldn't happen until, like, mid-March. Do you believe the government has weather control devices or a means to control the weather?
Most definitely, there was in my research, for my 9 months of research, I think it was a BBC documentary or blurb from a documentary. It was over, I think it was in the UK, and it was a giant cloud making machine that was owned by NASA. And they switched it on and created clouds for a little while, and then I think it was 20 minutes to a half hour later, it was raining. So there's no doubt that mankind has the ability to manipulate the weather. Not to mention the fact that we have the ability to, like, stop destroying ourselves. You know, we have the ability to get people out of bad situations and put them in good places. We have the ability to get water to people that need it. We have the ability to do a lot of good things. It just doesn't happen. The machine works in a different way. At least until, you know, a couple of billion people pull their head out of their ass and start thinking for themselves. See, I tend to have the attitude that if someone needs help, you help them. That's all there is to it. If you're in a position where you might not be able to in the moment, you don't beat yourself up over that either. Like, you don't want to be putting yourself in the poorhouse trying to help others, but you don't turn a blind eye either. You do what you can where you can. We all have a voice, you know. It's okay. Some people might not agree with your opinion or your views. That's fine. They don't have to, you know. There's people that I enjoy listening to and hearing their information, and I know they don't have the same views as I do on certain topics and or subjects, but that doesn't negate me from getting the information and disseminating it and or using what I can from it. The one thing all of us can steal and never be thrown into a prison for is knowledge, information. You know? It doesn't hurt to become more knowledgeable. I guess it's what you do with that knowledge.
All right. Well, y'all have a good one. I got shit to do. Take it easy.
You too. Don't take any wooden nickels.
Hello.
Hello?
Welcome to the room. How did you find us?
The Flutter server.
Is that Frenchie?
Yes. Vous got my accent.
Mic check.
Hey, Clay, what's up?
What's up, man? How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, bro.
Oh,
Yeah, just
okay.
chilling. Let's gonna have some breakfast soon. How you doing, bro? What time is it over there?
7:30 almost. Gonna have some
Dinner.
dinner soon.
So it's 5:30 here.
Crazy. You wake up very early.
Yeah.
Hardworking man, right?
Oh, you don't.
Oh, I try not to work too hard.
If I may ask, what do you do?
I'm a therapist.
What?
A therapist.
Oh, what? And like a
Like
therapist?
counselor. Yeah, mental health.
Ah, so you're the guy that sits in the what is it called?
Yeah, in the chair and just goes, yep. Right. Oh. You don't say.
Is it a?
Oh, it's a bit more than that.
Is it a lot of? Is it a lot of burdensome? You know, when depressive people are in front of you every day.
Yeah, it's all online. I don't have a practice or anything. It's all done online. But,
okay.
Yeah. But yeah, it is.
I guess you hear the worst things, right?
Yeah, that's right. So you got to shake it off for the next person, I guess.
Right. And
But it's changed
ever met a flat
careers.
earther?
Yeah, I met a few.
That's interesting.
But Yeah, I changed careers about 10 years ago. I used to work in corporate and stuff, and kind of just went, I just had enough of it. I just, had to stop and do something else. Went to a careers council, and they said, you should be an art therapist. I said, what's that? They said, check it out. And I checked it out, and I was like, wow. So I did a diploma, a couple of years, advanced diploma. And I'm not very good at reading in school and stuff, so that was pretty hard to do, but got through it. Got some qualifications, and I want to do youth counselling because I've done some youth counselling, and I want to do some work with schizophrenics because I heard about this program. It was really effective, and so I've been doing that work with a few schizophrenics, and that's worked really good. Motherfuckers are busier than I am now. Like shit. So yeah, they've gone from 0 to hero. It's been good.
Well, as long as you have as long as you enjoy what you're doing, that's what matters, right?
The money in corporate was really nice, but I hated the job. Got sick of working with psychos and stuff, corporate psychos. And unions are just as bad. It's like corporations versus unions. They're both as bad as each other. So I just got sick of it. Shame I didn't do it earlier. Like if I didn't find out earlier, and when I was in my 20s, so I'd be probably well established by now. Because I've only been doing it for 10 years, I'm not established yet. I was about to walk in for a job, and then in 2020, it was a good job too, but things happen. 2020, and it didn't happen.
Things happen, but the flat earthers did not go along with it.
Yeah.
If you're a flat earther, you 100% used your brain, I guess. And obviously we were right? Everything that we said back then about this going on came 100% true. And even the normies know that, even the normies, because in the normie TV they're saying it. Obviously they're not giving credit to the ones that already, prophesied the very thing that they're now dealing with, but we knew it. We knew what was up. And you know why I'm saying this? Because there have been many people that confessed that to me, that they actually, they wish they would have never done it, the stuff in regards to what happened in the past 3 years. I don't want to be specific, but I guess you know what I mean.
But so I did the art therapy course. It was fantastic. It was really good. I was the only dude there. There was only probably about 4 dudes in the whole school. So it's really female dominated. But it was good. I do other stuff. I do a bit of gardening work, a bit of work with the mechanic a little bit, just to get a bit of, bit extra. We have a good scheme in Australia called NDIS, National Disability Incentive Scheme.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, if you've got a mental illness, you can get funding to do basically whatever you like: art classes, swimming, freaking whatever you like, music lessons, anything you think makes you think it's going to help you mentally. The government fund it. So I get a little bit of work from that. So they can say, "Oh, I want to see an art therapist." So they go, "Yeah, cool. So here's whatever." So I get a little bit that way. So that's a good scheme. It's like, what do you want to do? They're like, "Oh, I want to do archery." And it's like, "Yeah, cool. Yes, yeah, we'll pay for your archery course or whatever. Get you some bows and shit. Whatever makes you happy kind of thing."
What do you think about the government in Australia?
You don't want to know. What government?
Well, I don't know. I actually never really thought about the government in Australia. You don't hear much about Australia here in Germany, to be honest. More like US or Russia.
Australia's kind of like a testing ground. So, they tested nuclear weapons here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's just a testing ground for America and Britain or whatever. Like all their mines are owned by England. Put it that way.
That's a huge country.
Yeah, and there's a lot of mining that goes on, quarrying, but all of it's owned by England.
What I find fascinating is that it's literally such a huge country and, not really much occupied in there.
Could be. They had a big scheme to build pipes from the north where you get tropical rains and spread some of that water out into the middle, and yeah, you could make it more areas populable to it.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of water, right?
Up in the north, yeah.
Like equal to Florida, right? Like these ponds, hundreds of ponds, thousands of ponds. I guess 100,000 of ponds, right?
There's crocodiles up there. It's something you got in Florida too, alligators.
It's actually crazy how big this planar surfaces we live upon. I think we can't really even wrap our mind around it truly, to be honest. Just the sheer scale.
Yeah, we're told the sun is 400,000 times bigger than Earth. But, it's pretty big. You look at the sun, it's just a little circle in the sky, so phenomenologically, it's way smaller than the Earth. What we see.
Yeah, I think everything heliocentrism claims is just, probably the opposite is true. It's kind of like with government, everything government says it's true. Mostly the opposite is.
And if the moon is really 250,000 miles away, then, well, it doesn't look like it.
Right.
It definitely doesn't. I mean, yeah. But yeah, I liked the money in corporate, but I didn't like the job. And now I love the job, but yeah, I just got to be patient for the money. I was closer. I was going to be like case worker in like halfway house. So you get these cases where these dudes come out of jail and they go into this halfway house and they get a caseworker and the caseworker's like, hey, bro, what's going on? We're going to get you a job or get you whatever. And then you work with them and you stay in the house too. You stay in the house a couple of nights a week.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that was good. It was a 3-figure job. But anyway, I'll keep trying. But yeah, corporate was pretty good. Saved a bit of money. Super was huge. Really good super. So but yeah, corporate, they need people who are okay with firing hundreds of people and not be upset about it. And there's people there's other people that are, yeah, you're fired. I love it. Yeah, but all the work in corporate is just dealing with other people, managers and different departments. It's not the customers. What your job is to do is really easy. You can do it blindfolded and half asleep, but when you're dealing with all these different managers and the politics and all that, it's a nightmare. And that's where your energy goes.
Man, we got to get the conversation going in here. Any globe believers got something new, something fresh?
I think the final experiment novelty is wearing off. You know, because after that we had a real sort of injection of more people in the chat. It's probably numbers probably doubled, but it's kind of starting to fade now. I think it's with.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, so it's just starting to dip down because we've had a boost the last month, but you know how much $200,000 worth of promotion doesn't go very far, does it?
Well, you know what? It was a buzz, you know, as far as this topic was concerned. I mean, a lot of people were talking about it, and it was supposed to be this big juggernaut of evidence for something, but I've yet to figure out what it's evidence for. So that's a letdown. I mean, you guys, I don't know if there's any Globers in the chat. Did you guys realize you guys put out some kind of weirdo kind of financial fraud pastor dude? You had him out here causing all kinds of ruckus, talking about an experiment that wasn't an experiment, and then they went and did it. What happened? You had a snake oil salesman. You had a Bible salesman essentially that was supposed to put a dent in something and nothing now. What happened?
It was supposed to shut the conversation down, and it really just doubled it. That's what happened.
Yeah, you
so
brought more eyes to the topic. Yeah, good job.
Yeah, good job, guys. Epic biblical failure. Yeah.
Yeah, not only did it do that, but it stopped some of these like TikTok or YouTube flat earthers making terrible arguments, right? Claiming this particular model, right? We couldn't shut that down. But thank you, Duffy, for shutting that down for us.
Right. It just keeps coming up aces for the flat earth, man.
And the people who are really interested, they come in and go, what's this about the, final experiment, and they've debunked your map and your model. We go, no, it's not our model. And they go, oh, okay. And we've kind of set them straight, so.
Yeah, it doesn't take long, though. And then they just start, okay, well, then they'll be like, well, how come you guys think the Earth's flat, blah, blah, blah. And then we can start presenting evidence. So, yeah, it's excellent.
Mm-hmm. And what about satellites and stuff? And, off we go.
They didn't realize that most globe earthers, they don't know anything about the globe, right? So when they hear about this 24-hour sun and stuff, they don't know anything about what it's about. They come in here, they're like, what's the deal with this 24-hour sun thing? I'm like, don't worry about that. Just have a look at these long-distance observations. But yeah, big win for the flat earth side, definitely. Even Brenda was saying, look, after the final experiment, I'll be leaving the flat earth debate. Never coming back again. I'll have to find a new hobby.
Well, that didn't work out, did it?
No, it didn't. It didn't work out.
Maybe if they spent more money, like it was 250,000, maybe he spent like $1 million and stayed there for a few weeks. Like if they were still there, then the numbers would be really solid. But they only went for a day. And
for us, though, I think that's if they put more effort into advertising it, then we could have tripled our numbers.
Exactly.
In the amount of people that come in.
So doing Hollywood, you got to match the budget with the promotion's got to match the budget. So you should have spent $250,000 on advertising for sure to make it work. For sure, yeah. Oh well,
it wouldn't.
But they should do one every year. Let's hope they do one next year.
That was the final one, so they're done.
Yeah. That may have been the final attempt at reifying both the globe and the flat earth and it failed miserably. So
that's what we should start calling it. Final attempt.
Well, I call it the final embarrassment. You know,
good.
Yeah. So.
And they took Jaren off our hands. Ooh.
Oh.
Don't have to...
You just keep thinking about it, and it gets better and better. Jaren's gone. Witsit's kind of quiet. Now, McToon is the same level of obnoxious, so you can't win them all, but... Oh, well.
Yeah, but he destroyed like himself with that, whereas the Guns Nathan thing. Now he's just a meme.
Dude, that song is awesome. These people out here, they're so quick with like, there's a lot of talented people.
With an unpopular opinion, I like McToon. He does a good job at dismantling the weaker among us.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a good point, Amish.
I actually subscribe to his show, and when he takes on these numpties from TikTok and X and with their bold, outrageous claims that we would never make, it's actually quite satisfying.
Yeah, I noticed what he was doing. Like, I could tell that he was encouraging some really, really dumb flat earthers go on modern day debate. I won't mention any names, but a few flat earthers went on there against McToon and some other guy and just got completely destroyed. I could tell that was set up by McToon for sure.
Why anybody would go on to that platform, modern day, not a debate, is beyond me. I mean, it's obviously biased. It's not even a debate platform, but it certainly is a shit show, which I think if you have a shit show, you're going to have people watch it. You know what I mean?
Yep. It's definitely a shit show.
Yeah, the guy asked me to debate McToon on the modern debates. And I said, no. I thought maybe, but then I thought it kind of felt like being asked to be on a TV show to play the flat earther, and that you're like, oh, here's your script sort of thing. And you just kind of, I'd just be playing the flat earther in their thing. It kind of doesn't, he's such a difficult person to debate, that, it's hard to come out looking good from him because he's so, he knows all these tricks and stuff.
Narcissistic, arrogant.
Oh, yeah.
He'll just throw out fallacies on purpose and he'll say things to try to trigger you. And it's just, yeah. A bunch of those people that they have on there do the same thing. FTFE, that PHT Tony guy, he's one of the most annoying. Orion or something, I forget what his name is. That guy.
You'd have to have a really, you have to have something, You need some kind of shock and awe. You'd have to have something to knock them on, get them on the back foot. But it's hard.
You know who did really good?
Yeah,
Alex Stein. He absolutely destroyed T-Jump and the other guys just because of his charisma.
He was really mocking McToon, or was it Fight the Flat Earth? But Alex Stein,
he's been on a bunch of time. He destroys them.
Yeah.
Don't you think that Dave McKagan is the most annoying one? He's just totally stupid. Sometimes, one time he did it when he made a video and he said that he was wrong about that Concorde photo. That he said that it was legit, and he said that it wasn't legit after all. But in the majority of his videos, he's just anti-flat earthers.
Yeah. I can't stand him.
I didn't know that he was part of that final experiment thing till I saw him there.
Yep. Yeah, when I hear them lying in their videos, right, saying flat earthers claim this, flat earthers claim that, and it's things he knows that we don't claim. As soon as they start saying things like that, I just lose all respect. I mean, some of them are still putting discs floating in space as their thumbnails.
Yeah, exactly, DJ. Why don't they put just like a photo of outside, like the horizon or something?
Yeah. And it's like McToon, Fight the Flat Earth, they still do it. Well, why do they have to lie?
Wouldn't that be interesting? Instead, they have a thumbnail where it has the globe, and then it just has a picture of the horizon.
Just a flat horizon, yeah. Igloo's asking, do Globers infiltrate the FE movement?
Just about that last point, you don't even need a photograph or an image to show people the horizon. They see it all the time, every time.
Yeah, Ilu's asking, do Globers infiltrate the FE movement? I think it's pretty difficult for someone to pretend to be a flat earther. I think we catch on to that shit really, really quickly. So on platforms like this, it's very easy to catch them, but if they don't join a platform like this and they just start making TikTok videos or something like that using terrible arguments, then yeah, sure, someone could. And I'm sure there are people that make terrible flat earth arguments on purpose because they're not really flat earthers.
I have to agree with the other heretic. There's no chemical trail spraying today in the sky from what I can see.
And 7 months in Sri Lanka last year, never saw a single chemtrail in the sky. Has anyone seen this guy? I posted a picture of him in the side chat there. Has anyone seen his content? Makes really, really shit arguments. Almost seems like he's faking it to make flat earthers look stupid.
Wait, who's that you're talking about? I missed the first part.
The guy in the side chat makes, I think, like TikTok videos or something like that. He makes a ton of them, but he makes like real, like, he's like David Weiss on steroids, like even worse arguments than David Weiss.
Oh no.
It's really, really bad. He's very popular though. He gets tons of views.
Gosh. Some of these guys came in from like the Q movement, and it's really freaking annoying. Some of them think that like Q released Flat Earth too. I mean, it's nuts. Trump tried to disclose Flat Earth. Q tried to disclose Flat Earth. No, he just kind of strikes me as that kind of guy.
Yeah. This guy, half of like Simon Dan videos and whatnot are debunking this guy's videos. It's like this top flat earther claims this and that, and they'll show this guy making the most retarded arguments. Very frustrating.
How many views does he get?
I'm not sure. Don't follow him. I can't stand him. I've just seen some of his content, mostly in anti-flat earthers debunking videos. I'm thinking to myself, oh my god, what a douche. A terrible argument. Yeah, I think quite a few views on TikTok.
Is it like those people who claim that the Earth is a disk that is going up at 9.8 meters per second?
No, it's not that bad. It's more like David Weiss style arguments with the ice wall around the outside of the AE map and all that sort of thing.
Okay.
I mean, we had a guy in our own text chat here like an hour ago posting AE war, lost history of flat Earth stuff. I'm like, geez, that's still going around. I mean, no offense to you, dude, but that guy caused a lot of problems for us. In case you're unaware. Stealing other people's content, you could say, and then repackaging it and misrepresenting it in the process. The Feast of Nonsense. It's alive and well. Flat Earth special boy escapism. Some folks in 24/7 used to call this stuff like flat Earth science fiction, flat Earth sci-fi.
Yeah, I just checked how many followers he has on TikTok. 622,000.
What the hell?
Yeah, bro. 8.8 million views.
Every single freaking time.
Posted in the side chat. Like
It's always
point, six.
Jeez.
Sorry, 8.8 million likes.
8 million likes? But dude.
Yeah.
You got to get yourself in shape,
Yeah, I got to lift some weights and eat some Wheaties.
Got to get your weight up, bro.
It's always these like ding dongs with stupid ass fucking claims. Stealing other people's content, misrepresenting their claims, getting millions of likes. Like, what the hell? How do you do that? Like, if I were to turn around today and decide to be an idiot flat earther and put up a channel, I don't think I could get that many followers.
Have a look at his videos on his channel, right? He's claiming Jim Carrey is Joe Biden or something like that.
Oh no!
Just crazy shit.
Man. So, is he just like a real person? Is he a character? I don't know.
Many people like that guy, they are just using the topic to make views. Like many people who claim that they are transgender, they are not. They just put fake hair, women hair, and they don't believe that. They don't think that they are women from inside or something like that. But they use the topic, and some people they claim they are gay or something like that, just to have views. They make fun of themselves in the internet.
The algorithm seems to knowingly, you could call it that, knowingly promote this shit content to make us look like fools. So the average Joe, right, who heard that his neighbor down the street's a flat earther, he's going to go on Google and he's going to start Googling this crap and seeing videos like this and think, geez, my neighbor's a retard.
His hat that he wears in every video literally says Ice Wall on the logo of the hat.
What? What a joke.
I just noticed that.
When did Flat Earth decide that large bodies of water at rest don't require containment?
Who said that?
Well, I mean, no wall, I guess, like any anti-waller.
No, that's not the claim. Right. To make a positive claim that there's a big giant wall of ice that surrounds an AE map is very different to saying we don't know exactly what's out there because we can't confirm it. But yes, obviously, as far as we can test, water needs a container.
Yeah, I don't buy the ice wall ring.
Well, I mean,
no one's saying it's uncontained water because we can't confirm some kind of ice wall ring.
Yeah, it's.
Yes, I mean, it would just be like the implication, all right? Like if there was no sun to heat up the water,
flatten it out, project it in this way, you're not going to get a flat Earth, huh?
Yeah, I mean, if the oceans are one communicating body of water, and this, sun, helps the water to move, right? Creates all the plankton, all these things to move within it. But if the I mean, doesn't it seems reasonable to affirm a ice wall?
Yeah, are you going to claim it as fact or what?
I mean, it's like the antecedent for large body of water at rest.
Yeah, ice wall is not necessary to contain the oceans of Earth.
Well,
ice wall is not necessary.
Yeah, but I mean, it just seems like it would be entailed.
I think, no thanks. Are you thinking of the flat Earth as a disk in space with, like, if it wasn't an ice wall, the water would spill off the side and go into, like...
Oh, yeah, I mean, it would go into it would just go. It would move.
Yeah, no one here is talking about that. No one here is advocating for a disk in space that's moving up at, 8 meters per second.
Well, good then. Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about that either.
Well, no, you're talking about like a disk in space that the water would fall off of.
No, I'm just talking about the. No, I'm not doing that. No, I'm talking about just water would move, would seek equilibrium if not, and go into motion seeking something if not contained. Like period, amen. That's it. Yeah.
Why would it be a wall? If the water's just so cold it freezes, why would it be a big giant wall of ice? How would that work?
Well, I mean, you said it. Like if the water was so cold that it freezes, it would become ice. I mean, why does it entail that frozen water is ice? It would just be like the case
No.
that
A
frozen water is
big
ice.
wall of ice. It's like they say, all right, like David Weiss arguments or whatever. He's like, Antarctica's the highest land on Earth, right? It's like average 8,200 foot above sea level or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm saying I don't know if there's an ice wall at all. I'm just saying it doesn't seem unreasonable
Neither
to
do we.
assume that there would be.
Yeah, yes. Well, yeah, I get you.
Yeah, not just it would be like it would follow like okay, well, large body of water, the 7 oceans, quote unquote, are all one ocean, and then that would require, it's a large body of water. It would require lateral containment, which would be that something higher than something else, right, containing the lateral pressure, and then it would follow. Okay, if you don't have if you're not heating up the water, right, then hot goes to cold, high goes, high pressure goes to low. It would just follow that the motionless, cold water would turn to ice. It doesn't have to be a specific shape, but it seems reasonable.
No, percentage just think it wraps back around.
Yeah, may as well believe in a globe, huh? Seems reasonable.
I mean, no. What do you mean? It wraps back around. The water on one side, it doesn't like wash up on the shore on another side. Like if I threw a bottle in there, it wouldn't wash up. Is it? I mean, it's shown to be the case. Does it go somewhere else? If it goes somewhere else, then why do we have consistent tides? I mean, or consistent sea level at a mean sea level. Wouldn't it, if it's going somewhere else outside of the contained amount of space, then
you've got your AVP Angel group too. They think it's like a machine, like there's like mechanical parts underground and stuff. Like, who knows?
Is that FPV Angel?
Yeah, AVP.
Yeah, I've been trying to remember AVP, something like that. Yeah. I've been trying to remember the name of that. I wanted to have a look at that again. I haven't seen that for years. Yeah, it's like Pac-Man Earth.
There's
I saw. Yeah.
There's a speculation that tides are caused by water filling up from underneath. And this is why we try to do this stuff on Speculation Sunday, because the cause of tide isn't known. This is like, you can correlate it to other things, but to directly manipulate some variable to create tides, it's kind of a big...
Yeah, it is. There's underwater basins are shown to be the case. Not that they can be definitively said to be the cause of tides, but yeah, I mean, that's reasonable to think of. But I didn't really mean to say tide. I just meant with all the tides that we have, et cetera, that we still have mean sea level, which would mean that we have the same amount of water as if it's contained.
I want to know how they could fucking tell that mean sea level for one country is different for another country. Like, how the fuck would you be able to tell that? You could not ever tell.
Yeah, you could. You can't tell if. Well, what is it? Somebody has like, I don't know. I mean, I'd have to know more information, I think.
Yeah, but I mean the level, right? So like, how could you tell that, oh, well, your mean sea level doesn't meet up with ours? Like, it's not, you know what I'm saying? Like, how would you measure
they'd have to carry a straight line over distance to see which one's higher than the other.
Right.
It would be, I'd imagine from like elevation, known elevations and marks. But are they claiming that one side is lower? I don't know. Are some places lower or higher?
Well, I've heard people say something to that effect. It's different. It's different over
just in regard to
it is there.
Yeah, in regard to tides, or as like that's what I'm saying. I don't even know what like the mean sea level, like 5 feet, whatever it is, 5 feet here, 5 feet there. Now we're just measuring 5 feet somewhere. We're just that's it, just 5 feet. Are they saying it's theirs is 10 feet and ours is 5 feet? Like is that even a thing? Yeah, so like sloped water. I don't know.
Like, how do you get mean sea level in Switzerland? Is it all just barometric pressure? How do you confirm that the barometric pressure isn't just local?
Sounds like riptides can't be affected by the moon or anything because they're under the surface. So you can't tell there's a rip there. The surface is all calm. So, yeah, what causes riptides? Definitely not the moon.
When the water's getting sucked back out.
Yeah. But sideways.
That's where like the basins come in. Like underwater caverns and shit that fills up.
Yeah.
You know, you ever seen that movie like National Treasure, where they're trying to get the treasure from in the cavern, they jump into the hole, but then at a certain time it starts to fill up, but there's no water in it for a while, and you know they got to get down there to get the pirates' treasure of America or something like that. Just a bunch of them. Just throw a bunch of them around, and you're good. Nicolas Cage is required for tides. Yeah, I'm just pointing out that like, I don't think it's unreasonable for somebody to claim a wall is required for the oceans, and to then say, well, you know, they might think it's ice since they've seen ice everywhere they went, and it would be, you know, it would be indicative of frozen water, which would occur when it's not heated.
To me, this idea comes from a misinterpretation of the azimuthal equidistant globe map. By misinterpretation, I mean ignoring the non-uniform scale that's supposed to be applied to it, which if you applied it properly would be a globe projection, which they had to depict in 2D by flattening it and projecting it that way. Right? I mean, we hear people say, well, you see, Captain Cook sailed 70,000 miles around the Antarctic perimeter. It kind of looks like this on the AE map. And the person saying this doesn't realize that they ignored the non-uniform scale and they ignored the coastline paradox. And Globers would be absolutely right to point both of these out. And the flat earther would be wrong.
They don't go in and out of the coastline. That's retarded. They get a guy, he sits on the boat, and he draws what he sees, and, you know, they don't go in and out.
Well, yeah, and Captain Cook, I mean, he didn't do like a gentle, you know, turning circle.
It was
in
north
a uniform
and
fashion.
south and all over the place. He had to like land at port and then and restock and.
Yeah.
You know,
oh, there are islands over here. Let's sail closer to those and see. Oh, how far does this coastline go inland? How far does it wrap around? I mean, yeah, he did not take a nice, cozy, like 60 degrees south latitude turnabout on a pizza world map.
But
that's not what he did.
But did he clock 60,000 miles?
You know, I've heard that. I haven't seen it, but I'll accept that that's what he did.
Yeah.
And it makes sense to me if you look at all the terrain, all the ocean he had to cover,
Right.
and the very windy roundabout way he went. I mean, why not?
What is it like 10? The Antarctic Circle is what, like 10,000 miles?
I don't know.
Said to be around
I'll grant it that.
Yeah, 14,000 or something.
And that's an Antarctic Circle with respect to using the South Celestial Pole in the sky as a point of navigation.
You think he just did a little well, I don't know. I mean, did he? I don't know. Speculate.
I mean, so here's where flat earthers need to step up their game. We got a lot of flat earthers living in the southern latitudes who can look south and look at conjoined stars in the sky from the same point in time in the same night sky from Chile to Tasmania. And they can take elevation angles to those stars if we recognize celestial navigation, that the principle is that you can take elevation angles to stars because every star has a GP, that you use that elevation angle and you can go in that direction on a flat, straight baseline and connect these points together. Well, how about our friends who live in southern Tasmania? We got a couple flat earthers who do, who can see the Southern Cross below the Sigma Octantis point of rotation in the sky, which corresponds, if you look at the Nautical Almanac and check on timeanddate.com, where is the Southern Cross at that point in time? If it's below an elevation Sigma Octantis, it's directly above Chile, southern Chile, or the Sandwich Islands. How do you reconcile that?
On what?
Flat Earth.
Yep, that's T-Dubs needs to step his game up. He's got to get out there.
Well, you know, there's like when the Southern Cross is on the right side of what you're calling the central rotation point, right? You can draw a line from the top star through the bottom star until it reaches the ground, right? And then there's these two other stars on the left side, right? And you draw a line between them. You find the midpoint, and then draw a line perpendicular to that line towards the ground, right? So where your two lines that are meeting the ground intersect, draw a straight vertical line to the ground from there, and that's south. That's supposed to be close enough to south. So you can use that. The navigators used that method to figure it, like which way was south.
Here's my point. If you see the Southern Cross below Sigma Octantis, you're seeing a ground position that goes from south to north again.
Wait a sec. What? Hang on. So
yeah, I think what you're describing, Amish, is that you can sight Sigma Octantis, the Southern Celestial Pole, and you can pretty much see past it.
You can see past it. Any star in the sky that you can use as a navigation star that's below Sigma Octantis in southern latitudes is navigable.
Yeah, so it's like you're standing on one side of Sigma, and then somebody's on another side. They both get their sextant out, and they both see a star that's beyond Sigma, and then and that's a problem.
Yeah, if it's below Sigma Octantis, it's going from south to north again, just like in the north, right? You got the North Pole star. If the Dipper's underneath an elevation from the North Pole star, then you're seeing a way to navigate further north to the GP of Polaris, and then to head southward beyond that to the GP of the Dipper. So you're seeing from north to south. We see this all the time in the north, and we have a northern bias. Well, our southern hemispheric or southern latitudinal friends see the same thing in the sky, just the opposite.
But nobody goes that way.
Well, yeah, like nobody does.
In the south, I mean.
Here's the thing, like the dates and times of these stars and their GPs have been cataloged for hundreds of years. And you can confirm that the GP of G.A. Crooks is over southern Chile the same time in like June is somebody in Hobart, Tasmania, looking at it. They can look at each other's stars, at each other's zeniths, and form a box.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, dude. Where's the GP of the Southern Cross when I'm looking at it, or when someone in the Antarctica is looking at it in the southern sky? But you're saying it's over Chile.
If the Southern Cross is below Sigma Octans, then you're looking south to north again. Just like if the Dipper is below Polaris, you're looking north to south.
Well, this is not much
It kind of
different.
sounds like a... Sorry, go ahead, Tito.
I was just going to say, this is not much different to someone saying, well, okay, I'm in Antarctica, right? My back is facing the way I got there, right? But I'm seeing the sun in front of me, right? Yeah. So, and at the same time, right, supposedly somebody in the north, right, north of the equator, is also seeing the sun.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why the globers say it's a globe proof. But we can say how it's a globe proof better than the fucking globers that come in here and say, 24 hours on Earth's a globe, and we go, oh yeah, explain that. How does that work, right?
Well, dude, if I was going to LARP as a glober, I would come in and do exactly what I had just done right now with Sigma Octantis and the Big Dipper, and or Southern Cross and the Big Dipper, relative to Sigma Octantis and Polaris. I would steel man the crap out of this, and I would ruin David White's flat earthers.
Amish believes in land beyond the ice wall. That's great.
Nope. Nope. I think those stars are above Chile, and I think that's verifiable. I'm in Tasmania, and I see those stars, and Nautical Almanac tells me they're above Chile, and I ring-a-ding-a-ding-dong, call my friend in Chile, say, hey, it's June, can you see it? It's wintertime. They look straight up and say, yep, I see them. And by the way, my friend in Tasmania, I see stars directly over your head, too.
Yeah,
So
you're requiring an argument from the flat earthers, for this observation or phenomena or whatnot. Yeah, I mean, they eventually, I guess, with more data, have to come up with one.
Yeah, I mean, what's going on here?
Well, this is why Percentage is saying what he says, and the globers say what they say. So, but it's reification of a particular type of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking his latest argument and making it better.
The Percentage has an argument?
Yeah, he's Pac-Man Earth, full Pac-Man Earth.
Yeah,
it can be nothing but Pac-Man Earth. It has to be Pac-Man Earth, guys. And if you don't believe in Pac-Man Earth, you're stupid.
That's his video game thing. That I thought it was hilarious. Is that actually an argument? His video game? I don't know.
I don't know if it isn't. I mean, if there is some irrational nature to this world like that, then so be it. I do know without a doubt that it is absolutely flat and measured and used that way.
Yeah, I don't even know if Pac-Man.
I can support that all day long.
I mean, if it's like two poles in the sky, like in a ferrocell magnet, showing the field lines diverging and converging, that doesn't mean that it's Pac-Man. It just means that it's diverging and converging.
Well, yeah, the motions of the stars themselves betray a globe, which is the other thing. If you go to like the equators, right? And people document this with star trail footage. You can simulate it and it matches the photos and video that the stars kind of pinch inward towards the equatorial horizon, above the horizon, a few degrees. Yeah. And then they start to spread out again.
Globe in your mind.
So you can't model that on a globe, because what you shouldn't see a pinching of the star trails towards a center above the horizon and then they spread out again. It should just be like, as the stars rise, they should just come up. They shouldn't converge and diverge above the horizon. That, if you're going to see something like that, then you'd be looking straight up at the stars, not looking straight out at them on the horizon. So the geometry doesn't quite work either.
You remember what's the video? The guy gets the like 16-hour plane flight both ways, Germany and then back again, or something like that. That video is trippy. That is like, I mean, it is trippy. Like when you're looking out and it's like a blanket of stars. It's like in front of you. It's very, very strange.
Yeah, I don't buy that video as proof of a flat Earth either.
No,
I think people are misinterpreting it. Like if the flat earthers who proposed that video as a flat Earth proof are correct, then celestial navigation doesn't work the way celestial navigation is applied. Because for that to happen, it means the star structure in the sky isn't rotating as one unit from one point of observation to the other. You don't have like the 15 simultaneously 15 or not. You don't have the simultaneous perceived 60 nautical miles per degree relationship happening from the north celestial pole as you do in a counterweight, the south celestial pole. So as he's leaving the northern latitudes and heading to the southern latitudes, the south celestial pole should be descending at the same rate, or the north celestial pole should be descending as the same rate as the south celestial pole is ascending.
Correct.
They're proposing that that's not happening.
Who's proposing that?
Those who are advancing this video of a flight from Germany to Brazil as a flat Earth proof.
Well, it just shows.
I think that star structure was CGI. It was rendered in for artistic reasons, personally.
Boy, I don't think that. I think it looks like a legit video.
I mean, there are many videos like it where artists have overlaid star trails taken from the ground and said this is from a flight. I know for a fact I've seen other videos like that, and they're done for artistic purposes, just to chill out and look at, and people selling DVDs of this shit.
Yeah, I can't even remember. It did something for me as well as it. When I first saw it, I questioned. I said, "Well, listen, I can't remember at all my original thoughts and arguments." I said, "Listen, that debunks the globe, but it also debunks flat Earth." That's what I thought when I first watched. When I watched, I can't even remember why, because I think it's that I can't remember what the reason was. It the vertical declination that does not occur as you move away? I think that.
Yeah, one of the two. Yeah, I forgot which one it was. He said like the southern star field doesn't rise or something, or at least by the predicted amount that was necessary.
Yeah, and it's like they're holding it as a globe debunker. I'm like, yeah, that's true, but it also, yeah, right. It also, I think, like not debunk, but it also, debunks like the flat Earth conception of the apparent, declination of Polaris due to distance. I was like, that. But then,
it debunks the Pizza World AE map flat Earth. It's so stupid.
I mean. Just all right. So the reason that apparent Polaris is measurable in degree change is due to apparent declination due to perspective, right? And I was like, okay, well that also removes that, as in that video, none of the stars rise as you get closer to their GP. So there's no perspective occurring that would allow for the same explanation of Polaris, right? But then on third or fourth glance, I said, well. If you don't have anything in your field of view like that when you're low to the ground of the ocean or the earth, that then renders these things to then go up or down because of the all the things that have to come into your eyeball, into your lens, into your camera to change the field of view. If you're high enough above all of those things, maybe you won't get the vertical change, and that was like my. Another consideration.
It's another thought that's related to this, and this kind of bothers me too. More flat earthers need to wise up on the fact that the celestial sphere is just an idealized model. It's taken from a limited vantage point of the stars. Because in celestial navigation and surveying, they tell you to use between 15 degrees elevation and 60 degrees in elevation, to only use those stars. Because if you use the stars below or above those two figures, you're going to be out of range. And if you do, you're going to be inaccurate. this means that the 60 nautical miles per 1 degree of rotation relationship does not hold at those elevations, which means you don't have a sphere.
Well, what if we did it higher in the air? Because what if we were in that airplane? Could you do it between? You could then do it between 15 degrees. Or,
No, the stars don't lift up with you as you get higher in an airplane.
In that video, they don't do anything.
That because I think that video is an artistic fakery. I think it's art. I don't think the creator has even weighed in on anything, has he?
I'm not sure.
But that is a problem for the globe, is what you just mentioned, right?
Exactly. It means the celestial sphere is not a sphere, which means the globe is not a globe, because the globe was created from an idealized celestial sphere model based off of elevation angles to the stars that you take from this limited range in the sky.
Yeah, but the globe is dead. There's no evidence of a globe. Although you were saying the flat earthers need to explain this situation.
I don't know about that. They need to be wise to the fact that the celestial sphere is really not like a hamster ball that rolls around with where you are. That is an interpretation that is based off of the limited field of view, like I said, but that's not what's really happening.
Well, that would be rolling around with you like a hamster wheel.
But it's not. It's interpreted to roll around, but it really doesn't, because a 69 or 60 nautical mile per 1 degree relationship doesn't hold throughout the entire field of view. Stars seem to move more slowly on the horizon and more quickly when they're directly overhead. Same with the sun and the moon. There's no even 15 degree per hour rotation of like the sun or the moon.
Yeah, you can Google it right now, and you can say it's like said to go at 10 degrees at sunset and sunrise.
Yeah, they'll start off at like 4 degrees and then haul an ass by the time they're overhead. Yep.
Right. That's for one observer. So for another observer, they are measuring it to be moving at 15 degrees now.
Yeah, another observer will have a different observation. That's absolutely correct, based off of their relative position. And it's consistent. What this means, whether flat or globe, you're not supposed to triangulate the distance to these stars. They're treated as being infinitely far, flat or globe, for celestial navigation purposes. You're not supposed to triangulate. So globers who say triangulate the height to the sun, you got 3 observers, you can't do it. It's like, well, no shit. You're not supposed to. Can you do it on a globe? No, you fucking can't. You can't do it on a globe because you assume parallel light from a sun that is flat compared to a round Earth. How stupid is that?
It's real simple. You could ask. You could just say to
flat sun.
All right, you got 3 ground positions. You got 3 ground positions. You know the distance between ground positions. How far is that star? And they're like, oh.
Well, yeah,
it's a stupid argument. Like you don't even hold that. Yeah.
They say Polaris is like many times bigger than our sun and so far away, and that's why the light from Polaris is parallel to around Earth. They're saying that Polaris is relatively flat compared to around Earth. They're moving the geometric lines from being on a flat ground below your feet to being a flat surface above your head. From being a surface that we can test below our feet that's flat to a surface we can't test or know anything about that's in the sky above. That's what globers are doing.
Yeah, I just think it's like
preserving the geometric relationships.
Like reality is that like no matter. Yeah, it's like there's this like saying, right, that like things in your field of view will or will not go above or below eye level, right? Like according to what? Like so, but then in regards to like the stars, it seems like they, depending on how much information is below your field of view, they can render in reality below eye level when they're provably above it. It's fucking weird. But it's like begging the question, kind of. It's like, okay, well, The stars are above you, like the sun is always above you. But when you remove things in your field, whether it be a camera or whatever, you get high enough up where there's nothing that will like rise up or rise down, and now it's all just rendering itself in 3D space. The stars and sun can go below eye level. How? I don't fucking. This is crazy.
I don't think they do.
I think they do.
Nope. I think they
Yep.
get to a terminal angle from which they can't be seen anymore. But they're still above the surface. I see Indio's kind of cat skanking. If you say his name 3 times, he might show up. That's kind of how it works.
Indio.
Indio.
Oh, come on, dude. Oh well, you. I must called you in, not me.
Newt just kind of tried to bounce in for a second. I muted him, and he just bolted right away.
Good.
You know what else is crazy is if you gain enough altitude, the stars pretty much disappear. Like those high altitude balloons and stuff. It's crazy how they just vanish and there's just dark.
I've heard that. I'll say this. Back in the early 90s, I was on a MAC flight. I don't know if they call them that anymore. Military Airlift Command flight in the Pacific. I was on a C-141 in the Pacific, and we were at about 50,000 feet or so. They can fly pretty fucking high, these things. And it was daytime, but it was getting dark because we were so high, and you could see stars during the daytime. I was up in the cockpit. I'm not a pilot.
You got a picture?
No. Nope. A pilot or navigator, somebody pointed them out to me. It was like, hey, check it out. You can see the stars. And I had to like get down really low and then look up, and I could see a couple stars. I'm like, oh, that's freaking cool. It's daytime and you can see stars and like the black space up there.
Yeah, so
that's my personal experience.
So when you gain altitude, you know, the same thing with the balloons. So at a certain height, the blueness of the sky sort of disappears as well, which is strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got to bring a little atmosphere up there with them, and then they'll be able to see the stars. Like just bring a big prism up. Just bring a prism and just look through the prism goggles.
I had some crazy cool night vision goggles in the mid 90s from a DARPA project. I was allowed to keep them for a few days. And I remember seeing the craziest crap in the night sky through these. I mean, I wasn't a flat earther, wasn't even thinking about any of this stuff back then. But just putting them on and looking at all kinds of stuff that you could not see before. I mean, you can't tell really distance, but
crazy stuff like they I've heard, you know, the spirit stuff. You saw the goblins.
Nothing like that. No, I'm thinking like anomalies, like flying shit, and like gradient features of the sky that you can't see with your eyes.
Like you've heard the story where they used to have the green ones and then they switched over to the red ones because when they're in the green ones, people were like shooting shit in the sky.
Yeah. These were green ones. They had gyroscopic stabilization. They were pretty high speed though, and very crisp, very very crisp imagery coming through. And the bad. I mean, this thing weighed. It was so heavy. It was hard to really just like hold up to your eyes for a while. It wasn't really meant to be carried around and used for long periods of time. And we turn on the gyroscope stabilization. There's like a button you press that turned on the gyroscope inside, and you've heard it spin up, and it felt like it gained 10 pounds in weight, and you had a hard time moving it around.
Well, I thought that Smarter Everyday video is supposed to get lighter, spin it up and get the angular momentum and make it lighter.
Yeah, well, you're wrong about that. I mean, I played with one of these. It was hard to
run it the other way.
Yep.
Force
flywheel, yo.
I heard something.
Yeah.
You should rotate it against its own spin. Spin it that way while it rotates the other way.
Yep, that's what you're supposed to do. There's path of least resistance in the direction of angular momentum. Yeah, those things are pretty cool. I think about that all the time, and I'm wondering, man, like what happened? What became of that program and project? Because those are cool night vision appliances. Anyway,
Well, you and the boys at on the other server, you guys got to get on the get on the modeling. That's just you and Alan and Shane. That's your guys' job.
I talk to those boys on the down low on the side. We're in good company.
No, they're good dudes. Yeah.
I don't subscribe to Ether, but I mean, my position is if there is cool, if there isn't cool, I mean, it's not my bag, it's not my gig. I'd rather talk about the Earth. Because Ether is not flat Earth specific, right? Ether was really developed with a globe in mind. It's not exclusive to flat Earth.
I wouldn't say any. I would say nothing is developed with a globe in mind except for the globe. That's the only time you have to consider the globe is when you're considering the globe. Everything else is just taken, independent from it. So like to say one thing is like it would be like, well, GPS, it's about the globe. No, it's just about getting places. Then you wrap it around a globe. Well, like Ether or whatever is something on its own. Trying to understand whether light for direction of light, motion, what it's all dependent on, contingent on.
Yeah,
it's independent from a globe.
Alan's done a great job explaining and expressing the problems of GPS using relativity in the context of a globe, and he knows relativity pretty good. I would defer to him on relativity shit. My issue with GPS, my main issue with GPS and all satellites and any anything that proposes to use like inertial navigation systems, is that there's no rotational vector around a ball being measured in any of this shit. Whether you're talking boats, airplanes, semi-trucks, or satellites. The rotation vector is added in to make it conformal to a model of Earth. And I've got the formula that satellites use in order to add a rotation vector to the coordinate system that they use for tracking.
Well, you must not have heard that the pendulous vanes in the gyroscope are necessary because there's a 15-hour degree drift in the pendulum. So the inertial navigation
what are those pendulous vanes doing?
They're readjusting for the curvature.
Yeah, I know, but what are they do? What are they actually doing? That's their purpose. But what do they do?
I'm not sure. What do they do?
There are all kinds of different pendulum. There's some that are weights. There's some that are based off of like the stabilization of barometric pressure.
Yeah, I mean their purpose.
Got to talk about it in specific context.
Purpose is the same thing as what do they do? I don't know how to differentiate between.
They smooth out. They prevent what's called gimbal lock. They smooth out the motions of like attitude indicators. So now, in order for you to know that they're working, you would have to know what they're working in reference to. So pendulous vanes don't provide like a blanket cover for the globe. If your pendulous vanes are not working, how do you know that they're not working? You'd have to have a horizontal plane of reference.
Go ahead.
I'm done.
What were you thinking about? Are you thinking about something?
So I was just thinking about what they're saying as far as the pendulous vanes are concerned, is that they're always establishing a reference to essentially the center of a spherical Earth. But in reality, they're sort of maintaining a downward vector,
correct,
a vertical reference. So if they were going to be referencing the center of the Earth, they would need to be calibrated to the center of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a dumbass thing to say.
It's dumbass even on the globe model, because their globe has an uneven distribution of mass through the Earth, which requires a geoid model to show the gravimetric variations of the Earth and objects relative to the crustal deformities and the concentrations of mass below it. So there's no real one center of the Earth.
Nobody's been there.
Well, you also got the sun and the moon and sun's alleged influence as well.
Yeah. I mean, pendulous veins are to prevent, if you're to engage in aggressive maneuvering, the momentum of the airplane could cause the attitude indicator to start spinning in circles. You'd have a hell of a time to get it to stop, because you'd have to move the plane around and counter the rotation and stuff. So pendulous veins are like braking mechanisms.
Yeah, it's like working on Pascal's principle of fluid dynamics to maintain level. Yeah. And the reason being that the gimbal and everything has friction, that once it slows down, it can then start to wobble. But this accounts to
well said,
to balance it back out.
Well said. Yeah, that's a good technical description. So yeah, there's no rotational vector that is available for satellites. For satellites to maintain down, like the low Earth orbit ones, if you haven't heard me before, this is new. If you've heard me a million times, I'm sorry for sounding like a broken record. Low Earth orbit satellites complete an orbital period in 90 minutes, which means they perform a 360-degree rotation to maintain constant down with respect to a conceivable ball throughout that 90-minute period. So they're doing this somersaulting maneuver. How do they know how much they have to turn? Let's see that data. Let's get some verifiable telemetry data or something. But it's not there. It's not there. Nobody can provide it. It's considered proprietary. Got to email the company. Got to see if they'll release their corporate secrets to you. I mean, I don't know. It's not there. It's not in the ECEF or ECEI coordinate reference systems. It's not in the Keplerian orbital elements. You don't have a rotation of the object. You have the object's position going in an elliptical fashion around a body in Keplerian orbital elements, but not the rotation of that object maintaining down throughout its orbital path. So you can do all the mathematical transforms you want by taking altitude and azimuth elevation and azimuthal angles of satellites, sending them up via the master control station to the satellites to tell them where they think they should be if Earth is a globe. But those things are not measuring or calculating or doing anything with a rotational vector. So here's why it might be important. If you have satellites that are communicating with each other via line of sight, you're setting up a web network of line of sight, point-to-point communications between satellites around Earth, which means you're going to have to know their orientation with respect to Earth in order to have line of sight communications using high gain directional antennas from satellite to satellite. A lot of them use lasers now. You're going to have to know their orientation in free space. All of them are going to have the rotational vector somewhere in their systems. It's going to have to be measured and adjusted for and corrected to maintain communications with the ground and with respect to other satellites, line of sight. Because if you can imagine Earth being a ball, right? And you've got maybe a satellite way up here above the ball, and a satellite over at the 9 o'clock position, another at the 3 o'clock position, another at the 6 o'clock position around a ball. They're shooting straight lines, making a big square around the ball. In order for them to do that, they're going to have to orient themselves properly with respect to the other satellites and the ground, especially as they orbit. And they might communicate with other satellites that are in different orbits. You got to have the rotational vector. And it's not anywhere to be fucking found. I've been looking for this for like 2 years now. And I'm comfortable talking about this now because I can't find any information about any of this. It's always assumed that these things are oriented up and down all the fucking time, like magic. And they even have an excuse for this, an ad hoc rescuing device called gravity gradient stabilization tethers. You know what that is? They're claiming these satellites are dangling weights from a rope. I'm not kidding. Big fucking balls hanging from a chain to maintain down. Are you kidding me? And therefore, they don't have to account for it because it's a passive stabilization device. I tell you what, folks, this is a new thing. Like gravity gradient stabilization. I'm looking through NASA's technical documents. I'm only seeing stuff from like the 90s on this. What they do in the 70s. So, and I don't even buy that. Like, I don't buy that they're hanging balls from chains from satellites to keep them perfectly upright and oriented with respect to Earth. But they realize that there's no rotational vector. And they're like, oh, fuck, how do we deal with this? Ad hoc rescuing device, here's your refraction, here's your gravity, here's all this other bullshit, here's a ball hanging from a satellite. Balls deep satellites. Balls deep in bullshit. So you start digging into these and they say, well, we also have satellites that have these magnetic flywheels and gyroscopes and cameras, and they're looking at the stars, they're looking at the horizon, they're looking at the ground. They're trying to do all this leveling out to make sure that they're straight. I'm like, great, show me that fucking information. Because you're going to have a fixed horizontal reference plane. Whenever that's first established, I don't care. But you're going to have to show degrees of rotation with respect to that throughout the life of the system. If you claim to have a device that updates that horizontal plane of reference with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, then provide that data. I mean, I will lock these motherfuckers into an infinite regress fallacy if I have to. Yeah, the rotation vector is absent. It's absent in airplanes. Pull up the NTSB data. Not saying there could be one there, but the data that's provided on the flight data recorders from the black box doesn't show any curvature, folks. Could it be there? Fine, it could, but you're not going to find it in the NTSB data. You're not going to find it in any like weather satellite trajectory information or their coordinate reference systems or anything. You're not going to find it in the boats that use inertial navigation systems or planes or anything freaking else. It's absent. There's no rotation around a ball to maintain down. I think the right argument to use for the NTSB data as is the same one that you should use for satellites. It's not the drop over distance that really matters. It's the fucking rotation.
Right, we were talking about this the other day, weren't we? Where like, there's no reason why, as the ISS like traverses it, like so at one point one part of it will be facing the Earth, but as it moves, then another different part of it should be facing the Earth, not the same part the whole time, right?
The same part of the ISS should be facing the Earth at all times. Yep.
No, but it is. But is there any reason why it should do that? Like, shouldn't it just rotate?
It does rotate. So the ISS has like some 27 flywheels, some ungodly number like this. I might be wrong about that, but I remember reading something about this. They got these things all over. They're like 2 or 3 big ones or something, and then a bunch of little small ones, they say. And at one point, like one of them busted or something, so they had to overcompensate the others. I don't know. Sounds like nonsense.
Right, yeah, that's right. I remember you saying that. Yeah.
Yeah. So they have to use they're not using a ball hanging from a chain underneath to maintain the gravity gradient stabilization with, passive means. No, the ISS is claimed to be using gyroscopes rotating with respect to a reference. Great. Show us that data. Show it in a way that we can verify. Please, for the love of God. Something like that, verifiable, ironclad, rotational vector data from these things would probably put an end to this entire argument.
How are you going to create a horizontal reference frame on a ball?
Well, the idea is you start off with one. You start off with you're going to call this 0 degrees, and that could be arbitrary. I'm speaking from the ball Earth paradigm. You send up a rocket, deploy a satellite, it starts calibration. It says, whatever I'm facing right now is going to be, boom, my baseline 0 degrees. I need to rotate X amount of degrees with respect to this in order to maintain down over 90 minutes. That's what I'm looking for.
I mean, if you called a certain place where let's say you're using a gyroscope, and then you send up a satellite or the ISS, whatever, then everything would be referenced at that point, that I guess you would call it that tangent plane on that sphere, and everything would be referenced to that, correct?
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be an absolute reference. It doesn't have to be a tangent to a ball. It could be off. I'm just speaking off of principles here. I need to set some kind of absolute standard. Call it 0 degrees. Whether I'm pointing at Venus or whether I'm pointing in Utah, whatever point in time that is for the ephemeris, I say that's 0 degrees. And I should be measuring a 360-degree rotation with respect to that every 90 minutes in low Earth orbit, 17,000 miles per hour. That's all.
But as you've said, Earth-centered, Earth-fixed is actually, I guess, the agreed-upon reference baseline, right?
It's not. ECEF has a point of origin. Gosh. Okay. Yes, it's Cartesian. It's complicated. Here's how I think of it. The ECEF is kind of like the celestial sphere model. Instead of using like Polaris above your head, it puts Earth's radius below your feet. It's almost like an inversion. Not quite, but that's the idea. They take out the stars and they use, they still have to use the stars, but they put the ball, instead of like part of the ball above your head, they put the whole ball below your feet. And then they create a local tangent plane to that ball. And then they map the ball to the local tangent plane wherever you are to whatever distance you need. They'll say that there are constraints to this, that you can only go about like 16 miles or 250 miles, something like that, and before you start experiencing a big discrepancy between the ball geometry and the flat geometry. But they haven't proven that that's the case. And the ball for ECEF is also created initially out of celestial navigation principles based off of flat Earth with elevation angles to the sun, moon, and stars. So
right.
It's really this gets into some. This is complicated, but ECEF is really a four spatial dimensional reference system. and I don't see it really talked about this way in the literature, but in the mathematics, it works out this way. You have two vertical axes. Got a vertical axis, if you want to call it, which is the radius of the imaginary ball Earth, that it goes from the point of origin in the ball Earth to the surface and extends out into outer space. But then you have call it a z-axis of the tangent plane that coincides with that radius that's a ray that keeps going. And the z-axis is for your tangent plane that continues to shoot straight up. And you've got a flat XY plane out before you in real life, but the ball has its own curving surface.
Can you
the reason why
this?
they do this is extremely important. The value of ECEF is it provides one common absolute point of reference that is equidistant to every place on flat Earth. The only way to make one common point of reference, like the point of origin, equidistant to any surface on flat Earth is to create a sphere out of flat Earth. So you have a radius. Then it's equidistant. And that happens in the fourth spatial dimension of ECEF.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So, one vertical vector is the one pointing straight up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the other you said is a tangent plane, which is...
The other verticals from the imaginary Earth that's below your feet, going up to your feet, and then through your vertical reference all the way up. It coincides.
That confuses me.
I know. So first, imagine you're on a box and you're on the floor of the box. Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll call the z-axis up and down. Some people do call it the y-axis. We'll call it the z-axis. And the xy is the plane of the box below your feet. You also have the w. The w is from the point of origin of an imaginary ball beneath your feet. It goes up to your feet and then connects with the z-axis there and then continues and carries out in space. So if you have this box, right, and let's say your box is 25,000 miles, like extends out from your feet forward 25,000 miles.
Forward, not like
forward. We'll say forward.
Height, right?
Yep. And
okay.
And you want to create a way to track objects within this box. You're going to need a common point of reference. ECEF provides a valuable point of origin in hyperspace that provides an equidistant calculation of distance in a fourth spatial dimension to every point of the floor of that box. So if you can imagine, like when you're working with triangles and stuff, the longer the baseline, the longer the hypotenuse, right?
Yeah.
So imagine if you had a way to say it doesn't matter where you are on the XY plane, you're going to have a point of reference that's going to be equidistant to every point on that reference plane at all times. It's creating a fictitious, artificial point of reference.
Oh, you're talking about the mathematical transformation that transforms the plane into a ball, right?
Yeah, they do this in real time. Yep. So what it's able to do, and they do this because they need it for like range timing equations, for clock calibration and stuff like that. It is a mathematical fictition.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with the actual physical reality. It's just a
it doesn't.
Transformation.
No, it doesn't. It does not at all. So ECEF for the end user gets distilled down to a local tangent plane coordinates, X, Y, and Z with a flat surface. With respect to a point of origin on a fictitious globe.
Wait a sec. It sounds like they're not. It sounds like the other way around. It sounds like they're turning the globe into a flat plane.
That's what it sounds like, but the mathematical transformation is from planar to spherical.
Yep. No, you're right.
It's kind of confusing to grasp, to be honest with you. I don't like it.
I know. And so I sat down and I started playing with some algebra. I took I took like I started messing around with looking at like, you can define a sphere algebraically. You can create a coordinate reference system out of it. And if you add an extra dimension to a sphere, and you add a modulo operation to 2 of the dimensions, you can create a loop. You can create a looping flat manifold. What this means is you can create like the XY plane below your feet in that box using math. You can create a wraparound effect such that any direction you walk on XY, you end up where you started. Kind of like if Wolfenstein 3D allowed you to end up in the same room where you began, if you walk in any direction and walk long enough. And it measures
let me think of it like this. Tell me if I'm close. So you're inside a box, and underneath you is essentially a globe, but like a treadmill. So if you're actually in reality moving along an azimuthal path, which is horizontal, you're walking along, or you're rolling the ball, the treadmill ball, underneath your feet. You're actually walking along a sphere. Is that about right?
Kind of, yeah. Like let's say, those log rollers?
Yeah.
Like imagine instead it's like hamster ball rolling. They plunk a big ball on the water.
Yes.
You got to run on top of the ball.
Makes perfect sense.
Real life is a flat plane below your feet as you're running.
Hey,
but the ball is rotating as you move and is tracking your position. That's how ECEF works.
Hey, Amish.
Yeah.
This mathematical coordinate transformation trick, it can be done with you can convert any coordinate system to another realistically, but
yeah, as long as you're internally consistent.
Like the truth is, mathematics does not prove reality in all cases.
So yeah, globers will begin with latitude and longitude and go through all these contortions and then end with latitude and longitude and say, look, it's internally consistent, guys, it's a globe. Yep, as long as you stick with one coordinate reference system and apply it consistently, you won't have a problem. You'll be just fine.
In your first year of university, they'll teach you this to a small degree in a linear algebra course. They'll teach you linear transformations.
Yeah.
How to do mappings, linear mappings.
Absolutely, they do. Yep.
And then when you do, I think, second year calculus or it's geometrical calculus, they'll teach you.
Then they start going to 2D and 3D.
Yeah, they'll teach you everything at that point.
Yeah. And then you learn about quaternions, which are all the rage in our back chats, by the way. So the rotational vector I talked about that's missing, the formula that's applied to ECEF to make the satellites think that they're rotating when they're not is a quaternion. It's taking a 3D space and rotating it in 3D space. And it's doing it with math because no 3D rotation is measured in reality.
Yeah, I wanted to come back to that, Amish, because
what do you mean?
Okay,
so, sorry.
So they do claim that the ISS uses these stabilizers, right? Why don't they just make its rotation equal to its orbital period?
I don't know. Like mechanically, right?
Well, they could just we just need to do this so that it begins spinning and then just maintains that spin and it'll be equal to its orbital period, so it'll just always face the Earth. We don't have to worry about all these stabilizers and shit. It'll just be tidally locked, basically.
Well, the problem is, get this, atmospheric drag, ionospheric drag, solar storms, radiation, things that can cause little bumps and jitters on the way. Not even joking. So they have to have a way to measure their rotation in order to correct for it. They're just digging themselves deeper. They have to have a way to track what they're rotating with respect to, so that when they're off, they know how far off they are by when there is atmospheric drag, ionospheric drag, solar storm radiation drag. proton freaking wind drag, whatever the fuck.
What is the ionosphere? Is that like the part
I don't know.
Is that the part of the Atmos that gives you the voltage?
So I had a coworker, old as dirt. He was a geologist and a field engineer for radio. He spent 2 tours as a guest scientist in the Cold War. He's an American stationed at Vostok, Russian base, where magnetic field lines terminate in Antarctica. He did 2 of them there, and he also went to McMurdo. His job was to study geology and the ionosphere. So I emailed him a few years ago when I started looking at Flat Earth, and he's probably 80 years old now. I don't know if he's alive. One of the questions I asked was about the ionosphere. What the hell is it? What the hell is it, man? Like, what's going on with that? And long story short, he pretty much ended his email with, I have a long-standing question now. Does the ionosphere rotate with the Earth, or is it stationary and just breathes in place? Period. I mean, chills down my spine, hair standing up on my neck. It's his way of saying we don't know if Earth is really moving. There's no way to know. And so as far as like, what is the ionosphere made up of? I mean, he believes in it. I mean, he and I, like, I mean, we're such nerds, right? Like, I remember going to his house one weekend, and we decided to build a log periodic antenna. So we went out to Home Depot. We grabbed a bunch of metal rods. We grabbed an L frame, and we brought him back to his house. We started drilling it. We had plans for building this log periodic antenna, and we ended up building it and then took it out for a test. And we went to Sugarloaf Mountain and started to try and hit targets with it, with as low power as we possibly could. I mean, this is the kind of geeky nerd stuff we used to do. This guy taught me so much about electromagnetism and RF. I'm a ham radio guy now. I haven't been active though in a while. So, you know, when it comes to what is the ionosphere, I mean, we work with it all the time, especially like, I mean, most especially in lower frequencies, HF and below. I mean, you can.
Country uppers, go make money.
You can, yeah, I'm making a lot of money. I'm semi-retired in my 40s. We can use the ionosphere for bouncing signals. I mean, call it what it is. Is it the ionosphere? I don't freaking know what's going on. But it's true that at certain times of day and night, you can get certain effects. Like, I remember once, so I'm living on the East Coast outside of DC, and it's like late at night. I got my freaking ham radio hooked up to a J pole, and I'm only transmitting on like 20 watts or something. But I start picking up these signals. I'm like, what the fuck is this noise coming? And I start playing with my radio, and I'm able to clean up some of the sound, and I'm hearing a freaking taxi cab driver speaking French. No, it wasn't France. It was in Montreal, but still, I'm here in Montreal on freaking like VHF. Or something. I forgot what frequency band I was in. But there's some atmospheric ducting going on in a frequency that shouldn't have happened. So, like, ionospheric bounce doesn't just affect the lower frequencies. And this was at nighttime. It's goofy, man. I don't think anybody understands what the hell it is or what's going on, but it affects radio propagation in weird and very unpredictable ways. With some prediction, I mean, you can tell like at nighttime versus daytime generally, but I mean, I don't know what the hell it is, dude. It's like a mirror.
Yeah.
So why
I was going to say it sounds pretty firm.
Yeah.
Huh?
So what is their explanation for why you on your AM radio during the day barely get any stations? Come nighttime, boom, you've got like 20.
Yeah. So the sun goes away, and basically all the electromagnetic interference of the sun is gone. So that reduces the noise level, and now you can hear things more clearly. That's really it. If I could dumb it down, I don't know how technical or deep I could get, but I mean, at a very simplified level, that's the way I think of it. Sun goes away. The source of electromagnetic black body radiation is out of sight, out of mind. Now you can start transmitting and hearing things without all the interference of the sun. And when it comes back, all bets are off again. Got to use higher frequencies. And when it goes away, you can use the lower frequencies.
I've heard that lower frequencies can go through stuff better.
Yeah.
Maybe not through other frequencies. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of like light. Like it doesn't refract as much in lower frequencies. It just doesn't give a shit what's in the way. It just keeps going.
Well, we just always... you're right. Models are weird.
Yeah, they are. But that log periodic antenna we built, though, I mean, we could probably like cook birds with it. So, yeah, good times. Is it prior part of the conversation? I'm also drinking box wine. I feel like a lush. Welcome to being over the hill, guys. You don't give a shit about anything anymore.
Every day. Wine that has a box with a little faucet. She just opens her fridge, clicks the thing. Wine
Dude,
comes out.
let me tell you what. Black Box makes these little like adult juice boxes. They hold half a liter of wine in this like high C box. And they're like $5.
That's delicious, bro.
And they are amazing. I got a Pinot right now, and it's amazing. $5 for like 3 glasses of wine in a freaking Black Box wine box.
Worse.
Yeah, this is called Happy Hour with Amish on Fridays. This is what I do. Been around a while, you know. Just wait till I talk about electrodynamic tethers. Fuck.
Electrodynamic. They're dynamic in how they send electricity? How they interact with
and receive. Satellites use these freaking tethers, man, and they charge up their capacitors in the electromagnetic or the magnetic field around Earth in the plasmasphere. And they can also discharge and move. Reversing the polarity, they can actually move perpendicular to the B field and start hauling ass.
Sounds correct. I know how that stuff works.
Yeah. Thank you, Lorenz. Smart man.
Yeah, Lorenz, exactly. I love this stuff. Dude, did you hear about do you know how like electron microscopes work?
Kind of. Yeah, they kind of work through an intermediary that you need on the object that you're looking at.
I mean, intermediary, like a
like a gold plate in order to measure the emissions off of that into the optic. So you're not really viewing the object itself. Yeah.
But it's actually, what I want to talk about is their lens. Because their lens is a bunch of magnetic fields pointed in like a circle, so that when they shoot an electron through the lens, it spirals towards the center, giving you a more honed image. So they create this homing. Yes. And so
using like a vortex.
And everyone was trying to figure out how do we get convex things. And then the guy came out with a mathematical proof that showed there's no way to get convex on a round lens. So this guy's like, all right, this new guy, like years later, decades later, is like, all right, fuck the round lens. All right, let's make this shit a triangle lens, bro. Triangle lens. We basically take that fucking electron and we warp that electron cloud into a triangle. And then we have another lens after it that unwarps it from the triangle. And you get the super honed electron laser. And that's how we get really good imaging.
I wonder if you can if you can change, dude, what if you were to apply this to like an infrared laser and create a lens for emission?
Those are photons.
Yeah, but the same principle.
Kind of. Aren't electrons?
And could you create a super thin, super highly concentrated, super high gain laser using some kind of chiral lens?
I think it's different because bosons, like photons, they aren't going to like truly be they're not going to work like an electron technically does, right? Because electrons are fermions. The only way that light does anything is by interacting with stuff. So
That's true.
We can interact the interactions into a laser, but I don't think it's going to cause the same kind of warping.
Yeah. So yeah, what is light then to be interacting with the things that we see?
Yeah, it's the electromagnetic forces.
Is it electromagnetic though? Is it?
No, it's a boson. A boson is a virtual particle that is just for interaction. It's like the gluons that hold quarks together within a proton.
Yeah, I know, but when we started invoking virtual photons and crap, it's just a model.
Well, yeah, this applies to every part of reality. You can never fully define anything. You can't prove anything, right? The only way to prove stuff is to have a subjective agreement.
Whoa.
Yeah, right. You know what I can prove? I can prove that Earth is flat.
I can't even prove it's round, but it is more round than flat in my opinion. But I can't even prove it's round. I can only have a bunch of evidence that create a model out of the evidence that creates.
That's an honest take. And I'll say this, the globe model is not as crazy as it seems. As a flat earther, I'll say that.
I mean, most flat earthers start out, believing in the globe thing.
Yeah. I mean, I did. I mean, I was a glober for 40 plus years.
So I can assume the reason you have respect for it, at least.
There's a lot of respect. I mean, it's 500 years of mathematics and observations that went into this, which is ultimately a reification fallacy, but a damn good one. And one that does have utility. I don't think it's real, though.
Thing. I don't think anyone at the true scientific peak, Einstein, Bohr, Stephen Hawking, I don't think any of them thought it was real, bro. I don't think any of them saw it as anything more than a model creation system.
Yeah,
creating models.
I wonder that too.
Reality. I don't wonder it. I see the interviews between Einstein and people. He talks like
okay. I'll hang with you there. Yeah, I think you're right. I've seen those too.
Einstein, bro, he was like, yo, do photons have mass? And he was like, well, it depends on the model. We have two different models that we came up with, and they both work fully mathematically. But in one model, light doesn't always go at the speed of causality.
Right, they contradict each other.
So therefore, we can have some mass that goes at that speed of that photon and therefore measure a rest mass. So in that case, it does have mass.
Right. So like, the double slit experiment, right? Did the double slit experiment invalidate the entire works of Maxwell?
No, it's one lens that you can apply to a different model for utility.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny because Newtonian physics is like the most concrete example of how we do this. Like Newtonian physics is something that always worked within the intuitive field of being on space, but when you got to bigger realms, the math fucked up. And then Einstein came around and all he did was add stuff to his equations and come up with one equation that lets him add all that stuff.
So here's what flat earthers would say. Those bigger realms are conceptual and don't really exist. They're really smaller realms.
Wait, can any flat earther affirm that that's what a flat earther would say?
They would, but they might not know what I'm saying.
Okay, so you're putting it in
the universe that you have, right? Galaxies and stars and planets and stuff. What if these are phenomena that we got completely the fuck wrong?
Yeah,
and they're really super teeny tiny and super local.
Yeah, hey, we don't know the one-way speed of light.
Or something else even in
time. I don't know the one-way speed of light. I like you. I don't care if you're a flat or glober or in between, dude. You are honest.
Thank you. That is something I try to be. So.
Well, welcome. Have you been here before?
Yes, I have. The first time I was here, I think I did really good.
trying to convince some people. I had a whole like showing that people use the oblique spheroid error correction for spherical models used for the Earth in certain parts. It's like, yeah, the oblique spheroid makes corrections, but it wasn't going to convince anyone. You know, the second time I came around, I literally just chilled here. I didn't even talk about flat Earth.
Yeah,
I just chilled.
I recommend it. I mean, if take note of people on our panel that you like, and when you see them online, maybe get a notification, come on in, because you will learn things and be exposed to things that you probably never heard before. We have people coming in, dude. We have people coming into our community to take our conversations in voice and text and to train their AI models on, because we're talking about things that they can't hoover up from the internet.
Love that.
Yeah. So, you get an Amish pass. If anybody mistreats you, you get the Amish pass. And as long as you're cool and don't misbehave, you get the Amish pass.
Sick. I've already been told by, I don't know what his name is. I think Crit. I don't know. I've been told that it's like a tight ship here, and like interruption is really like not allowed at all.
Yeah. So we very much moderate this place. It is the most popular channel in the server, and it's one of the most insanely popular by terms of growth topic on the whole internet, flat Earth. And our community, 24/7 Flat Earth, is probably the biggest community of flat earthers to discuss this topic. And we're not the freaking crazy idiots that, uphold pizza Earth cosmology. We are rational empiricists. We love science. We love technology. And we don't turn away from it at all. We don't reject any of it. We embrace it and defend it.
Yeah, well, we had that one guy come in the other day saying that we have to deny everything academia says, right? Everything.
He frustrated the crap out of me. I'm like, dude, you are so offensive right now.
Dude, if I was talking to him, I'd be like, no, you have to deny it. You're on science's side.
So I was asking.
Be critical.
Oh, well, I was asking him, do we deny hydrostatics? Do we deny planar surveying? Do we deny the gas laws? Do we deny this? And he's like,
He's like, what do they deny? Shit. Oh, it's the Earth. The Earth is round.
All he could come up with was gravity. You just deny gravity.
Even Einstein denies gravity in some sense.
I sent you a friend request, Koreanix. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, so being a flat earther is kind of weird. I mean, especially if you're like scientifically minded. I mean, you just get blatantly rejected. Nobody wants to even hear you out. So this is kind of like an outlet for people like us who can vent and talk about the things that are most on our mind. So
that's cool. I always thought of this duality with flat Earth. Right when it was like a media thing, I've always been a very kind individual. When I hear that people are thinking there's a flat Earth, I don't think they're idiots. I think these people are strong-minded and they have the power to go towards something, and they're just wrong. That was my first impression, right?
Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah. These guys have high conviction and
I respect
low evidence.
Yeah. And then I kind of realized this duality where it's like a lot of people who are flat Earth are just trying to apply their critical lens. And
yeah.
And I love that.
It.
That's what I respected about it.
Yep.
And I think the thing that makes a lot of people drawn to it, a lot of people, is when they realize that they don't need to just trust authority for whatever the fuck. They can make their best judgment off of all relative perspectives. And when that happens, you get more people like wanting to be part of that group of people who showed them that, I think I don't know, it's definitely a thought I've had before.
Yeah, so you know how to become a flat Earth knower instead of a flat Earth believer? I'll give you something you can do this weekend. Go to Home Depot, grab a mirror, not just like a hand mirror, but I'm talking like a wall mirror or a mirror that you hang on your door or something. Like could be like maybe 1.5 feet wide and maybe 4 feet high. Mm-hmm. And give it to a friend. have your friend go to the opposite side of a lake, maybe 2 or 3 miles away, and mirror flash the sun to your eye. You have the job of positioning your head with your ear like in the water, so that your friend on the opposite side of the lake or river, whatever it is, can angle the sun's beam such that it hits your eye from about 2 to 3 miles away. If you do that, you will destroy the globe's radius by orders of magnitude. You can't claim refraction.
Wait, so
Tell you
you're
why.
saying that if it depends on the angle of the friend, obviously. He's trying to angle it at you. You're 2 miles away, you said?
Yep. You could be less than that. You could be 1.5 miles away.
So basically, someone who is at zero, someone who is at sea level in the globe Earth model, someone who's at sea level could not be a point of reflection of light to reach someone
Correct.
who's 2 miles away.
Correct. The law of reflection. I didn't say refraction. The law of reflection, in this case, destroys the constraints, the geometric constraints of a globe. So if you like the Bolivian salt flats, they're also the Bonneville salt flats. There are salt flats, right, on Earth, where when it rains, it mixes with the salt in the soil and creates a mirror surface. It's gorgeous, right? You can find these pictures on the internet of a horizon with a salt flat that is mirroring the sky that's above it.
A salt flap?
A salt flat, yeah. After it rains within a salt flat, it turns the surface into a mirror that reflects the sky.
Kind of like how sand does it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a perfect reflection, a specular type of reflection, not Lambertian, right? It's not lumpy. Lambertian lumpy. That's how I remembered it in college. Lambertian lumpy.
Lambertian.
You've got this surface, right? If that surface is curving and Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, that reflection would start to distort severely.
Jenna Massey
from
posted an
0.7
example
miles.
in the side chat. So just
Wait, how many miles do you think the radius is?
So the radius of the Earth is an average of 3959 miles. And
3959 as in 3,000.
Yes, 3,959.
Making sure. I thought you were giving a range at first. And I was like, whoa, wait, hold on.
So yeah, it is a range. It is a range. It's an average range. The average is about plus or minus 14 miles along the semi-major axis.
There you go.
Wait.
And see in the side chat, there's images there of examples.
So the average distortion of the Earth is about 0.3%. Looking at those images, if those images are true and Earth is a sphere, then severe distortion should begin at about 0.7 miles out.
Wait, and you said a number that I'm not understanding. What was the radius of the Earth? Said like
the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles.
Got you. Okay, now you can continue. Go on.
Right. So yeah, this conforms to a circumference of 24,900 miles. And because the Earth is not a perfect sphere, right? They say it's an oblate spheroid. The oblateness is about a 14-mile differential, which is 0.3% error. So it's really inconsequential. With that in mind, if you were to reflect an image of the sky off of a curving surface of this dimension, the distortion of the sky on the surface should begin at about 0.7 miles and worsen as it goes to your feet.
Is that necessarily true?
Yeah, by geometric standard, by the geometry of the Earth, and by the law of reflection, it is absolutely true.
Yeah, but what you're seeing out there in the sky isn't the same distance as what you're seeing on the ground. It's like infinity in the globe perspective. And what you're seeing,
why is that if Earth is a globe?
Why, when you look out, it's infinity?
Yeah.
Well, I think in this case, it's just defining how your eyes are. Like when your eyes are parallel, you have infinite like depth.
Yeah, but well, you don't have infinite. I mean, you've got the Planck length limitation to start, but then you have the diameter of the optic of your eye, which causes a diffraction limit of 0.02 degrees on average to your eye. So you can't see anything smaller than 0.02 degrees in the distance. It just disappears. The light physically interferes with itself and
it
doesn't exist
it's
anymore.
Our pixels. It's our pixels.
Call it pixels. Yeah, I mean it's a constraint on your eye based off of the diameter of the aperture.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm talking about is the reflection of light off of a curving surface that is then going to your eye. The curvature of the Earth should distort the image of the sky 0.7 miles away, and we can see for miles.
And
the image is not distorted.
This is very interesting. I'm going to have to look into the scientific field and others' explanations of this.
Look into that, yeah. Now, look into high altitude aerial infrared photogrammetry for more, because we have flat earthers who are optics experts going in airplanes with $7,000 worth of high-end optics gear. They're looking at the horizon, they're looking at landmarks and surveying distances from the air. And they're seeing mountain ranges that should be like 14 miles or 11 miles below the curvature of the Earth. But they're there. You can see them in infrared. So no refraction, no terrestrial bendy light.
But that could be caused by
what?
The curvature of the space vector they're on.
What, gravity?
Relativity's form of it, yeah.
Relativity?
Yeah.
You want to talk relativity? What is a scientific proof of the cause of relativity? Do you have any?
The cause of relativity?
Yeah, can you scientifically demonstrate the cause of relativity?
There's no scientific proofs. What?
I know. It's a trick question.
Okay.
It's crazy, man. Flat earthers aren't as crazy as they look, though, but it is crazy.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm just using relativity's form of the explanation, right? That's the point.
I know.
It's not my standpoint. It's the globe model, which I lean towards.
And, Einstein with his reference frames even shot himself in the foot when he's like, yeah, you can't tell which of these are inertial or non-inertial. So
he does
you can't tell if Earth is actually moving either.
We don't have the technology to prove it yet. It's about
we don't.
Particles. Yeah, certain
you
moving
are
particles.
So honest. You are the most honest guest I've listened to in freaking months, dude. Holy crap.
That's flattering.
Flat Earth is honesty.
So, can I ask something?
Yep, I only got a few minutes and I have to go. Someone else can take over.
Is Flat Earth usually tied to religion?
No, not our community. Not at all, no. We are rational empiricists.
Fun.
Yeah, it's real fun.
I've heard fun stories about how there's water outside of the dome or whatever.
Yeah, that's the firmament stuff.
Yeah, the firmament, the breath of God, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no, we're not into that. We are into what you can observe and measure.
All right, I got another question.
Cool.
It's going to sound ridiculous. You're going to be like, God, I fucking hate you. But why does it matter to y'all?
I think knowing where you live is important, especially if you might have been lied to about where you live. Then it's really important.
I can see that.
And I really enjoy listening to the conversations like Amish and Creamix just had.
You log in to listen to me? Dude, Twad, Wazzle, man, when I was new at this, I used to log in to listen to you, dude. I still do.
Oh, holy shit. I'm basic as fuck, man.
No, man, 3-4 years ago, I was like, yeah, Twad Wazzle's on. He's going to kick their asses.
Oh, cheers, man.
You're on the short list too, buddy. Yep. Yeah, I've only been active in voice for about a year. I've been around here about 3 years, 3.5. So I was afraid to go on voice because I'm like old and I thought Discord's weird.
How old are you? You sound young.
I'm approaching 50.
You're still young, bro.
Yeah, I'm still young. Thank you. Yep, I appreciate that.
As long as you ain't done no
Still young.
crack, heroin, meth, or nothing, you're good. Unless you get like dementia, early onset or something.
A lot of the folks we listen to are like half our age. Like they could be our kids and stuff. So, and the real young folks that come in, I'm like, dude, focus on graduating, focus on getting a job, get a degree, make as much fucking money as you can. When you do, come back, then be a flat earther, retire early, and flat smack your way to the future. That's what your priority should be. Don't ruin your life with flat earth when you're 18 years old.
Yeah, I don't have concern for much of anything, honestly. Other than work. So, yeah. And even
That's
past
right.
that, the only thing I have concern for is, like, how I'm going to die. I don't want to die a horrible death, you know?
No, nobody wants to. But you know what? After you die, that's when the real fun begins. You got to run the gauntlet to get to heaven.
Although it would be very cool. What if, right, whenever you die, you have a third option? All right, so there's a fourth option. You got purgatory and hell and heaven, right? And maybe there's more. I don't fucking know. But the fourth option is like revolution. And you get to choose what you want to do, right?
You will reincarnate as Pol Pot.
Yeah. I think that would be cool. I've always thought about that because, you know, people like to go on their solo adventure with religion and spirituality. And I was like, I wonder what it would be like to just have your own religion, right? And then, like, how could you overthrow God, right? Just strictly on yourself with your soul, you know?
Every time that's happened, they failed. So I don't recommend it. Just saying.
But maybe it's possible. I don't know.
Well, the first time they tried was the Tower of Babel. The second time they tried was with NASA. And we're here. So.
You said NASA?
Yeah, they tried again with NASA after the Tower of Babel, and they failed. So, because of us. Halfway joking, but maybe not.
It's fun. It's fun stuff.
Yeah.
It's really, really difficult to believe in them. Mainly because I don't.
I think flat Earth was one of the hardest things I've ever done, dude. Like, I used to work with a lot of technology that I thought debunked flat Earth. And it was a major holdup. Major holdup. I spent a couple years wrestling with this. Some flat earthers were like, as soon as I saw it, I was there. Not me. It took a long time, man.
Yeah, my dad is a flat earther, and his basic evidence, it just comes from TikTok. It's funny.
Yeah, that's not right. You gotta do it for yourself. You
need to tell him to get his butt in here.
I won't do that.
They hear you?
He's got too many other things on his mind, like fucking dying. You know? It's coming up. He's 50 years old. He's gonna die.
Oh.
Hey, I found a video of someone showing the curvature from a salt flat.
Salt flat.
Yeah, we talked about those earlier.
What is that? I'm sorry, I wasn't here.
It's a thing with, I believe it was salt in sand, like salt sand. When it gets like wet, you know how sand, when it's wet on the beach, you can like see the sun reflecting off of it. It like makes a perfect mirror. There's actually some in the side chat. There's some pictures in the side chat.
You see? That's funny. What am I doing? There you go.
Yeah, there's a video of someone who is at a higher elevation and using a zoom.
Oh, I've seen this before. It's so beautiful, dude. I want to go there.
I want to go there just from seeing it for a second.
I seen this a while ago, and I was like, holy fuck, damn.
I gotta go. Be back later.
I like to go in like the Christian chat channels sometimes. And I'll say something stupid like, God is gay. And then like, you just try to like defend it, you know?
I can say stuff like God is non-binary or more binary, right? If God is the alpha and omega, and that just like tweaks people's brains all the way.
Yeah. They like ban you immediately. It's fucking awesome.
No, I like doing that kind of stuff too. I'll go into those Christian chats and be like, yeah, so God is male and female. How do you like that? They're like, oh, no, how could you?
That's good stuff.
I'm like, if God says I am the alpha and the omega, well, alpha is male and omega is female. So you tell me.
Yeah.
So I see Daza's chat skanking, but I don't see him in the VC. But I like to be like, fuck you, Daza. Double speaking ding dong.
Well, okay, so Daza, if you're listening on YouTube, could you please respond to me in the side chat?
How's Daza?
He's one of our Australian brethren.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's a Kiwi.
He's a double speaking ding dong, though. I'll show you in the chat how he's a double speaking ding dong.
Just like Tony Soprano.
Oh, Daz is not the same person as Daz68, is he?
No.
Yeah, right. Those are
Big
two
difference.
different people. Daz68 is a flat earther, and Daza is a double speaking ding dong.
Correct.
Oh, I've seen that guy before. Usually on the Flat Earth Discord, but not here.
Yeah, he skanks all over the place.
So when do we get off the flat earth?
You actually can't leave. It's a closed system, buddy.
Fuck.
What if we dig out of it?
Yeah, well,
Bazinga. You can't dig out. Nah, sorry, bro. You can't dig out. You can't go
There's a
up
couple
to get out. You
boreholes
can't.
that tried to
Ain't
do
no
that.
direction you can go to get out, bro.
So high, can't get over it. So low, can't get under it. So wide, can't get round it.
It reminds me of kindergarten. We're just fucking learning ups and downs.
Jenna, I see this image you posted. He posted that within 1 minute of each other.
Yeah, I posted this Daza double speaking. GPS is a good experiment. GPS is not an experiment. Bro,
I like
double
that's
speaking
not even
fucking
double speak.
retard.
That's just contradiction, dude. That's just bad argument.
No, I mean that's double speak, bro. It's literally double speak is when you say something positive on one end and you say the same thing on the back foot negatively, right? You're like, it's good and then it's bad, but then it's bad, but then it's good. Like you're double speaking, dude. You're talking out both sides of your face.
I think double speak, I'm not entirely sure, but from what I know, it's like a yin and yang type of thing where you can say one thing, but it also means another thing, you know? It could mean like multiple different things, so it could be like triple speak, you know?
No. Like this is a clear example of some double speak right here. It's just a visual example.
Double speak is when you say something and then later on you say something that contradicts what you previously said.
Which is
In this
exactly
case, he
what I'm
literally
showing that
directly
Daza did.
contradicted himself in the most obvious way possible using the English language.
Are y'all sure?
I will never ever let him live it down either. I'm like, because I screenshot that. I was like, you're not getting away from this ever.
Oh, DJ, I remember Mute Writer.
Yeah, just a troll.
Yeah, he just wanted to insult us from the side chat.
That's what he does when he comes here. That's his thing.
Yeah, not today.
See, his leading statement was, "Oh, is this the science denying channel? Oh, flat Earth, yeah, it is."
Well, it depends
That's
what
so
science he's
funny
talking
because
about.
we could really hit him so hard in the face with ultimate empirical, absolute demonstrable science. Like, so do we deny hydrostatics, right? Do we deny the gas pressure laws? Somebody else was talking about this earlier. And that's kind of how you got to come at them, you know?
Right now,
we cite so much from academia, whether it's in defense for an argument that we make or whether it's as a hostile witness against our opponent. We're constantly providing information from academia.
Yeah, that's awesome. You know, I'm going to college right now, and I'm taking organic chemistry, and it's so much fun.
Nice. I'm in machining.
Machining?
Lathes and mills. It's like
Ooh.
You cut metal. It's pretty cool.
Put cogs together, but make it all electric.
Yeah, eventually, if I ever get good enough.
Well, you just keep improving every day. Find people that you are better than you and devour their skill. That's what I do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need to find like an apprenticeship or something, hopefully.
No, but if they want to teach you, I don't know. You definitely need to find someone you're comfortable with and who seems very honest and open and direct. Right? Direct and concise are the best teachers to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my teacher now kind of sucks dick, but
yeah,
I don't blame him. He's got a bad leg and 20 students to take care of constantly. So
yeah, it's standardized learning. It's not individualized.
That sucks. At least I get to play around with all this shit, you know.
Well, you get to do research on the side and then come to your teachers with questions. That's what's the only part that is individualized.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of research are we talking here?
Fucking
machining.
Yeah.
What, machine learning?
No, I don't think.
No, just machine, metal and shit. You know, cutting metal.
Oh, like CNC machines?
Yeah. I'm not into CNC yet. I'm just doing manual.
My father was really into woodworking. We used to make wooden swords all the time.
Wood is cool too. Make like pins and all sorts of stuff.
Hell yeah.
I made my desk, but I didn't have like a fucking solid table. I used like a leg stand to make this desk. It's like, yeah. Funny.
Home Depot has all the materials you need. Who needs IKEA?
Dude, IKEA is like the woman version of Home Depot. I heard that on the internet.
You buy the stuff pre-collected?
Yeah.
You gotta take the time to collect that shit.
Yeah, you gotta walk around for an hour.
Gotta have the standard ass tools so you can build shit out of your brain. See, I like that perspective though.
Yeah.
You don't need, if you bought like enough IKEA materials, then you could build shit out of your brain like Lego blocks. But when you can just take that shit, slap it together, like, bro. Yeah, the imagination is the limitation.
MacGyver, yeah. Yeah, I used parts from my old desk to like make a stand for the right side of it, and then I have a what do you call these things? Like 90-degree angle bars that are screwed into the wall.
Got you. My dad actually, he was so into woodworking, he made the entertainment system for our family room. Like, it took up an entire wall of a big house, and it was just drawers and cabinets for discs and cabinets for speakers. It was all perfectly made too, so everything fit in its place just barely.
Fucking cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I seen this picture of a carved wood floor. And it was like carved as a carpet. Or not a carpet, but a rug. A pretty rug. Yeah.
Like cool. Carved as a rug?
Yeah, so like the wooden floor had like a section that looked like a rug because it was carved like that, you know.
Oh, that's interesting.
It looked really cool. Well, it might have been AI or something. I don't fucking know.
What kind of rug? Like, just like the texture of a rug, or was it like a rug design?
It was a rug design, like a cool design on it. Yeah,
that's sick. You could do hippie, dude. How sick would that be? You do like hippie designs, but it's all in black and wood, and then there's like equations too. You're like a mathematic hippie. That's what it is.
Fucking Isaac Newton died a virgin.
Can you fucking believe? Did he? No, he didn't. Did he?
Yeah, that's what it says on Google.
Oh, Newton. Sorry, Einstein didn't. Yeah, Newton did. Yeah.
Yeah, crazy.
Have you seen Epic Rap Battles?
Yeah. I'm gonna watch this while I smoke cigarette.
So how do they know that about Newton?
It's a good question. But apparently he was well known for his secluded and hermited lifestyle.
Yeah, he had no recorded romantic relationships or anything. He's just like me, for real. Fuck, man, I've got Miss Rachel stuck in my head. Y'all know who that is?
No.
Good. I don't have kids. I don't have one. I have a nephew. He stays here all the time.
Man, you know, some days I feel like I'm ready to be a father, and some days I feel like I never want to be a father.
I feel the same way. It's a constant switcheroo. It's like, I would be a great dad.
Yeah.
Not today.
I would be a horrible dad. It would be so difficult.
Yeah.
I'd fuck up all the time. I'd be so good. I'd teach him so many great things.
Mm-hmm.
He'd learn so well. He'd be so smart.
That's the thing. I gotta like become a person before like I have children. I'm like barely a person now. You know, like I am.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Yeah. My brother told me something. He said, no one expects you to actually know who you are until you're 30 years old.
Yeah. 30 is the peak. So yeah, we're gonna get there and we're gonna build an empire and take over the United States and go for Canada. And then I want British.
Panama first, bro.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, you're right.
With all them people
That's
fighting
40.
It's gonna take longer for us to need those polar trade routes.
I'm gonna legalize drugs.
Yeah, men don't mature until they're 40. Not 30, 40.
No, the studies keep going up over time. Yeah, I've heard 32.
Yeah.
That's 40.
Before that, I heard 28. And before that,
I believe it's 40.
They're both good numbers. I feel.
Yeah, but like, what about like, okay, so sutures, right? Sutures within your skull, they fuse together at a certain age to show that your skull can't make any more room for the growth of your brain, right? Do you know that?
So you don't really wake up until you're 40. When you hit 40, you just wake up, sort of thing.
Got you. Okay.
You get serious. sort of thing. Something changes. 30, you're like, oh, I'm 30, and you kind of look back and what you've done in your life. You go, oh yeah, it's all right. And then 30s, you make a lot of money. You make your money, and you have a good time in your 30s. But when you hit 40, it's like, oh shit, you're on the wrong side of. You're older. You're old now. You're closer to, because you're.
Now you have to take care of your body every day through harsh, crucial routine.
Well, you're on the old side, so you're 40 to 80 sort of thing. So the average age is about 80. So you're right on the middle age, and then it's sort of downhill from there.
Yeah, right.
You realise that, oh shit, I'm old.
When birthdays become sad. Like, shit, I'm old.
Family.
You just kind of wake up and go, oh, right, I better get serious. And yeah.
Like midlife crisis.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, it's fucked up, man. But that's the beauty of it. We're a human being. We're not like some spirit in the sky, man. Kind of fucked up too, though. But we're meant to die.
50, you go. When you get to 50, you kind of like, you're like, look, I'm just not going to give a fuck about lots of things anymore. I'm not going to care about this. I'm not going to get upset about that. Less things bother you.
I was always trying to fight anything that bothered me. If I felt bothered by something, I blamed myself. Like, not like it was harsh blame, but like I knew that it was how I perceived it and my inability to transform it that caused me to suffer. Right? So
I don't know, man. I like suffering. I think so. Some suffering's good. Like,
if you're attracted to the suffering, it's what you want, so you go for it.
No. You gotta you gotta suffer sometimes to secure a better future.
Yeah. But if I want to do it with the mentality that it's my choice rather than by force, that's why I do it with curiosity and a challenge mentality.
I guess it's two different ways of doing it. I mean,
I would say there's infinite. Yeah, there's no right way to do it.
It's not a choice for me. Like, I see suffering, I just go, oh fuck it, I gotta do it, man.
Yeah, but I don't. Maybe I just don't perceive what you like. I do the same thing, but I don't say, oh, that's suffering. I don't say, oh, that's effort. I go, oh, that's an action I'm not used to. That's it, right?
Yeah, but
I think you get better at everything like it's a skill in a video game.
All right,
if I was high level, bro, easy,
Yeah, refusing to make a distinction doesn't do anything to what's actually happening de facto. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't count into what's actually happening. I mean,
yeah, I know. I just feel like the use of my words lets me avoid all of the nuanced rabbit holes,
Nah, man, it's just bullshit happens and you got to deal with it.
Yeah, but you take it with stride.
Yeah, do what you like. I mean, whatever, as long as it's dealt with. Like, winners do it all sorts of ways,
Well, yeah, but I want to also be me while I do it. I want to be giving happiness to those around me through my personality. I don't want to have a bad day make me all lethargic or tired. I want to keep my energy.
Yeah, well, you're sort of mixing up health issues and stuff like that with what do you do? You do whatever you are, and you want to be whoever you are, and that's who you are.
Yeah, but it comes from your understandings of what's possible.
Sure.
Sometimes it comes from others' idealism.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't think we disagree. I just think we use different words.
I mean, do you think we're ever going to go colonize Mars?
I mean, I am a globe earther, and I do think that is in the far future, and we are making steps consistently towards it.
That's funny as fuck, man.
It's okay.
No chance. No chance in a million years.
You're gonna leave us here.
No, you'll see them go up in the rocket and just blow up when they hit someone. You'll see them blow up.
Yeah.
What if Mars is just over the ice shelf?
I don't
They
know.
just go to a different part of the expansive flat Earth, and it's called Mars.
I mean, your body is still full to the earth. But it's nothing.
In Canada, Devon Island.
Not a place like the earth.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna head off and play some video games.
Salud.
You guys,
Ciao.
yeah, you guys have a great rest of your days.
Catch you later, man. Have a good one.
Hello guys, today in this video I'm gonna be saying nigga and nigger. I hope you guys have a good one. Goodbye. Like, comment, and subscribe.
Crit. I just compared my theoretical framework to a landmark paper that was published in January. Mine kicks the dog shit out of it, dude. Crazy. Let me post this inside chat. What I'm going to do is stop right there at the thermodynamic robustness. See that, Crit? That's how I violate it, bro.
Robert Utah just messaged me.
Yeah, get him to come in here and have a little chat.
He said, "What's up? How is flat Earth surviving? I feel its end. I feel its end is near for the second time in human history."
Oh, Robert, he's lost his mind again, ain't he?
Just send him a screenshot of what his Starbot just put in the side chat there.
Yesterday, when I said join the Flat Earth channel, he said he was. I don't know who he was referring to, but he said he needs to accept that spherical triangles exist. A triangle has 3 uninterrupted complete sides. Those sides can be straight or curved. He cannot wish it away because he exists. That is arrogance and conceit.
Oh my days. He's lost it. He's lost the plot, ain't he?
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about Robert. He's just keep on continuing his BS.
How you doing, T?
Yeah, I just finished work. I'm making my way home. It will take me about 2 hours to get home. I'm in Oxford at the moment. Yeah, on Friday I finished work late. Because
drive,
Friday is
T.
very busy. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, man, that's like halfway across England.
Yeah, the majority of my customers are based in Oxford, so I have to travel to Oxford 3 days a week, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Friday.
Ah. Oh, drive safe, man.
No, I don't speed when I drive. I don't speed. I make sure I keep to the limit. I've got another guy next to me. He's nearly 70. He just does the invoice and paperwork for the customer. He don't do any heavy lifting. I do the majority of the lifting. So I got to make sure he can't have to drive safely because he's an elderly person.
Okay, everybody. Utah just messaged me back. Let's see what he has to say. He said, "I am banned, brother. Alpha gets mad when he sees me. I am one of those science people that really rocks flat Earth ideology."
Who's that message to?
Robert V. Utah sent that to me.
Oh, yeah. No, you got to say it right. You got to say brudda.
Oh, yeah, brother, because he's from the Caribbean.
But Alan is from, I think he's from Trinidad.
Yeah. Where did this idea of a spherical triangle come from? Because all I know is a triangle is a triangle. There's no such thing as a
It comes
spherical
from the
triangle.
projection. It's like
Oh.
when you walk a straight line on a sphere, if you project it onto like a 2D plane, it would map out to be a curved triangle.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, I understand.
It's just mathematical, coordinate switching. It doesn't make sense in reality, but it makes sense if you live in a mathematical abstraction.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
It's not a triangle that they call a triangle. In reality, they call it a PZX triangle. So it's quasi triangle. It's bullshit.
DJ, you're pinging yourself. Oh, you changed that.
Changed it as quick as I could.
Oh, Newt, he's here feeding his ego.
Yeah, pretty much.
He says he feeds off lies/liars.
Oh, wow.
He was doing the same shit to me just for asking him a question. Like, I wanted him to explain something to me, and he said I was being disingenuous or I was disrespecting him just by asking him to explain something to me.
Yeah, he thinks we care about his whatever the fuck he's doing. Nobody cares, bro.
Hey, listen, this guy Sham said he did a recent study, but yet Majin is not capable of comprehending it. You wouldn't hey DJ, would you unban Robert Utah? Are you allowed to do that?
Yeah, sure.
He said he's banned, and T and I guess
mean,
I do too.
unless if anyone else has objections.
There's nothing going on, so bring him in. We can just ban him again.
Yeah,
it's not a problem.
Exactly. Oops.
Someone's sick of him later, just kick him out then. He's the type of obsessed fanboy that'll be back anytime you give him a chance, so it's really up to us.
Exactly. He's unbanned now.
The code to unban is to type ... ban.
Oh shit. Alright, hold on a second.
Oh, it's not. I'm gonna ping him right now.
I just banned him again.
Super banned now.
Oh, he just went offline.
Also, you can use him to get the conversation going. Sometimes that'll encourage other Globers to jump in, and then just sideline him when you get a new one. Just use him as a dummy to start the room, you know?
What is this word he created? Realitier.
Reality, brother.
Dude, I'm telling you, I love Robert Utah. I love talking to him. Oh, he's online. He said, "Are you sure, brother? Because it's such a time waster if they just insult and ban me." Oh my god. Hello, Booger Smoker. Our boy Robert V. Utah is here. Hello, I've been waiting for you.
God
You're the
bless.
one Glober I really like talking to.
Yes, man. Blessing. Bog on.
I just want to say hello, Robert. I just want to say hello, Robert. How you doing? It's nice to see you back.
Yes, T. Well, thank you. It's nice to be speaking with you all again. And so, what's the topic of today?
Well, the topic of today is triangles and whether they can be curved or not.
Oh yes, they can have curved edges. Yes, they can.
So you're saying the edge can be curved, not the
Yes.
lines that interconnect them.
Correct. They can have curved edges. They're called circular triangles.
How exactly does this work?
You can draw it. You have a pencil?
Yes, but the thing is when I draw these curved triangles, it's only when I curve the entire lines that connect to the geometric shape, not the edges.
The edges are arcs. They're uninterrupted, unbroken, arcs. So those are edges, and you can calculate the length of that arc. There's a formula for it, and therefore, if you calculate the length of that arc, each of those arcs, you get the area of the shape. It's that simple.
How do you calculate the area of a curved triangle?
Well, so if we get the length of those arcs, so let's look at the formula for calculating arc length. Arc length is curve length, 1 over r squared. So we would apply that to each of the sides.
Oh, I'm
that
pretty
length,
sure the formula for arc length is the integral of the square root of 1 plus f prime of x squared, but
it could be, listen, I did this geometry, Euclidean geometry, very long time ago. So we can do some research on those formulas. But the point is, circular triangles, those shapes exist in our environment. All right. If you were to go to a party store, you will see these shapes for kids.
yeah, but they're not actually triangles.
A triangle has 3 sides. They're
Three
triangles.
sides connected by straight lines.
No. It says 3 sides. That's a triangle. That's called a circular triangle. So okay, I agree with you that in the real sense of a triangle, right? It would be
Robert, I'm going
straight
to draw
sides.
something, so keep talking.
It would be straight sides, but that's why it's added with the prefix of circular triangles, right? Which borrows from the definition of triangles, 3 sides.
Robert, I just drew something. I'm going to post it for you in chat. And I want you to tell me if this is a triangle. Oh, hold on.
Yes. Circular triangles are a little bit more
Is this a
advanced.
triangle?
I see a black box. Is that your intention?
Okay, hold on. I'm using MS Paint.
Okay.
I'm going to change the color.
Yes, circular triangles really explains the surface of a sphere very well. Yeah.
Okay,
Great.
Robert, can you look in chat? Does this look like? Is this a triangle?
It's an incomplete rectangle.
But not a triangle.
No. It's not. Now you can manipulate that to form a triangle, yes. Like you can manipulate anything to form anything.
Yeah, but the lines would not be curved.
In your example, correct.
So why exactly do you think that a triangle can have curved sides?
Well, it's not a thought of mine. It's just a shape in Euclidean geometry. It just exists, right? And I'm sure you guys have already researched it. I hope you guys have.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, what's up, man?
Robert? Right. In order for you to invoke Euclidean geometry, i.e., circular triangles, don't you have to prove the ball first?
No, we're talking about triangles. Do you want to jump to the ball?
You haven't proven one yet, mate. That's what I'm trying to hint at.
Let's jump
So
off.
you're trying to claim, oh, we can do spherical geometry. Now, guess what? Nobody denies the fact one can do spherical geometry. The catch is you got to have a sphere first. Okay? So we agree that it is possible. Nobody disagrees with that. But the caveat, brother, is you got to have the sphere first.
Well, yes.
Excellent. So, your homework today for the boys and girls at home is to prove that we live on a ball tard.
Do we live on a sphere?
That's the one, man. That's
okay.
The one.
All right. Hold on.
So how are you going to do that?
Okay, hold on just a second. My mission today is to prove that we live on a sphere. Okay.
Excellent.
All right. So, just a second here. Let's get my sources together.
So, the problem you've got.
Hold on.
You
It's only one
know
question.
what the people in here are like. They would probably want measurable curvature.
No, just observation.
No. Don't say no. That would tell me that you're some kind
I only care about
excellent
observation.
mind reader. They want measurable.
They want
curvature,
observation.
Robert. I don't want unicorn pictures. I don't want Bigfoot.
No, it's not unicorn. It's not unicorn. It's a real picture.
Curvature.
Real picture. That's what I'm going to show you.
No, measurable curvature. Because the issue, Robert, you might look at the image and say, it's real. And everyone else will say it's fake. So how do we get anything from that?
Well, again, look at your source.
Because the other day, I showed you a perfectly good image, which was one frame out of video footage, and all you said was, nah, that is fake.
Yes, because it is. We analyze the image, and it is
Robert,
false.
it is a frame, one singular frame, out of video footage. It has not, the video footage has not been doctored. We told you what was done to that one singular frame. It was lightened only so you could see where the horizon was. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less.
So it was CGI'd.
No.
It's a frame out of a high definition video, Robert. You're being disingenuous right now. The reason why you keep getting banned from here is because we don't take kindly to lies. Right? So when you have different observations from the same location, don't talk over me. When we have different observations from the same location, we also have a globe earther who's a math professor that comes in here. He also went there. I've provided his telescope images from the same location. Right? Nothing was doctored. When I asked you, let's just say nothing was doctored, right? Would there be a problem? You said it would be impossible on a globe, so it has to be doctored. Right? And then when I asked you, if it hasn't been doctored, is that a problem for the globe? Right? And you responded, no, it wouldn't be a problem for the globe. Proving that you're full of shit.
No, it cannot be a problem for the globe because you need an entire image of your flat ground.
Robert.
That's what you need. You have a model.
Okay, Robert, we're going to go through this again because
you have a functioning model.
and you're struggling to understand the argument in the first place. Now, you believe you live on a sphere, yes or no?
We understand that we do live on a sphere.
No, I didn't ask that. I didn't ask what you think you understand. Do you believe you live on a ball, a sphere, an oblate spheroid, whatever you wish to call it? Yes or no?
According to the data, we do live on a sphere.
I didn't ask what the data according to. I asked what you personally believe. Do you believe you live on a sphere? Yes or no?
I do have evidence that we live on a sphere, yes.
I didn't ask if you had evidence. I asked if you believe you live on one. Yes or no?
Believe involves
yes or no,
personal
Robert?
feelings.
You can do it. I know you struggle with this, brother. I know you struggle. It's a close-ended question. Do you believe you live on a sphere? Yes or no?
Believe is subjective. I'm trying to stay away from subjectivity.
Robert, I'm going to try once more here. We're going to do this. Do you believe you live on a sphere? Yes or no?
I don't like to use the word believe. I'm a science guy. That's all.
Ladies and gentlemen, for someone who's so well educated and rates his IQ as so highly, who's an engineer, who's this, who's that, isn't it amazing how he can't answer such a simple question? Why is that, Robert? Why can't you answer yes or no? Do you believe you... Actually, fuck it. I'll try another person. I heard DJ speaking. DJ, do you believe you live on a sphere? Yes or no?
No.
Excellent. That's how easy it is, Robert. You've got a 50-50 chance of guessing it right.
I think he wants you to say, do you know you live on a sphere? And then he'll say yes.
No, I'm a science. We say evidence.
Do you think you live on a sphere? How about that? Do you think you live on a sphere?
Based on the evidence, yes.
So
you realize that you realize the observations that we're presenting to you, right? That's us attacking your sphere, right? This isn't us using this to prove flat Earth. You got that?
You have to prove flat Earth. You have to.
No.
Okay,
This is us testing your claims.
You know
Go ahead,
the
Matrix.
photo, Robert?
I'll jump out.
No.
The bendy cranes that you don't like?
Bendy?
You know what that does? From your perspective, what I want to know is, what do you believe what we're trying to sell, what do you believe that does? Does that prove flat Earth? Does that falsify the ball? Is it a proof of there's tiny little ships that can sail between an oil rig? What does that photo do? What are we trying to sell to you?
That the Earth is flat, and it's not.
Incorrect. So stop. You've already stuffed up from the get-go. What that image does is falsifies the claim of a given radius of 3959 miles. That's all it does. It falsifies it quite plainly.
Oh, okay, so you do believe that we live on a sphere?
Is this guy the dumbest fuckwit on Earth or what?
No. You say you're falsifying
Robert. Your
Dan, what are you
science,
doing?
Your science tells us that we're on a ball. Correct?
Yes.
Excellent. Stop. I just needed a yes. I just needed a yes or no. Right. What is the radius of the ball that your scientists tell us we live on?
The evidence says it's 4,000 miles, yes.
3959. Right.
Yes. Okay.
Excellent. What that image does is it breaks that 3959. That's what it does, is it breaks that. So now, because it's falsified, you've got two options. Option number one is it's a ball that's a radius of about 278,000 miles, or option two, it's flat. That's the options you've got now. Now, you know, Robert, just so you know, as with everything, there comes wee little problems. If it's flat, you're fucked. So, if it's a ball with a radius of 278,000 miles, it sort of fucks all of your astronomical bullshit up. So your transit of Venus is now bigger, your sun is now bigger, therefore your distance to the sun is now bigger, so 1 AU is now out of whack, and all the other bullshit that's associated with space and time and distances and size may as well be picked up and thrown in the bin. Because that's what it does. You, Robert, need to understand the seriousness of this little tiny image.
No, it doesn't do any of that.
Yes, it does, Robert. You're too arrogant or too pig-headed to even have a look at it. Straight away, the first time you walked in here, it was, nah, that is fake. Straight away, the first thing you said. The second time you looked at it, oh, but what about the bendy crane? That mean the image is distorted. You still don't even know what that image is about. We could tattoo it on your forehead, so you have to look at it every time you fucking go to the mirror, and you still wouldn't get it.
Unless he could reiterate the argument. I wonder if he could actually steelman it.
What I'm trying to say, there's a third option, and I'm trying to get to speak, but you won't let me speak.
So your third option, Robert, has to be somewhere between flat or a ball of 278,000 mile radius. So if it lands anywhere between there, I'm good.
The third option must be independent of the Earth being a sphere or being flat.
Oh, no.
Yes,
those are.
It must be independent. It must be independent. If there's a third option, an alternative, then it doesn't involve the first.
That's a fourth. You're talking about a fourth option. There's a third one. The third one is...
No, we're not begging the question with you.
Again, if your image, if your video is indeed authentic, right? It could be explained by using a phenomena called refraction.
Refraction is not a phenomena.
That's the third.
Robert.
Third option.
Under Snell's law, what do you need for refraction?
You need medium. You need two mediums, right?
Excellent. So in that photograph, where is the two mediums?
The two mediums is the atmosphere. Is made up of multiple mediums. Right?
So where is the two mediums? Not multiple mediums.
So the first medium is what you're looking through. The second medium is the atmosphere.
We're looking through the air, Robert.
No. You're looking through a camera.
We're looking at an image. So you're saying the refraction is happening at the adjoinement of the camera to the air. That's where it's happening.
100,000 million %.
Well, that does leave you with a slight problem. Because that means everything is refracted evenly. So, refraction, Robert, you know as well as I do, refraction doesn't pick things up and move them. Not forwards and backwards anyways.
That's like a phenomena.
Robert, you just sunk your own shit, my friend.
No, you don't want to. You're saying you're doing it on.
Robert, think about it, mate. You're claiming refraction at the source of the camera. So how does the horizon... Yeah, okay, we're going to let you have it, even though it makes most people cringe, and we all know you're a fucking idiot. If you've got your refraction... Please explain to the good people how the horizon magically jumps behind the oil rigs.
Because the refraction brings that up as well. It's
okay, so no, Robert,
yes,
you're claiming everything is refracted. So if the front oil rig gets lifted up 10 feet, the little boat in the middle gets lifted up 10 feet. The back oil rig gets lifted up 10 feet. The horizon gets lifted up 10 feet. Excellent. So how does the horizon jump from up the front to down the back? How does that happen? When everything is going up 10 feet because of refraction, how does horizon move backwards? This is the bit you're missing.
No,
you're saying refraction causes
you don't know what refraction is.
Robert,
you don't know what refraction is then.
Robert,
what are you talking about?
Robert, again, you're claiming refraction is lifting everything up. Everything. Okay, I will agree with you. Everything appears 10 feet higher than what it actually is. This is cool. I've got no problem with that. I would still like to know how the horizon magically teleports itself from 1.2245 miles to over 10 miles. How do you explain that, Robert? Robert? Hello? I've broken him.
Oh, I thought I was still muted. I apologize. No. Refraction. Refraction. That's the third.
Robert, you're missing the whole thing this guy explained to you.
No, he doesn't know what refraction is.
He does, dude. He does.
No, he doesn't.
Can you explain why he doesn't?
Because he's waving away that refraction could lift all of these things up 10 feet. It can.
He's not. He went with your claim and explained to you why you're wrong.
No, you can't. No, big man. When something is refraction,
what you mean,
get,
big man?
You get
Okay,
when these things are refracted.
We're going to do this the old-fashioned way. Robert, refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave as it passes from one material to another material. The refraction occurs at... Shut the fuck up while I'm reading things out, please. The refraction occurs at the boundary and is caused by a change in the speed of the light wave upon crossing the boundary. The tendency of a ray of light...
Science.
Please, no. The tendency of a ray of light to bend one direction or another is dependent upon whether the light wave speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary.
Yes.
So, Robert, I gave you your refraction at the camera. Camera to air, glass to air, that's fair enough. That is two isotropic mediums where at the boundary light can bend. I gave you that. We lifted everything up 10 foot. That means everything. Front oil rig, back oil rig, horizon, the little bitty boat in between, everything goes up 10 feet. But what it doesn't do is move the horizon backwards. This is where you don't understand the argument. The oil rigs are there for demarcation only. Nothing more, nothing less. So the claim is we're on a ball 3959 radius, okay? So if this is true, and we can only take it off the word of your scientist, if this is true, then the horizon should be at 1.22 miles approximately. Okay? The horizon in that is beyond the back oil rig. We all agree with it. We all know it. We know the distance to the back oil rig. Yeah? It's even on the little photo there. Someone even posted it on there so you can see it. Where is it? Go back up there. 9.41 miles. So we know for a fact the horizon is at 9.41 miles. It should be at 1.22. So that means either one of two options. Number one, you live on a ball tard, which is a lot bigger than what's claimed. Or number two, it's flat. Now,
Or refraction. Yeah, or refraction, or the shape of the Earth is not any of those. It's a triangle or a prism.
Robert, for a second. This refraction claim doesn't move the horizon farther.
Of course it can.
Or close.
Yes, refraction.
No, you said it lifted. You said it lifted it up 10 foot. You didn't say it all of a sudden is over 1,000% further away.
Everything will be bent towards the eye. If you guys were to analyze.
So Robert, is the horizon behind the oil platforms or in front of the oil platforms?
It could be behind it. It could be. It could be a result of interference due to there is some Raleigh's criteria going on there as well.
Do you understand what a geometric horizon is?
there's some Raleigh's criteria interference as well in this entire
To understand
image.
what a geometric horizon is, right? Let's go through this at another time, right? Because we've had to do this before, right? Let's hypothetically remove all of the atmospheric conditions. Okay, the horizon's at 1.225 miles from a 1-foot observer height. Right? It can only change distances if you change the height of the observer. Right? So we have to agree, right? You don't get to disagree.
Or refraction.
No. Did you not hear what I just said? I said, hypothetically, we're going to remove all of the atmospheric conditions. Now you have to agree the horizon has to be at 1.225 miles from a 1-foot observer height. It cannot change distances unless the height of the observer changes, right? So everything beyond that horizon is behind the horizon. Agree?
Yes, at the geometric horizon. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a geometric horizon, right? That's what you don't seem to be getting here, right? So if we add, right, we're just adding the air back in. That's all we're doing right now.
Yes.
Okay, so is that geometric horizon still at 1.225 miles?
Yes,
the physical horizon that we.
Yes.
Yes, it is. So therefore,
the physical horizon. I like that. Physical horizon.
Therefore, the oil platforms are behind the horizon, beyond the horizon.
Yes. Absolutely. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do I need to keep explaining why that's a problem for you?
No, it can't be a problem. Refraction is now bought because we added the air. When you add the air, you added the air. Therefore, you have added a refraction element variable to this observation.
Robert, if there is refraction, which way is it bending? Because it doesn't bend in all directions at the same freaking time. So the light's bending. Okay,
yes.
Which way? Is it bending down? Is it bending up? Is it bending to the left or bending to the right?
It is being redirected to the observer.
Which way is it bending, Robert? Is it bending up, down, left, or right?
Refraction can bend things in different ways, but it's right now. It's whoever is observing
the Black Swan image. I shall repost it for you, just so in case you've forgotten which one.
It's bending towards the observer. That's what refraction is.
That would be up, down, left, or right.
So when the sunlight hits the image,
Robert, you said it's bending towards the observer. That's nice. Now, is that up, down, left, or right?
If you're standing adjacent to it, it would make an up. Then it would swing to your right. Yes. If you're on the left, if you're on the left side,
to the right.
You're on the left side of the platform.
Robert, you're talking shit again, mate. You've got no anything in this game. So you've made a call that it's refraction. So
I made a call that it's fake.
Robert, your problem is you and me and every other person in this room knows refraction does not magically pick things up and move them behind other things. It moves everything in one complete sitting. So when you said it was refraction at the camera and everything was bent up 10 feet, I agreed with that because that's how it works.
Yes.
It doesn't magically pick the horizon up and chuck it up the back.
No, it doesn't. Everything is being bent and redirected. So brother, the rig is in front of the horizon, right? So the rig is bent towards the observer first. The rest of what is visible back there is also bent towards the observer.
Okay, Robert, let's just hammer the shit out of this now.
Yeah, man, let's do it, brother.
What infrared cameras do?
Here we go. We're moving the goal.
No, I'm going to pick the goalpost up and burn the fucking thing. There ain't moving them. Infrared technology reduces refraction. True or false?
Chelsea plays tomorrow.
So what?
Yeah, the goalposts. Chelsea.
Robert, If I was to pick up an infrared camera, would that remove or reduce refraction?
If you use an infrared camera, you will not see those rigs.
That's not what I asked you, Robert. I didn't ask if you could see the rigs. I asked, would it reduce or remove refraction? Yes or no?
Yes, because infrared wavelength is
Excellent.
different.
This is the problem you've got, Robert. You lot come in here and go, refraction. I'm going to get a fucking clip of that. I can see it already.
Yeah, it's refraction.
You
That's the
lot
third
come
one.
in here and squawk refraction on a daily basis.
No, I said it was fake.
Don't say fucking no. You've said refraction about 20 times in the last 5 minutes.
I said the image was fake. That is my.
Because you're too stupid to understand the seriousness of the situation, as I explained earlier. So, problem, Robert. If I get a device, like an infrared camera, which reduces refraction, now your claim is, or it has to be, the reason we see so far is because of refraction. Now, if we get a device that reduces or removes refraction, we shouldn't see as far. That is logically sound. Now, the issue I've got is whenever I've seen infrared photos, they see a lot further than what you're claiming. So, Robert, pull your fucking head in, mate. Anyways, boys and girls. Oh, look at this. Looming refraction allows us to see beyond the curve. So, Robert, if we're to grab the infrared camera, which reduces refraction, and I see further than what the so-called looming allows you to see, that means you are mistaken in your knowledge of what this looming does or does not do.
Yeah, he just cooked himself by saying it's looming.
Wow. Well, I'm going to go out and mow the lawn because it's more sensible than Robert, seriously. At least it's consistent. It's green. I'll catch you all guys a bit later, probably an hour or so.
The lawn,
good one, Matrix.
The lawn is objectively smarter than Robert.
Yes, mate.
So yeah, mow the lawn.
Peace, guys. I'll be back soon.
At least the grass knows which way up is.
But it's refracted, brother.
That's right. Did Robert forfeit his geometric horizon?
No, it's still there. It's just that refraction allows you to see beyond it.
Oh, I say so. Boats aren't getting blocked by it then.
Right. Yeah, no, that's what refraction is, a phenomena in our environment, our world, because of
we don't
the
see
atmosphere.
we don't see objects being blocked from view by it. Then, do we?
The refraction, brother. The geometric horizon is still there.
It's a simple question, Robert. It's a simple
We're on a
question.
sphere.
Do we or do we not see objects blocked from view by the geometric horizon?
Yes, absolutely. Occlusion, yeah, absolutely.
When?
You just
every day. Every day
you are
every day.
Bro,
every day.
You realize you're double speaking. Do you realize
the sun is occluded by that geometric horizon every day.
One sec, bro. You said we see beyond the geometric horizon.
You see beyond because of the phenomena called refraction.
Right, so we're not seeing the geometric horizon, are we? It's not blocking anything from view because we can see beyond it.
We're not interested in looking at the horizon. We're interested in looking at the object beyond the horizon. I don't care about the horizon.
You just said that things are blocked from view by the geometric horizon, yet somehow we can see. Yet somehow we can. Oh, I'm not allowed to finish my sentence. Okay. You just said objects are blocked from view, most definitely, by the geometric horizon, and then claimed in the next breath that we can see beyond it. So which one is it?
Refraction allows you to see objects beyond the curve.
Right. So we don't. So things aren't getting blocked by the geometric horizon because
Yes,
we
they
can see.
are. Without refraction, you can't see them.
How?
Without refraction, you cannot see them.
No,
The
we
phenomena
can
called
see them.
refraction,
We can
there's a
see
refraction.
the object. It's not being blocked from view.
Yes, it is 100% occluded, but because of a phenomena called refraction, redirection of light towards the observer, you're able to see them.
Right.
Not
So it's not
perfectly.
being blocked from view. Then
Yes, it
I
is
can see it. If you can
It is
see an
occluded
object,
by the
if you
geometric
can see
horizon.
an object, is it obstructed from your view?
It's like it's like a periscope. The refraction allows you to behave like a periscope.
Are you seeing the object or you're not?
Yes.
You're seeing the object.
Correct.
So it's not obstructed from view then, is it?
Refraction allows you to see it.
Right. So it's not being obstructed by the geometric horizon.
It is without the refraction.
Oh, it is without the refraction. Can you show that?
What is this?
You not understand the claim, Robert, right? We're challenging your geometric horizon. How do you know there's a geometric horizon there? It's undetectable. It no longer matches the definition of what a horizon is.
Because you can,
right? You're not addressing. Hold on, don't cut me off, dude. Please, Robert. All right, don't make me having to start like muting you. Right, just mute yourself while I'm talking, and then I'll let you finish your sentences. It's ridiculous the way you cut people off all the time. It's half the reason you get banned, dude. So you claim looming, right? You're claiming that it is being lifted up over the geometric horizon. What geometric horizon? You don't have any evidence that there is such a thing as a geometric horizon in any of these observations. It's undetectable.
Again, if you go out there every day to try to find those rigs, if it's indeed refraction while you saw it yesterday, you will not see it today. That's what I'm saying to you. You understand?
Yeah, but that's our argument, right? So what we're claiming, right, is that the horizon's an apparent location, right? Exactly as it's defined, right? The apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. You're claiming a geometric horizon, right? So you need to be able to prove that there's a geometric horizon at 1.225 miles. You're not able to do that, right? You don't know. Hold on a second. You're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're interrupting me again. Why? We just had that talk. Right, so you're claiming a particular type of effect, a particular type of mirage, right? You're claiming looming is taking place. Okay, you have absolutely no idea what the vertical temperature gradients are doing between point A and point B. You're just making a baseless claim. You have no evidence, right, that there's a geometric horizon.
Yes, we do have evidence that there's a geometric horizon. Indeed, we do.
Okay, present your evidence. Present it.
Okay, if you see what I posted there, globe Earth, I posted it there. We live on a sphere. Automatically gives you a horizon.
How did you validate this?
Easy. You can look at the data. The telemetry data is available for you. The image that is sent back from the probe is a real raw photo.
Okay, cool. So you can't validate it. You just believe that they're not lying to you.
No, they don't believe. We don't believe. There's evidence that we live on a sphere. And there are millions of photos like this. Millions.
Can you see the difference in the standard of evidence that we're presenting to what you're presenting?
You're inadequate. You're standing on the ground using regular everyday cameras. You are inadequate. You need altitude in order to give us the entire sphere.
You need a geometric horizon at a specific distance based on the height of the observer. You can't prove that exists. That's the problem you guys have.
The second you observe that the Earth is entirely a sphere, you automatically have a geometric horizon. Automatically.
Yeah, but okay, but it's not there. In reality, it's not there. It might be there on paper, but in reality, it can't be found.
What we're talking about, I showed you, this is an image from a probe of the Earth from a certain
We can't
distance away.
validate. Okay, so we can't validate this particular image, right? So you would have to do some kind of practical demonstration here on Earth to prove that that faith-based image
No,
that
you
you're just showing us matches reality.
No, you don't. You don't have to, brother. You lifted off of the Earth, and you then took a picture of what you lifted
No,
off.
you didn't. You didn't do that.
Am I the
You're just
arbiter
having.
of
You
all
just have.
knowledge?
You just have. No, dude. You just have
you
faith.
anointed me? Have you anointed me?
Okay.
The door and knower of all things.
No. I mean, I could just hold your feet to the fire and say this picture has to be fake because you can't validate that we can have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container, or just have gas pressure in the first way that without a container in an example that's analogous to the claim.
Of course you can. Containment is the word. Gravity is the containment factor. It's the foundation of the everything. Gravity keeps the Earth. The Earth is a closed system.
No, you're begging the question right now. You're begging the question that gas particles have a downward bias and are being pulled to the Earth by gravity. So, what I'm asking from you, right? Because remember, we've spoken before many times. You told me that you own a P900, right? I'm not sure if you know this, but P900s have a record button, right? And you said that you've done countless amounts of observations, and when you do the observations, the geometric horizon's where it should be.
Yes.
You're not able to present anything that validates a geometric horizon.
90% of the time, that geometric horizon stays intact. 99% of the time. We just have days throughout the year.
You should have an observation.
We have days throughout the year where
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, look, I know the story. Right now, present some evidence to back the claim.
Okay, so you want me to go and do my observations and present it here? Do you want me to do that?
Well, you can present anyone's observations, right? Show me something along the lines of what we're showing you. Go ahead. You make all these claims that the horizon, right? You've done all these observations. Validate the geometric horizon. Don't show some picture from outer space as your evidence.
If you used your P900, then it should be recorded. It should be on a drive, shouldn't it?
See, that is evidence that the Earth is a curve. Okay? So these folks went with flat earthers, and what they said was going to happen occurred. Okay?
Dude, you are low level, Robert.
No, I'm just factual. That's all I am.
Okay, so you've presented some evidence now. Let's go over it. Okay, what's the location? What's the location?
I don't know what the location is.
Okay, what's the height of the observer?
4 foot off of the ground.
Okay, so are you sure about that?
Yeah, 4 feet. That's what the guy said in the video. And they also was looking at an object from 10 miles away. Right? So he did the calculation. The object would show up when it's at about 40 feet in the air. They lifted the balloon, the object, 20 feet, and they did not see it. When the balloon.
So let's go over it. Okay, so what's the distance to the horizon from a 4-foot observer height?
1.22 times square root of 4 feet. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what's the distance to the geometric horizon from 4-foot observer height?
Let's calculate it. Let's do it. So we have 4 square root times 1.22, 2.4 miles, 2.44.
2.4 miles. Okay, so do you have a validation that there's a geometric horizon at that distance?
Yes.
That's the thing in question here. That's what I'm challenging you about. You do realize this is all about the geometric horizon.
Yeah. The object.
Okay, so what part of the video shows? What part of the video validates a geometric horizon exists at that distance, and you're assuming what? There's no refraction this day. You know what the refractive index was between point A and point B, do you? To validate that somehow there was no refraction taking place, or no types of mirages.
Remember,
you got that information?
Well, do you have the information on the rigs? On this one,
no, because I'm not claiming a geometric horizon. I'm claiming
you're
apparent location.
Then you're falsified. You're falsified. You're falsified.
Listen, stop, Robert. Stop. You're claiming, right? So so I'm presenting the black swan attacking your geometric horizon claim. You're presenting this evidence trying to confirm your geometric horizon claim. I'm not claiming a geometric horizon, right? I'm claiming that a horizon's an apparent location, and it's always going to be in a different location because it's apparent due to these types of weather conditions that you're calling refraction, right? Due to different vertical temperature gradients and whatnot. Okay, so you're claiming that somehow on this day, the horizon should be at 2.2 miles? You just claimed that. So which part of the video, shut up, which part of the video validates a 2.4? Was it 2.4 or 2.2?
They're not looking for that. They're checking the horizon for 10 miles. That's the only thing they're interested in.
No. You just told me. You just told. No, hold on a second. Hold on a second. 4-foot observer. A 4-foot observer height requires a 2.2 mile geometric horizon.
Yes.
So where in this video is the geometric horizon?
They're not putting the object at 2.244.
No, but you have to have a geometric.
Putting the object at 10 miles. They did not do the 2.44. That is not anywhere in this video.
Okay, so
they're
let's
only
do the math. Okay, so what's the height? What's the height? Hold on, relax. What's the height of the object that's at 10 miles?
Okay, they started at ground level, right? They did not see it. They raised it to 20 feet. They did not see it. They estimated that you would see it at 40 feet. The object showed up at 40 feet. So the curve.
Why are you telling me the height of, when I asked you what's the observer height? You said 4 feet.
Yes.
Say 4 feet. You said the guy in the video says the height of the observer was 4 feet.
Right. 4 feet.
Right. So on a globe that requires a physical horizon. You liked that term, right? At 2.2 miles.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, so is there a physical horizon at 2.2 miles from the 4-foot observer height?
Yes.
Okay, where in the video do I need to go to validate that?
They were not doing that in the video. That's nowhere in the video. They are 10 miles.
Okay,
they're trying to see an object 10 miles away.
Okay. Okay, so it's a 4-foot observer height, and they're trying to observe an object that's 10 miles away.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's the height of the object that's 10 miles away?
They went a step further. They to help you. They put the object.
Why can't you? No, you need to answer my question.
Okay. I was just trying to make it.
If you can't answer it, just say I don't know.
I do know the answer.
If you don't know,
I do know the answer.
Hey, tell me the answer. Thank you.
45 feet.
Sorry?
Yeah, 45
and
feet.
5 feet?
45,
what are you saying?
45.
Say it again, slower.
45 feet.
45 feet.
45. It's named 45.
Okay, so what they're looking at is 45 foot high? What is it?
Balloons on a string.
Okay, which part of the video can I see this?
Oh, okay. Then let's watch it. Let's watch it as a boss together. So let's go. Blah 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 blah. Okay, hold on. So we're looking at around. Jeez, after 3 minutes and 25 seconds. You can start watching from there, and it goes all the way up to about. What is this guy doing? About about 4 minutes. So, about 4 minutes. So start watching from
Okay,
2.5.
so do you remember what? Okay, great. I'll have a look. Right. So do you remember what my what I'm attacking here? The geometric horizon, right?
The geometric horizon.
That's what I'm. Okay, so this whole thing has been about you trying to validate a geometric horizon. Do you agree?
We're trying to validate that the Earth.
The whole point.
That the Earth curves.
No. Geometric horizon. Okay, so if the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, you have to have a geometric horizon at a certain distance. You're claiming that 99% of the time it's at the correct distance, right? I asked you for evidence of that. You presented this. Okay, so now you've told me that it's a 4 foot height of the observer. Okay, so that means that you have to have a 2.2 mile geometric / physical horizon.
What?
Okay, so at which point in the video...
Again,
at which point in the video... Again. I shouldn't have had to explain that again.
No.
Okay?
You're repeating yourself, so I'm just going to answer it again.
So do you have any evidence? So in this video, I just want to know this, just answer it truthfully. In this video, is there a horizon that you can validate at 2.2 miles from a 4 foot observer height?
Not in that video.
Okay, do you have any evidence of a geometric horizon? We can throw this video in the bin now. Because it doesn't
can't
help.
No, because it is a compound curvature all the way up 10 miles. So if you can see, if you can see the object where they saw it for 10 miles, that means that validates the 2.44 geometric horizon.
What?
100%.
No, it doesn't. So you
yes.
No, because okay. So what you claimed, because okay, no, it doesn't, right? Because you claimed refraction. What if I just turned around back to you right now and just said, "Oh, it's just refraction"?
Yeah, you could. You could.
Okay, okay. Do we agree? There's always refraction.
But refraction only is only relevant on a sphere. If the Earth is flat, yes.
Okay.
Everybody listen to me.
Okay, so what you're talking about, right? These effects, right? You said looming earlier, right? So these effects are due to vertical temperature gradient differentials due to heat. Right?
If the Earth was flat, you'd be seeing.
Hold on, answer my question. Answer my question. Don't. Why are you dodging my question?
No, I'm not. I'm just.
Okay, so looming, right? This is what causes looming, right? When you have a vertical temperature gradient and you have a layer of cooler air closer to the surface of the water with a layer of warmer air above it, right? The cooler air and the warmer air have different refractive indexes, right? That's what causes the looming effect. Right?
Yes.
Need a citation?
Mm-hmm. Yes, bring a citation. Yes,
okay.
brother. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Everybody agrees with that.
So you have absolutely no idea what the refractive indexes are or the vertical temperature gradients in this observation that you're sharing with us, correct?
You don't have it in your black swan either. Does refraction exist?
I'm not claiming a geometric. I'm not claiming a geometric horizon. No, I asked you. You don't answer a question with a question. Right? I'm going to ask it again.
You're not answering any of my questions.
Yeah, no, I'm the one asking the question.
Oh, okay.
We just agreed on what looming is. Okay? So I'm asking you now, in this observation that you shared, do you have any idea what the vertical temperature gradients or the refractive indexes were for this particular observation? Yes or no?
Well, you don't need it because the object...
Just say no. Don't lie. Just say no, I don't know. Otherwise, if you do know, present the evidence.
We don't know, but we know because the object was where we expected.
So you don't know you don't know what effects are taking place in this observation. You just admitted that.
99% of the time, the objects are where we expect them to be.
99. Okay, post a citation for that claim.
Oh, okay. Well, then let's do it.
100% of the time, there are different atmospheric. I don't like using that word. There are different atmo effects taking place because there are always different types of temperature gradients.
Yeah,
right? So we can have looming. Hold on, we can have looming or sinking or whatnot, right? Different types of mirages, right? Looming's a type of superior mirage. Yeah. So you don't have any idea what the weather was doing, like what the temperature gradients were or anything, right? This is not something you can make a claim on that there's quote unquote no refraction in this observation.
There's refraction every day, you're right, but it's negligible 99% of the time. There's a percentage of the time where the refraction is just heavy enough. More significant enough.
Okay, can you provide any kind of citation that says that what you just claimed is correct? No, you can't. We both know you can't.
I can present something that says that most of the time it is what it is, right? That the refractive index is negligible most of the time. There are percentages of time during the year where it is a lot.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, post the citation for that. And then you need to validate that in this observation that you showed, it's one of those times.
Why? Why? We see the object where
it's necessary for your claim.
No.
Yeah, do you want us to? You just want us to think you're full of shit, Robert?
We see the object where we expected it, so it was negligible.
99% of the time.
Just declaring that to be true, bro. We want to see the proof of that.
No, again, it matches our radius of 3959. It was
show it.
Okay, no, that's a different question.
Yeah, you're making a claim, and we're asking you to support your fucking claim.
That's a different statement. No, I am saying the object showed up where we expected it.
Yeah, you're just declaring that to be true.
No, that's a different thing. You're not following.
No, I am following.
No, you're not
making a claim.
No.
Made it quite clear what the claim is.
The object
is 99% of the time. The object is where we expect it to be. We've heard you over and over.
Exactly, and therefore,
show it.
And therefore, 99% of the time, 3959.
Show it.
Spot.
Show it.
Show what?
That 99% of the time, the object is where you expect it to be. Show it.
Okay, let's build on that.
Come on, dude.
Yeah,
Robert, there's been a lot of bullshit artists in here. There have been a lot of bullshit artists in here over the years. You take the cake, bro.
Just admit that I have won this debate. No,
you haven't provided any information.
You actually got completely destroyed in this debate, Robert.
Absolutely not. I presented evidence of curvature.
You showed us a black swan, you moron.
Black swan, refraction.
All right, I'm just gonna, Robert, you go on mute for a second because
get a grip,
Jedi
Robert.
asked a question, right? So this is what Robert's trying to say, Jedi. Robert's trying to say that 99% of the time there's basically no refraction, and the geometric horizon is exactly where it would be expected to be seen on a globe.
Oh, he needs to show that shit.
Yeah, show that shit, Robert. You have to be gone. He ran away.
Yeah, hey, Jedi, do you know what he posted? He posted a black swan. Nat Geo's flag on the lake with water beyond the geometric horizon. He showed us a black swan as his proof.
God's sake, one idiot. Oh, well, I'm glad I popped in then. That was fun. Is he fucked off now, yeah?
Yeah.
What a fool. Oh, well. 99% of the time, it's where we expect to see it. Yeah, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
His Earth is a 99%er.
Yeah, right. Wow. Dear me. Oh, well, I'll remember that next time he comes in. He's a 99%er.
I'm posting a video in the chat. I wanted Robert to help me, I wanted him to help me position the protractor to get the angles between the lines. But anyway, it's all good.
What happened? Why'd he leave?
You'll have to ask him when he comes back. He'll be back in 10-15 minutes.
Was he asked a question that he just left right after you asked it?
Yeah, he claimed that 99% of the time the geometric horizon appears exactly where it should appear on a globe. And then we asked him to provide a citation for that, and he ran away.
Well, you muted him, and then he left, right?
Yeah, I muted him because he refused to provide the citation.
Yeah, he was being dishonest, Rich.
Seconds to answer Jedi's question, right?
He's done. He knows that one of the rules here is don't ask why obvious trolls are being muted. That's not Rich. That's the other dumbass. Look at the pinned comment.
Oh, good lord! There's another one.
Yeah,
he was playing stupid. He painted himself into a corner. His bullshit artistry ran dry.
Yeah, this knucking fucks. Look at he thinks flat is a noun. He thinks that Trump came into office in 2016. This guy is like a hit parade. Dumbest shit you can find anyone ever say.
Yeah, do any of the globe earthers in here want to back up Robert's claim and then provide evidence that 99% of the time the geometric horizon appears exactly where it would appear where it should appear on the globe in observations? Right, so 99% of the time, if you do a 1 foot observer height observation, the geometric horizon will be at 1.225 miles, and so on.
Yeah, and that's where Robert flamed out because we said, okay, let's see it. And he goes, well, why? Why should I? He's just dipshit.
Before he shows it, we've got
the whole
big tree.
Exactly. I was explaining to him the whole thing that we're attacking here is there a geometric horizon in existence? Right? And then I asked him to provide evidence or validation of one, and he provided one where he admitted it doesn't validate that there's a geometric horizon. He admitted that.
How about this one here? NASA's returning to the moon next year. So this year.
Wow.
Really?
5.
They've never said that before. That's amazing.
Yeah, you should get all your flurfers together and find the film studio. They'll be faking all of this and expose them. He was told, you do not need flat Earth to discuss the Apollo program and the moon missions being faked. The vast majority of the people who think they faked that shit have nothing to do with flat Earth. And he just doubled down on it. It's only flat earthers who question the Apollo program. You show him the atheists of the 1960s and 70s said they faked it. They're flat earthers too. He spams the text chat. The bot deletes his comments, and he thinks he's being suppressed. It's like he shouldn't even be in here. It's like I don't get it, but whatever.
Yeah. Do any of the globe earthers want to say, right, that was a ridiculous claim that Robert made, that 99% of the time the geometric horizon appears where it should?
No, they'll just concerned troll for him. Well, I don't know why he got muted. What do you mean? I mean, yeah, now he's filling my DMs up, so I'm gonna have to see what he wants.
99% of never, maybe. Never once see it. I've never once seen it falling where they say it should be, ever. That's why this whole refraction discussion has gone on forever.
Right, and there's a standard, right? A standard 7/6R.
They used to make
never seen it. It's a standard that can't be shown. It's a standard, so it should be everywhere all the time, basically. But you've never seen it before. What kind of standard is that?
They used to make fun of flat earthers. They used to call that flurspective. You see further than the geometric curve of the Earth. They'd say, no, you don't. You're using flurspective. And now he's like, yeah, 99% of the time, you see the geometric curve of the Earth. 1% of the time, you see not that. Something else.
So how come the observations we have only show the 1%? What's up? Well, I'm only hoping that Robert's done some due diligence, and I'd like to see the 100 photographs and observations that he's taken, where 99 of them are the geometric curvature and there's the one anomaly. You've still got the one anomaly. Yeah, what a stupid lie. Glover's in the chat. Are you backing that? Okay, that's a good start.
What's with having to post an example which involves an event with flat earthers and globers? Like before this was even a popular topic, right? Pre 2010. Like, where's all the photography from then showing the geometric horizon?
Well, the closest they get is that other black swan that they always post. And the radius has to be a magnitude larger for that too, so... a little bit more than 7/6. At this point, I'd like to just see what they think is an example of the geometric horizon. Well, I mean, I guess I just said it. It's that other black swan. Never seen anything else.
Yeah, it's funny too, you know how they say, oh, why can't I see the Eiffel Tower, right? Okay, where's the pictures from space of the Earth curvature blocking the Eiffel Tower halfway up?
Yeah, I used to bring that one up, because it's interesting because Paris is in a valley. So from far away, like the suburbs of Paris is way up. It's higher elevation. So you can see the Eiffel Tower from some pretty extreme distances. It's one of those things where the globals could just look it up, and if they know how to read a map, which a lot of them don't, they're like, oh yeah, from that suburb, you're like, way higher, than Eiffel Tower is. Like, okay, yeah, you figured it out. Look at Rich talking about he can't believe he was naive. You can believe that. You can bank on that. That's a solid bet how naive you are.
Is he starting to figure out the problem?
Yeah, I've been telling them for months now that he's the problem.
Hello, Nuck and Futz. How are you doing?
Yeah, that guy can talk in another channel.
Oh, is he a bad boy?
I want to hear him spiral.
Okay, let's do it. Shit.
Except I have to get out of here right now for a few minutes anyway, so do it. It's to you.
He's not muted, is he? And your Pendos.
No, he's just been sitting there self-muted.
Hey, there you go. Your Pendos is like extending his hand out, you know, as a symbol of courtesy. So you're going to, return sentiment, or just going to ignore him?
Yeah, Old Hots, that's a perfect one, man. Like, these are headlines that the globalists just gobble up. Just gobble this shit up. They're gonna wiggle it. Yeah, just jiggle it. It'll be alright. Here you got a helicopter that shouldn't even be able to fly at all. There's no known helicopter with the capabilities of flying. Like, if that was the equal elevation on Earth, I looked up did the math on that. I don't remember what exactly it was, but it was way higher. Like way higher than any helicopter can fly here on Earth. Then somehow it crashed, broke a blade, but then it reconfigured itself, and now they're ready to fly it again. This is like when some intern accidentally bumped one of the Voyager probes and turned it out of position, the antenna. So now it's gone silent. And they're like, oh, wait, but we jiggled it, and now it's back in, the antenna's facing Earth again.
They should make a movie about that.
V'ger. All these years after Star Trek, The Voyage Home, they're still just slaughtering whales wholesale. No pause, no hesitation. Greenpeace gives up, doesn't record anymore. You had some, activists try to disrupt the whaling operations. They get charged with, like, multiple felonies, centuries behind bars. But yet, all they gotta do is slap a sticker on the side of the ship with the word science on it. Oh, they're not harvesting whales in violation of international law. They're conducting science.
It's like Robert Utah. Whenever he gives this half-assed explanation, he'll sit there, pause, and then say, science.
You might as well say abracadabra.
I was up there in Darth Dawkins' channel. Right away, he mutes me.
Who's Darth Dawkins?
He's like this hugely warrioristic, theistic speaker. Like, just wants to just go crazy against atheists. Like Firebrand, like this theist apologetics that is just completely abrasive. Like he will not suffer a fool, or whatever. And he hates flat earthers.
Dude, the Israeli guy Blueprint who comes in here and prolongs, obfuscates. He just waved at me in my DMs.
I still can't believe that guy isn't French. Has to be French.
No, can't you tell by his accent? He's from Israel.
Really, man, that's crazy.
I've never heard him talk before. I was trying to think like the only guy I thought was from Israel was Chaiki. I don't know if you guys remember him.
Yeah, I remember Chaiki.
Yeah, did you know he passed?
Splath as well.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He's typing to me now. Right, literally a millisecond after I say, "What do you need?" He's already typing.
Wow, you're really attracting them today, aren't you?
Yeah, those guys like you who switched from globe to flat Earth, they find you guys especially insulting because in their worldview they think it's not possible. There's something wrong with the flat earther for why they think the Earth is flat. Because in their worldview, like history starts right when they start observing it. So when they come in here and there's a list of flat earthers, they've been flat earthers forever. Like they never existed prior to spawning on their screen. So when you have somebody who started off as a globe, got invested in the conversation, then changed their position, to them there's like, well, how did that happen? What? I don't get it. Flat earthers were flat earthers at birth, and they've always been flat earthers. And you're like, well, dude, you got this first player syndrome when you're really just you're the NPC. You're just like repeating some mantra every time I click on your dialogue box.
Yeah, we found a glitch. We're gonna exploit it. You're going outside the programming. I thought that was funny before Yapendos went, what were you even talking about? I can't remember. And he said something, and you just rattled off this string of math, right? And like I was like, and Robert was like, yes, but brother, he didn't know what to say. It's funny.
Dude, he's saying, why were you speaking about me in the Flat Earth channel? And I said, because you messaged me. And he said, why do you miss me that much? Unban me.
Yeah, hold on. You have to read off DMs. Just keep. I mean, you do what you want, But I would say just keep that between you two, like.
Wait, but he's obviously watching on YouTube then.
He is. He's watching on the YouTube right now.
I mean, you can ask him if he wants to come back in. I don't know. I can go check it out.
He said unban me, so I guess that means he wants to come back in.
Get ready for it. Put your earmuffs on.
Hello, Daza. How are you?
Hi, Jedi. Or no, it's GD or something. I don't know.
Muted this fucking fool. Nope. Not happening. Can't stand that guy.
Yeah, Crit, do you want me to send you his,
No, I got it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there's a log for why he's banned. I'm just gonna ping it real quick. Yeah.
I didn't even ask him if he wants to be unbanned. He just said unban me. He said, I want to fix that guy saying 99% it was stupid. I don't even know what he's talking about.
He's talking about Utah.
Oh, well, he's not here. Oh, so we're going to have two Globers argue against each other. That's going to be great, dude.
Yeah, that is good when that happens, because like they both think they're right, and you get this like immovable object versus an unstoppable force. It was really funny when they start calling each other flat earthers.
Robert Utah messaged me too, and he said, I left because they cut me off too much.
We're gonna
He was hardly cut off at all. I never muted him once the entire conversation I had with him. Right, that's absolutely ridiculous. And we asked him for 5 minutes straight to back up his claim and provide a citation.
Yeah, it just got to the end where he says he won. He declared victory, and then people are like, okay, that's enough. He'll come back. Okay. Here, tell Blueprint he's on back.
Oh, he'll probably come in right now.
You're the one in direct communication with them.
Dude, they messaged me. I don't know why they messaged me.
You leave them open. They can't message me because I don't leave them open.
Oh, like you have your messages set so they have to add you or something like that?
Yeah, so I don't get my thousands of stalkers like I used to get.
I kind of like them, like the stalkers, like especially the really toxic comments.
Yeah, but you're like our group secretary. You keep track of everything, so that's good. I like that you know what's going on.
Yeah, it's fun too when they forget what sock they're on, and they'll shit talk you, and then a couple hours later continue the same line of shit talking, like, oh, thank for the sock exposed. You know, like.
Dude, you should see the messed up stuff he's saying to me right now, Blueprint.
Yeah, man, he hates us.
He's asking me if I'm a pedo because of my name.
Just block him.
Yeah, like remember, keep that stuff to DMs, especially if it's a TOS thing. Here, I'll show you guys some of my. Depending on
I am ready to destroy you, flat earthers. Are you
Hey,
guys
welcome
ready
to the
meet?
Flat Earth channel. Do you have any proof of the globe?
I do.
Make it better than your last visit, Collapse.
I mean, it's the undeniable evidence of the empiric evidence given to us by NASA.
Empirical evidence?
Yeah.
From NASA?
From NASA, the source.
Regarding which claim?
Regarding the world as a globe.
So, empirical evidence, what is the empirical evidence?
So,
you know
according
what
to Google.
evidence is, don't you?
What?
You know what empirical evidence is, right?
Yeah. And I know what could be classified as empirical evidence.
That's what you then, no problem. So what is it, mate?
And by technicality, a picture is classified as empirical evidence.
Awesome. Awesome. Ghosts in the Victorian age, they exist because photographs of ghosts
No.
No, you said
well, you could walk around and you see a rock, but you could be schizo. Doesn't mean it's invalid.
My friend.
Your argument could be destroyed.
My friend.
Don't even make that argument.
My friend, you said that photographs were empirical evidence, right?
Yes.
So therefore, every single photograph that's been taken is empirical evidence.
You're wrong.
Okay,
you're
so
wrong,
not
then.
every. Okay, so
Can I
not
explain why you're wrong, or?
Dude, it's probably a good idea you don't over talk me. Otherwise, me and you are not going to have a conversation. It's going to be hard for me.
Because you blabbing is not going to disqualify my point.
It's going to be hard for you to understand me.
The argument you brought up could be used against your own senses. Therefore, it doesn't only disqualify pictures, it disqualifies people that see things that aren't actually there. But how do you know that something is there? You actually don't. You just have to rely on that sense, your senses. So, like, the argument you brought up is very stupid. Because I could just use it against you. How do you know what you're saying is real then, huh? How's that empirical evidence? What if you just said so?
A brain in a jar. So
What if
your
you said so,
sorry, excuse me. Your empirical standard isn't that fucking empirical, then, is it?
No, neither was yours then.
Dude, you're the one that's
neither was yours. What?
Had empirical evidence from that was a photograph, and now you're backstepping on that, turning around and going, no.
Yep.
It's not an
I said
standard, you idiot.
So, Jetty, I mean, obviously, if you just yap and don't pay attention to what I say, that might sound stupid. But I said, my evidence won't hold up to standards required by you. But the requirements you set up, you don't even pass them.
Excuse me, I thought you said it was empirical.
That is empirical.
Okay, show it.
Show the picture.
Yeah.
Okay. Just give me one second.
Gotta search something. You hear that? Google, show me a picture.
Frantic Googling. Frantic Googling.
Did I not say it's from NASA? Like, I kind of, like, I repeated that 100 times, right?
Yamasa.
No, you can't.
I got a test for you. Hold on. I got a test for
your photographs. If you got a second, let's see. Ready?
I am ready.
Yeah, hold on.
There it is, guys. That's my evidence.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to post something for you. Tell me, answer this question. Which of the following are claimed to be photographs of Earth from space?
Probably all of them.
I
got a better question. So, that you're saying that picture is empirical? What about this one?
Pictures are empirical.
All right, so that's empirical.
But again, this doesn't disprove my thing, because empirical just means things that have been observed to be true. So if somebody observes a unicorn and they claim it is that empirical evidence then? No, we authenticate things.
How can you authenticate NASA's picture?
Well, it's the fact that it's from NASA is what gives it the credibility.
How did you authenticate then that the Earth is a globe, bro?
I just told you from NASA. Like, how many times do I have to repeat myself?
Showed the picture, and now let's authenticate this picture. Show us the Earth.
The sources.
As the ball.
Source.
Okay, dude, your naivety is just. Are you this wrecked, Collapse?
Just because you don't want to believe doesn't mean everybody else.
Are you? Is this a game you're playing, or are you at this level of naivety?
Do you not just trust anything? Is that it?
Why don't you trust my pictures, dude? I'm posting all types of unicorns, and look at this. Bro. I mean, look at the picture. The picture tells you nothing. You see those trees? Are those trees real?
Okay.
Right? They're real, right? So, I mean, that unicorn that's there is also real. Then, according to you, empirical evidence is just a photo. Well, there you go. I got plenty of evidences, plenty of photos.
Yeah, but your
unicorns
is not authenticated. NASA is an agency specifically made for outer space.
So government. There's an agency for unicorns. What are you talking about? And it's defined in a dictionary. So therefore, I have empirical evidence. It's defined in a dictionary.
Again, I told you you're not credible. NASA is.
So you're saying Webster is not credible?
No.
So Webster. So why would they have the word there if it's not credible?
Credibility has nothing to do with what you put out there.
So why should I trust NASA?
Because NASA is specifically made for outer space. That's their job, is exploration and all that shit.
But so how can you validate their...
There's like 5 people talking. I'm sorry, I can't hear.
I was going to ask the question. Wow.
Are you appealing to the authority of NASA?
Yes.
We don't like NASA very much, okay?
It's fallacious. It's fallacious on his back.
Yeah, hold on.
We like
The standard of like evidence you guys have is
Elon
just
Musk and SpaceX, right?
Dude, hold on, dudes. Hold on. So you're appealing to the authority of NASA?
No, we're appealing to the authority of SpaceX and smart people like Elon, okay? I know him very well.
It's not very smart. It's not very smart because appeal to authority is a logical fallacy.
it is, but a fallacy doesn't directly mean it's incorrect. It could just
Right,
mean
so
your standard is.
Your belief in the globe is based on an acknowledged logical fallacy.
Okay, have you seen Julius Caesar?
What does that have to do with you?
Do you know? Have you seen Rome?
Wow.
I mean, guys, I thought we're applying the same standard of evidence here, right? Have you guys seen Rome? Like, have you guys actually seen talks with Julius Caesar? How do you know he's real? Oh, you're appealing to the historians that tell you they're real. It's almost like your beliefs are also. Wow.
You're spiraling now because you just realized that you're appealing to authority.
I'm repeating to you that you do the same thing.
No, I'm not appealing to an authority. What are you talking about?
How do you know Julius Caesar was real? Did you look at the evidence yourself?
Did we make a claim about Julius Caesar?
I'm making an assumption here that you guys believe Julius Caesar was an actual.
You're doing a strawman argument to make your argument feel like it's actually valid, which is not because we haven't made a claim on Julius Caesar.
Just
okay, so you don't believe Julius Caesar
without logical fallacies.
Look, this might sound great, but the fact of the matter is, you do the same thing. So again, the standard of evidence that you keep applying to me should also apply to you.
Excellent. So I want you to go up to space and take us another photograph that you claim is real in the first place. And we will go to Santa Barbara and do another Black Swan. And we'll see who gets back first.
I'll get another picture from NASA.
So
you know what you do?
NASA.
You send the very handsome astronauts into space, okay? And we're going to do that before the end of my term. We're going to go to Mars. I don't know if you know that, but we will go to Mars and we will give you a beautiful photo, probably one of the greatest photos in the history of the world. And it's all going to be done under my presidency, okay? So you can thank.
Donald, tell us what
Send me a postcard from Devon Island.
Here's another one. I just sending another
You
picture.
didn't quite get the request, did you, Sunshine? It's not how many photographs from NASA can you post, it's how can you verify them. Matrix said, can you verify this? Can you go to the moon, like your picture, and take a photograph of the Earth? Can you verify?
Verification differs from context.
Can you verify it?
You posted 1972 Blue Marble 1.0. What would you do? What's something you could do to double check that?
What do you mean double check? Double check the picture, or do you just mean like?
You can say you want to check that out. Like, is there any information on there you could cross-reference and see if it's correct?
Probably other photos that also look like this.
How about the size? Do you think the size should match the size of continents?
Yeah, the sizes will
How about
probably
weather
match,
reports?
depending on how close the camera is and
Should weather reports match the cloud cover?
Depends. Again, it depends. Because the cloud isn't going to stay in one place for like 20 years, right?
No, they told you the exact time that this photo was taken.
You told me the year. You didn't tell me the exact time.
Yeah, well, see, that's what I'm saying. You got a problem then. You didn't really look into it.
Why would I gain from knowing what time it was taken? Also, give me
you
one
could
second.
check it out. You could say, hey, does their story match? Like if someone said, hey, here's me at the Super Bowl, and the timestamp is like April 12th. And you're like, dude, the Super Bowl's in February. You're like, huh.
That's a terrible time for a sports event.
Yeah, well, it's coming up. That's why. Yeah, just
February. Come on.
Yeah, it's this
you're
weekend.
Just authority, dude.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
Super
just an appeal to authority with no ability to verify any of the claims. It's not proof of a globe. Come on, you must have something better than that.
What's even better, because these photos, he didn't even really look into. He just deems NASA as impeachable. Like, here's a government organization.
Okay, I'm back.
With people who have been exposed. Like the U-2 spy plane, NASA scandal. You've got, the ClimateGate, NASA scandal. The weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, those photographs, NASA scandal. You've got multiple...
Wait, quit. Are you claiming NASA lies?
No, I'm saying that people in government are spreading bullshit.
NASA laws.
No, the government doesn't lie, bro.
If you're gonna say NASA lies, can you provide one example?
Yeah,
one...
U-2 spy plane, ClimateGate, photos of Iraq. There's 3 examples.
Can I get a single evidence, like a single thing that shows NASA has lied on certain points?
Yeah, the U-2 spy plane that crash landed in Russia. Photographs of photographs of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq.
Can you send me a link for one of them?
No, I'm not going to do your homework for you.
You're the one making these claims.
No,
you don't even, okay, all right, I see how it is. Never mind.
No, this is how it is. You think that government is impeachable, that the people in government are superpositioned with objective truth.
That's not what I said.
So I just
Crit, check
up until now.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'm okay with you having...
That's not my point, though. You're okay with something I never said.
I'm okay with you having any belief system that you want. You just do you, boo.
Dude,
I'm not here to
I don't know, like...
I'm not here to challenge you. I'm not here to help you learn anything.
The fact that
I'm
it's hard
only
for
here to point and laugh at how stupid you are.
That's
it.
great. That's amazing, okay? But the fact that you cannot provide a single evidence for NASA or the government lying shows more about you than it does about me.
Your yap. Right. Breathe, young fellow.
Matrix, you're low anyway. You're low, Matrix.
Am I? What's going on with this?
Oh, shit. Was I stepped on Matrix?
Nah, it's all good. I'll probably door. Anyways, Collapse, I want you to look in text chat, and it's got stitched Baltard from NASA. You know, probably looking around 35 past the hour. If you have a good look at that picture there, that is direct from NASA. NASA's so-called live stream footage. Now, I don't know about you, but if I'm filming something live stream, I don't really have the necessity to stitch the fucking images together. So, you asked for proof of lies, I hand it to you on a silver platter. Please continue.
Dude, I don't know. Like, what do you mean? What? I'm confused.
What do you mean? My government lies? What do you mean? They cannot lie. Come on, bro.
That's not what I said, for sure.
You living in the current year?
Exact same clouds day and night in Australia. How is that possible? I don't have the exact same cloud for 15 minutes, if not shorter than that.
I don't even know if that picture is real. Like, I don't know why.
You didn't know
how would you even know? How would you be able to verify it? How would you verify?
No, what I'm saying is not real. I'm saying NASA probably didn't even send the 2 pictures.
If it was real, I'm asking you how you would verify it. Claps. How would you verify it?
I would appeal to authority and I'll say...
How would you verify it?
I just told you.
How would you verify it?
You asked me a question, let me answer. I said I would appeal to authority, and I'll say, just because it's from NASA, it's correct. It's right.
Bro, when I was pointing out your logical fallacy, I wasn't giving you a tool to use in future. I was supposed to be enlightening you that that's not a good argument.
Cyclone, the reason why that doesn't work is because we all do it. I told you. I'm sorry.
No. Just because you're all illogical doesn't make it logical, because a lot of you fuck it up. Do you understand? It's a logical fallacy. Do you know what a fallacy is?
Yeah, I know what a fallacy is.
Right, so it's not the way you find something true, is it? It's a way you think illogically.
No, but for certain things, we just don't have the capabilities.
A fallacy is proof.
No, but for certain things, we don't have the capabilities to test some things ourselves.
Okay, so you don't have the ability to know whether or not they're telling the truth, so you just automatically believe it because you can't verify it. That doesn't make any sense.
That does make sense.
He accepts it on faith.
That makes simple sense. What?
Does that make any sense? Why would that make sense?
Because there's nowhere in there.
Because I can't verify any of it, so I'll just have to believe it like a religion. That makes sense.
Okay.
No, it doesn't.
That's not what I said, but okay.
Yeah, it is. You just said if we can't verify it, we'll just believe it.
Yeah, you didn't have to say it.
But this applies to everything. That's like my point. You guys do it. I do it. We all do it.
Your globe religion. No, don't even give them that. Everyone does it. No one's claiming your globe fantasy based on.
Yeah, but you believe other things you cannot verify for yourself.
No, I don't believe cartoons from the government for my entire worldview, which is what we're talking about. You've accepted an entire worldview based on these unverifiable cartoons from the government, and you're saying, "Oh, you do it too." No, we don't.
So,
What if you did? The validity of your argument does not lie in the inability of your opponent to present one or a counter one or anything. Just rely on its own fucking merit.
No, his argument
relies on... But when they say that I'm relying on a fallacy and I point to them, they are too. That should be the standard.
You're wrong. Doesn't validate your fucking argument.
I know, but I'm just saying you cannot.
So you're just conceding.
No.
I'm not conceding.
Idiot. Yes, you are, you dickhead.
Which authority are we appealing to? Which authority?
So like appeal to authority. Like I don't know what you're like. I'm gonna get assumption here.
Collapse. Are we appealing to?
Try to Google what he's looking for.
Okay, I'm gonna make an assumption here.
Can I get in here?
Mick, no. I want an answer here. What authority?
What's your question?
You're trying to project your use of fallacy, appeal to authority, onto us. So what authority did we appeal to?
Oh, you appeal. I'm going to make an assumption here and say that you probably believe in history and most history occurrences.
Wow, dude.
Look, I'm sorry, but certain things you need to do that in order to understand. Like I've never seen a heart operation happen before, but I believe that it happens because I don't know, like it's just pain, right?
So we didn't make any claims about heart operations or history. We just heard you appeal to authority for the globe, and that's all you've done.
All I'm saying is the standard of evidence that you have is not fair because you do it yourself too.
Bro, it's not fair.
You can go and do heart surgery yourself. Go start taking some classes.
What class would I take? What class would I take to authenticate Julius Caesar actually existed?
Question of not fair when you employ a logical fallacy for your worldview and then we point it out. It's not fair. It's just pointing out what you're doing. And then when you try and say, oh, but you must be doing it too if I'm doing it. No, we're not. Don't try and just the conversation. You just acknowledge what it is you're doing and analyze whether or not that is sufficient grounds for your entire worldview.
Okay, let me ask you, how do you know the Earth is not?
Well, can I get in here? Okay. May I?
We're on the same page here.
Guys, come on. I want to point something out here. Collapse. The problem here, we're asking you something about validating a particular claim, right? That is supposedly tangible, and you're spinning it around and making and equivocating that with the example that you're bringing up about history. Okay, these are two different contexts. Think about it. You're bringing up history, which is not even in the same category. Historical accounts of certain things happening do rely on, for example, some potentially an authoritative source or a closer to the occurrence individual that one can claim as an authoritative source. That's a whole different context. We're talking about something that supposedly any one of us could actually go out there and verify, right? In one context, you almost have to appeal to an authority or some sort of external party if you weren't the original discoverer of a particular thing. And another one, it's supposedly repeatable. Okay, so for you to bring that up and say, oh well, you appeal to authority when it comes to history, even if that was the case, in which case nobody here is actually doing that right now. So what? Because you almost have to.
No, that's not fair. Your thing is not fair either, simply because...
Why is it not fair, though?
Okay, well, let me
That's not
explain
advanced in this anyway.
Okay. So yes, you ask me, you say something, and I say it's not fair, and then you ask me why it's not fair, as I'm trying to explain why it's not fair.
Oh, Diddums. Where's the violin?
Look, yes, it's true that we could. It's technically repeatable, but it's not probable. Like none of us here are gonna go to outer space. I'm gonna make an assumption here and say that.
Good.
So it's not
Right,
fair
the
for you to
bottom line
say,
is-
"Oh, unless you go out there and take a picture yourself, how do you know?" That's
what you're
just not a.
saying. Right. So that's the bottom line. So Collapse. We're looking for evidence that can be verified by anyone, right? Members of the public. We want evidence of the globe where we don't just have to appeal to an authority, believe a video or an image that we can't verify. Do you understand that that's what we're looking for?
But you're not gonna find it. It's just nothing.
Okay. So you're saying
Is this how you shut down the flat earthers? Is it?
Hold on.
Destroys us.
Why are you jumping in? Why are you jumping on?
Right,
when I'm
you
in
might
the middle of talking?
Sorry, man. Sorry. Okay.
What you said? I'm like, there's like 3 people talking.
Yeah. Well, you can still hear me, no?
I hear like a mumble. That's it. I just hear other voices.
Fair enough. Well, listen. The point is, you've just conceded that you yourself are acknowledging it's impossible for you to evidence this globe without just accepting unverifiable stories and images.
No, I would like to reword that.
Okay, so you can prove it as a member
It's
of the public.
it's not probable that I would authenticate the picture that I sent from NASA, but there's probably other ways you could prove the Earth is round.
Okay, how do we do that without relying on the cartoons from the government?
I don't know. Like, let me chat GBT this real quick.
Oh my god!
We're arguing against a chatbot.
Yeah, we'd rather speak to you, a human brain.
You guys are just denying the pictures, though. Like, what do you want me to do? You just say, no, I'm not going to take the picture.
Collapse.
Come up
If I
with
was
some
to get
actual
a
evidence.
high-powered laser and point it across a large body of water. Now, lasers punch a dead straight beam, right? If I was to get one that could go some bullshit distance like 20 miles plus and then do a drop over distance measurement, would that be good enough?
Maybe, but I don't know what numbers exactly to look for. That I don't know, like that actually.
We can look this up because if you've got a so-called given radius or diameter, surely we could calculate out what it should be and then go and check to confirm it.
Okay. I doubt you're gonna find it, but
Doesn't it? Sort of, I hope.
hold on.
Dear chatbot.
No, I'm looking up how do people prove the Earth is round? What evidence do we have? I'm trying to see the evidence that we have.
Flat Earth.
Oh dear.
We have to argue against chatbot.
This will be good though, because when you start going through them, you'll realize how dumb they all are.
And Collapse, if you think about it, okay, going back to your previous thing while you're doing whatever you're doing now, okay, at best what you could do with your claim about NASA and all that is authenticate that an image in particular did come from that organization. It says nothing about whether the content in the image is what they say it is. Okay, now what you could do, if you were honest about it, is try and argue for the prerequisites for that to be the case that would allow it to be the case. You know what I mean? So if you were to say, oh, the Earth is a ball, and we have a picture of it, okay, well, how do we actually prove that the Earth is actually a ball, despite the picture? Because supposedly it is, and it's in the image. So you would go and say, okay, you know, we can actually have outer space, you know, a vacuum adjacent to a gas pressure system because of XYZ science, right? And here are the papers for it. Or, oh, we can actually verify that the ball is curving at this rate, so to speak, because it's in the image, and we know that this, you know, ball is curving at this rate. Here are the measurements. Those type of things. Follow?
Well, actually, yeah. Now I think about it, I probably have my hold on. When I
Why
look
is
at
this
the moon,
dude even making the claim before he knows how to prove it? Shows it's
okay,
just a mere belief.
no,
He's
I
got
didn't know how to prove. He just didn't take the evidence. He didn't
shows
like
you
it.
got no
So
fucking clue what you live on. So talking
the
to you is
actually two evidence that I have
other than
is when I
exposing
look at
that
other
you have
planets,
a hollow worldview.
when I look at like even the moon or the sun.
The sun. How's that going to tell you the Earth's a ball?
Yeah, you shouldn't have talked through me. Now you got muted.
Yeah, Collapse. Pro tip, when other people are talking, it's somewhat impolite to talk through them. I know it happens every now and then. We get this shit called lag. I got no issue with that. Shit happens. But, yeah, please don't.
Just fair warning to Cyclone, you're coming in a little bit mumbled, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, why are you making the claim before you know how to prove it?
I already have evidence.
All you did was appeal to an authority.
But now I have different type of evidence.
Oh, what's
You
that?
didn't have evidence.
So,
and then you had to go ask a chatbot. You're like, oh, I guess there's probably real proof out there. I'll check with the
but
chatbot.
I thought, you told me to use my evidence, right?
Just
So
like,
can I
why
use
did
my
you reach
evidence?
this conclusion before you even looked
Are
at
you
it?
making an assumption about the evidence that I have, or?
No, you have made an assumption prior to having evidence. You've already made the claim that you live on a ball, and now you're searching for evidence. It's sort of backwards a little bit, mate.
Yeah, that is backwards, but let's hear the evidence anyway.
So something that suggests to me that the Earth is round is when I call my family in Finland and the time zone is different, and I know this, the Earth is rotating the sun. The only way that would make sense is not if the Earth is flat, because we would all have the same at the same time up. But instead, if the Earth was round, so it's like.
You just worded it.
Sorry.
I mean, can somebody tell me why I'm wrong?
Yeah, when you observe the sun, what do you observe the sun doing?
Just being there? Or what do you mean?
Okay. Throughout the day, what does the sun appear to do throughout the day?
Well, it appears to be going down, but we are the ones that are actually moving. Right?
Okay. All right. So this would be an assumption, but we observe the sun move, don't we? You're just saying that we observe the sun move because the Earth's rotating, but the observation is the sun moves, isn't it?
Yeah, because I'm like the perspective. So my perspective, the sun is moving.
Yeah. So from our perspective, the sun moves. Now, we regulate time zones because of something called solar noon, AM and PM post-meridian, anti-meridian, lines of longitude. These are angle measurements derived from the observer with their back towards north, facing south, and whether the sun is to the left or to the right of them, AM or PM. Now, time zones are controlled by the movement of the sun. We measure them in lines of longitude, dude, 24, right? Now, to have these measurements, you're going to require a flat Earth because they're all angle measurements. You're just going to assume that the surface of the Earth, which is a ball which is in motion, is causing the sun to move across the sky. But the observation is the sun moves across the sky, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that still doesn't, even if that was true, like let's say the sun is actually the one moving.
It is. Then you would have to demonstrate that that was true, not just say it was true based on your belief that it's true. How would you verify that the Earth is spinning?
Wait, but you're the one who said this. I said we're the one rotating and not the sun.
I know. So how would you verify that you're the one that's rotating, being as we got two possible outcomes? Either the sun is moving or we're moving. How have you isolated that it is us that is moving?
Yeah, but Jedi, none of those actually disqualify my point about my family in Finland. Time is different.
I've just given you the sun is moving. You've got to confirm that it's the motion of the Earth that is causing the sun to appear to move across the sky. I've given you how we measure time zones, that angle measurement, so you're going to need a flat Earth for that. But I'm going to let you have your ball. I want you to confirm that it is a ball that is rotating. How would you do so?
But how do I confirm that the Earth is the one that's rotating?
Yeah, how do you prove your supposition, dude?
Well, because the sun is infinitely bigger than us, it doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so again, another claim, right? You're just going to stack claims on top of each other, but every single one you're going to assume based on your position that the Earth is a ball. I'm just asking you to verify one of them. Could you do that?
Yeah, the reason I know that we are rotating the sun.
No, not your story. I want you to verify the story, not repeat the story and give me more claims about your story. I want you to confirm that the Earth is rotating.
Well, the Earth is rotating because we got nights and mornings. Like, if it wasn't, we've
just got the sun moving across the sky, haven't we?
It seems like that.
Observe. The sun moves across the sky. You've got something extra onto this. Collapse. It's probably best you listen. You've got the extra assumption that the reason why the sun moves across the sky is because the Earth is a ball spinning on its axis. Okay? You're going to need to confirm this, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Good. How would you do that?
Morning and night.
No, that's just the sun moving. You're not getting...
No, you made that... I never said that. You made that claim. Why would I need to prove your claim?
Dude, you're the one that says time zones because the Earth is rotating. Okay, nice story. Now verify your story, please.
If I hold a flashlight on a ball and then I move the ball, one side is gonna get the flashlight and the other side is not gonna get...
No, we're not talking about a demonstration. We're talking about the physical and natural world. He's asking you, when you go outside, how did you understand that it's the Earth that's moving and not the sun? What made you the distinct? Don't use a model or an idea.
Oh, how do I
use
know?
reality.
It's cool. Like, how else would I know? What?
Why are you laughing when you're saying this? You know that's a dumb answer. School is not the answer. We're talking about verification.
Just put them on. Yeah, my information from school is a dumb thing.
Yeah, listen to me. The verification of the thing that you think is happening has not been done by you, and that's what Jedi's asking. It's a base axiom for us to say that we all stand outside, we all witness the sun moving across the sky, we all witness that. But there's a logical leap that you make when you say now the Earth is the one that's moving.
Yes.
That's the logical leap. Yes, that's the logical leap. Now, Jedi's asking, how do you verify that the Earth is moving?
Because I understand my perspective is not absolute. Like, what?
That's not confirming the observation.
That's not confirming it. That's not confirming it.
It doesn't need to discredit your whole argument that you're making.
This is a serious question. Are you stupid? Are you not getting what we're putting down? Are you being willfully ignorant?
Oh, okay. If I'm not getting what you're saying, why would I discredit it in the first place? I'm saying how I came to know things. It's, I guess, important in a sense, but that's not the only factor we should be looking at. Because
you haven't come to know anything, you fool. You've already told us it was just a mere belief that you couldn't justify.
Well, no, I did, right? Yeah. So, like, I guess things change.
You were just told it.
Not
yet. You believed it. You just told us that you've got the story, you've got the images, and you just accept them. That's not knowing anything. That's just believing.
That is. Knowledge is just knowing.
Yeah, but you don't know that they're real. You're just accepting.
You don't know.
Believing that they're real.
It's a belief. You're using, you're interchanging the word know and believe.
The reason why I know it's real is because it's from NASA.
No, you're not. It's not knowledge, dude. It's that you don't know that it's real. You believe that it is. It's not knowledge. That's where you're conflating. You're conflating knowledge and belief. You think they're the same thing. They're not the same thing. Knowledge and belief are not the same thing. A belief is acceptance without evidence. Knowledge has evidence.
It's a picture. Saying you know it's real because of saying you know it's real because of NASA is just the appeal to authority fallacy that we discussed earlier.
But again, I gave you a different example, and then you're like, "Oh, I don't like this."
No, you just said NASA again. You know they're real.
No, I said
from NASA.
When I call my family in Finland,
the sun moves. Yeah, I gave you this. Now we want you to confirm that it's the Earth rotating on its axis.
But the way I confirm it by appealing to school, my school.
Appeal to school.
You can't.
Appealing to school.
Yeah, which you're gonna consider appealing to authority. Therefore, it's a fallacy.
Just the whole fucking kicking out is just waste our time.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's
so you're appealing. You're appealing to a building.
No, I'm appealing to authority.
Oh, you're appealing to authority.
At least he agrees with it.
He agrees with the fallacy. Like he's just wholeheartedly agreeing with the fallacy.
Avi, you must have been new here because I said, "Why are we?"
He already agreed. He already agreed.
You guys do the same thing.
His worldview is based on a fallacy. I just don't know why you think that's a good reason to believe in a globe, a logical.
You're saying if I don't go to outer space myself, I have no way of knowing, dude.
Yeah, that's correct.
What?
That's
You've never
crazy.
experienced a globe Earth. You just believe pictures that you were given as a child, which you
The
still are.
information isn't empirical. It's not empirical. It's only just something that you believe as hearsay. It's not empirical.
Pictures are considered empirical.
So what's the first order perspective that you can actually do to verify that the Earth is one in motion?
I could go to outer space.
Go on then.
Really? Have you done that?
No.
Off you go then.
Then how did you verify it if you haven't done it?
All right, let us know. Let us know when you've gone to space. Yeah.
Yeah, you said you can. Off you go.
Huh?
Yeah,
you said
report back.
Until then, you're a flat earther, right?
What? No, I'm not.
Well, because you
regardless
said
of
you
what
have to go to space to know that it's a globe. So, because the rest of the time you just see.
I already have the knowledge from NASA that it's not a globe. It's not a flat Earth.
From your appeal to authority fallacy. And that's where you got your knowledge.
You guys do the same thing, okay?
Which authority do we appeal to?
Well,
no,
again, we could talk about Julius Caesar and all those like.
Okay, so we appeal to the authority of Julius Caesar. Is that what you're saying?
No, you guys appeal to authority when you guys appeal to historians that tell you history.
When did we speak about history? Who was speaking about Julius Caesar? Only you.
Yeah, but the point is, you guys do the same thing, right?
No, because I just asked you. I just asked you which authority we appeal to, and
I told you historians.
Which historian?
Not for flat Earth, we don't.
Which historian do we appeal to?
I don't know how much historians specifically talk about the history of the
You're
world.
just talking out your ass. You're just talking out your ass.
Sequitur.
Yeah, you're just talking out your ass, bro. Stop.
Wait, so you guys don't believe in history, or
just stop trying to divert away from the topic, which is why are you basing your entire worldview on what you know is a logical fallacy? That's the topic.
Because there's more to it than just what you guys are saying.
So why did you, if there's more to it, why did you give us the logical fallacy? Why didn't you give us some evidence?
No, I'm saying that we need to believe this because...
We need to believe this. Why do you need to believe this? Explain that.
Okay, because I said it's possible you go to outer space, but it's not probable.
Why do you need to believe this, Collapse?
Because I told you I'm not going to go to outer space myself, so I just, like what?
Oh, right, okay, so you need to believe it because there's
Jesus Christ be praised.
Because there's no evidence for it.
Well, there's evidence, you just don't like the evidence where it comes from.
Well, you just said you just had to believe it. That's not evidence.
Well, when you look at something, you need to believe it's actually there, right? So it's not like I just...
Yes. What did you look at? What did you look at?
The evidence. Why are we going over this again?
What evidence did you look at?
The picture that I sent.
All right, so you believe the picture is there.
Yeah, I know the picture's there because they took.
You know the picture is there, but you don't know what the picture is showing is real or if it's just made up.
Can I
know.
May I ask something?
I know because NASA is an agency specifically for outer space. I believe.
Excuse me. Can images be manipulated? Can images, photographs, be manipulated?
Yeah, I believe.
Oh wow! Flat Earth, everybody! Flat. It's so flat. It's flatter than.
Sorry, Trumpy, not now.
Right, I want an answer to this question. Let's see if you can be honest. Can images be manipulated?
Bad timing, Mr. President.
Yeah, they can. They can.
Awesome stuff. So you understand our skeptical nature when you provide us with an image, because images can be manipulated. You understand what CGI is, right? I've been manipulating photographs since the 1800s, since the camera was invented. This is why I brought up ghosts earlier. Right, because images can be manipulated. So your standard of evidence is not empirical. Do you get this yet?
Well, the reason why I don't agree with that.
No. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand. I understand the point you're making.
Pictures can be manipulated. Your standard of evidence isn't very high.
Right, and I see the point. I see the point you're making.
Yeah, good. So we can remove the picture because we understand images can be manipulated unless we can verify the picture for ourselves, right?
But then how do I know if my site is correct? Huh?
Oh my God. Is this where you're going to go?
What if your site is not correct?
To believe.
My friend, just admit you're in a corner, right? Stop trying to wiggle out of it. You understand the argument and it makes good sense to you. This is why you're now talking about, well, maybe I might, my eyes might not be working that day. You're just being silly. Stop it.
Yeah, he's laughing now, Jedi. He knows what you're saying. He's laughing.
Dude, this
funny to him because you cornered him.
This conversation just.
Hey, you're cornered, dude. Yeah, it is going somewhere because you're cornered. You can't get out of what he just said. You're yourself in a corner now.
Things could be fallible,
How you want out?
regardless of picture. Like, it's not just picture that we still believe in.
Okay, so things could be fallible means that listen, dude, things that could be fallible, the way you just stated, means that all worldview is undermined by your statement right now. Everything that you think you know is all undermined by that single statement. Everything.
Well, yes, because
you got no more argument. You got no more argument anymore because you made that statement. Everything could be fallible. Then you don't know anything. You basically don't know anything.
Well,
it's a possibility.
It's a possibility, but it's not probable because I don't have any evidence.
You've just undermined your entire argument that you've been here forever. How long you were here?
That also undermines your own, right?
No, it doesn't because we didn't make the statement. You did. You made the statement.
You're accepting it. So therefore,
collapse. Think about the psychological control that they have over you. When you're in a position of saying, I can't know anything, and I believe the government can and does know everything, essentially, that it's telling me. And all they need to do is say something, and you read the name NASA, and you automatically believe it, whilst maintaining that you can't actually know anything. So you'll just farm out your brain to this third party and have them tell you everything about everything, and you just accept it. Nod along, never challenge it.
Well, the truth is, there's a lot of things that obviously
you don't know the truth. You can't say truth, man. Your whole worldview is undermined because everything's fallible. So there's no truth in your worldview. It's all subjective. It's just true to you. It's not true to everybody else.
It's your purpose, but
no, I'm not accepting it. You're the one that believes this is the way that the world is, right? Everything's fallible. I'm not accepting it. That's you. That's only you.
Okay, AV.
You have to live with your own mind. I don't.
So you guys are saying I'm accepting the government as like the truth teller.
No, what we're saying to you, no. Everything. Listen, everything that you say right now is going to be garbage. From what you say that you think is true to anything else, any other statement is undermined by the single statement that everything is fallible. Everything, dude. Like you've given up the ghost.
To you when you're accepting it right now.
Here.
You're literally accepting
you can laugh, but seriously, dude, like there is nothing that you can do to argue any point anymore, any farther that anybody can indulge you with, because you don't know anything. It's all fallible. Everything.
It's great you believe that, okay? Amazing.
That's what you said.
That's what that said. It came out of your cake hole. It's not me, it's you.
Do you not realize that you've already told us that you're literally just appealing to this narrative you've been told?
Oh, here's the thing. I don't like what he said earlier.
You've provided no evidence that this story that you're claiming is remotely true in reality in any way. You've literally just said, I just appeal to the authority. You just accept what they say without thinking. So you're in no position to be chuckling away at us.
Dude, you're saying I cannot verify something unless I'm there. How? Like,
no, we're saying
it's all fallible, dude.
We're saying you can't verify these cartoon images that you've just conceded could be manipulated. So why would you accept those as evidence for your entire worldview?
Well,
you know how bad it is, dude.
Okay.
You know how bad it is. Let me just tell you. This is how bad it is. Let me just tell you how bad it is. It's so bad. It's so bad that even if, for some magical reason, you went up to space and you looked down and you said, wow, the Earth looks like a globe. That's my first order perspective. You would come back down to Earth and then you would still make the statement, well, everything's fallible. So maybe I didn't see what I thought I said. Maybe I was just dreaming all of this. So because you said everything is fallible, there's no truth in your
dreaming
worldview.
Could be fallible, so therefore
listen, dude. No matter if it saw something first order perspective from your point of view, you couldn't even say that statement would be true because everything is fallible. Do you know how bad the argument was that you made that statement? Dude, everything is gone. There is no argument for you anymore. Nothing you say anymore is held to account. because you don't know. It's all fallible, all of it.
Dude, I just said that's great.
You see what
to believe that. That's amazing. Okay, but that's not what I said. So, anyways.
Yes, it was. Okay, so
back to what Jedi said. He said,
let him go. Let him do his code. Let him do his
why are you yapping?
Go on,
yeah,
go on, go on.
I'm only repeating what you said, dude.
That's been said to you. Rebut everything that
you
just
repeated it 3
said.
times.
We've just repeated back what you've said. Go on, rebut what we've just said.
Okay, so first thing I want to address is when he said earlier, I just believe whatever the government tells me, and I see them as truth tellers. And I'm saying, me as one person, the amount of information I could possibly acquire about everything is very limited.
So you're saying that is what you do.
That's an all or nothing fallacy.
So you're saying you do just appeal to the government. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Yeah, we know that. That's what we said. That's what you said.
Here's where I draw the distinction, right? So, like, if some random guy was to come to me and say, "Hey, I have this picture of like the Earth, therefore is round," I wouldn't believe him because there is no credibility.
What if he had a badge on his? What if he had a badge on his jacket that said NASA?
But here's where I draw the distinction. So, like, if
then
it's
you
from
would believe
NASA,
it, right? You would
I could
believe it if he had a badge that said NASA.
Dude, I let you guys finish, but you don't let me finish.
Go on.
Look, my point is, if it's from NASA, I could understand what NASA is about, and if I know NASA is an agency specifically made for outer space, all that stuff, why would? Okay, I would ask myself.
So you would
the claims
believe
they're
it
making.
because he has the NASA badge. Yeah, we know.
Yes, but not everything you could verify through
that's
just
exactly
yourself.
the point. That's exactly the point. So the guy comes up to you and he says, "This is Earth," and you say, "Nah, I don't believe it." But then he shows you his jacket and it has a NASA badge, and then you say, "Oh, now I do believe it." And what evidence did he provide you for that? None. You just read NASA and believed it. This is the whole point.
You guys are acting like NASA just some random company, like it's just nothing.
No, we're just
it's not even
acknowledging that
NASA,
it's
dude.
your
Like,
authority.
honestly, how would you even know that that's true in your worldview? Because you could say that your senses are fallible. Maybe you just dreamt it all. It was just a thought you had. How would you verify it's fallible? Nothing makes any more sense. You can't even make a statement of what you think you believe or you know. Yeah. So, do you believe everything's fallible?
Yes.
Okay. There you go.
What does that mean? Does that mean like you don't
your
know?
Your goose is cooked.
When you say everything's fallible, would that mean that do you know if you're on Discord right now?
Well, yeah, I know I'm on Discord right now, but
Is
I could
that
be
fallible?
So here's what I mean, because the other guy just keeps repeating it, and he doesn't get what I'm actually saying. All I'm saying is, some things, when you get more information,
I know what you're saying.
are not going to appear as they seem. Given more context, things could change. So, like,
right, but that doesn't add anything to this discussion because you're not providing anything additional to your appeal to authority fallacy.
Okay, are you guys saying if it's an appeal to authority, it's a lie?
No, I'm saying it's not evidence for your claim. It's a logical fallacy.
But NASA's or maybe even SpaceX and I don't know, other government agencies are the only people that want to go to outer space.
These people. Yeah, you have a belief in these people. That is not evidence.
But what I believe in is the evidence, like the pictures.
No, a belief is not evidence. The pictures that you're claiming are the evidence.
Right.
You've already conceded could be manipulated, and you'd have no way of knowing.
But NASA doesn't do that.
Right, you don't know that.
You don't know that. What? NASA's as an agency.
You don't know that they do that or don't do that. So you can't rely on those images as your proof, which is why you've got to find something in reality. Do you understand?
I wonder if it's only NASA or is it all the executive agencies that he just has blind faith in? Like CIA, FBI, TSA, NSA. Are all these agencies, all of them, completely impeachable?
Well, the CIA has been known to do shady things.
Dollars to donuts, man. He probably thinks all of them are trustworthy. Crit.
Yeah, because they're all defined as being.
No, I think he was just saying. I think he was just saying he doesn't trust the CIA. Is that right?
Right.
So how do you establish which of these agencies, none of which you're vetting or auditing, how do you decide which one to trust?
Well, I could look at the history of
cherry picking
the agency.
Well,
The history.
Whose history is that?
Really?
So, like, I know the CIA has been. Hold on, let me even like. I think I could.
Frantic googling.
Hold on a second.
Yes, I'm sorry, I don't know like every information off the top of my head. I'm like, I don't know who you think you are.
There he is. What's up, Indio?
Yeah, what's up, guys? I've been listening on YouTube.
We're talking to.
I know. I heard everything he said. I heard everything he said, man. It's kind of cuckoo, but I just want to know. I want to try to find the edges of his belief. Like, dude, like when would you stop believing them? Like, what would they have to say? Like, we invented a time machine, or we went to Narnia, or we like when would you stop believing them and
Well,
start
if there's ever
questioning the claims?
evidence, if there's any sort of evidence to show that NASA lied about anything,
Have you looked?
if there's any sort of evidence that
Have you looked? Have you ever looked?
Does he
for
know
that?
about Richard Nixon?
I haven't looked, but I've never heard about it. I just
Right. So is it possible then that does exist and you just haven't looked at it?
It's a possibility.
Well, we're here to tell you that it's absolutely the case, and this is why all of this happens. Okay. So you should look into that because
So
it
NASA
sounds like
lied.
you're placing all your faith in a government agency with a history of deception for your entire worldview, and that's not a good way to go about things.
Dude, but NASA is like, is
But
NASA?
NASA's the best. NASA's NASA.
Yeah,
Could you name one person?
He wasn't saying NASA's awesome. We can.
Could you name one person that works for NASA?
I don't know who works right now. I'm sorry.
Right. So let's think about this. You are appealing to an agency, and you don't know the name of even one person that works there for your entire worldview.
How about Von Braun?
Dude, I don't know a single soldier, but I'm gonna make an assumption they're out there
How about
protecting
Von
us.
Braun, the first director of NASA? What do you think of him?
I don't know. I don't know much.
You
about
don't really know anything about this organization that you place all your faith in.
I know their objective. I know what they're there for.
How do you know their objective?
You don't know that.
You don't even know one person there to know that they're objective.
Okay. Well, I don't
You
need to know
understand
what.
NASA isn't a building. It's
It's an
different
agency.
people making up an organization, people.
Right.
So you're placing your faith in people, and I'm asking which person could you name one, and you said no.
But the NASA's made for a purpose, right? I think regardless of who works
Yeah,
there,
to lie to you.
So
Yeah, to confuse you into thinking you live on a giant spinning ball of water in a vacuum.
Okay.
Sorry, do you know why we're not taking?
Yeah, that's true.
Sorry, do you know why we're taking? Sorry, not taking your pictures from space very well. Do you understand why we don't
time.
agree with them? Do you understand?
It's about time. I've been waiting.
Good.
Oh shit!
So the reason why we're not going to accept your pictures from space is because the vacuum of space cannot exist. You understand this, right? This is our claim. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. Would
I
you like me to-
disagree because how can space
Sorry.
be real then?
Excuse me.
It's not.
Do you know what? Excuse me. Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Well, the which law?
Second law of thermodynamics.
I take that as a no.
Good. So you understand what entropy is, right?
Yeah.
Good. So you understand one of the simplest ways to demonstrate entropy is to put gas into a container, put lots of gas into it so there's high pressure in it, and there's less pressure in the atmospheric pressure outside, and then open the container and watch the high pressure disperse into the lower pressure environment. That's literally entropy in action. Do you agree to this, right? Good.
Yes.
What's the definition of gas pressure?
Is the density of like how much gas is within a container space.
Yeah, good. So the definition of gas pressure is the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
Right.
You understand there's two problems now, right? Because the Earth doesn't have a container around it, but we've got gas pressure. We wouldn't be able to have gas pressure if there was nothing physical to press against. Problem number two, entropy would take effect and the gas would fill the space. So your pictures from space can't be real because they fundamentally disagree with the second law of thermodynamics.
Well, we
You
have
can't have-
gravity though, right?
Oh,
So, like,
no. Sorry, what's the definition of gas pressure?
I thought we just talked about this. Like, I agree
but
with
that-
you.
that would
Gas
be
pressure
the
built up,
gas
and I can.
exerts upon the walls of its container.
Yes,
Is
the wall.
gravity a wall that you can press against?
No, but it could be seen as a
No.
container that stops it from going.
No, it's not a wall that you can press against, is it?
It's not quite literally a wall, but it applies the same descriptive.
No, it doesn't, because it's not a physical boundary for gas to press against, whatever gravity is. But I tell you what, I can give you gravity, but it doesn't affect the entropy of a system, because we understand how gas behaves, and gas has infinite degrees of freedom, moves in any and all directions, filling the available volume. So this is why we know that your pictures from space can't exist, because they violate fundamental laws of physics.
I disagree.
You disagree?
Yes.
Well, okay. So you're disagreeing with laws of nature, aren't you?
Yep.
No, I'm just disagreeing with the claims you're making.
What?
That you think are from laws of nature. Well, you think, right? But I'm saying you're incorrect because
I think is what it is.
Like, I agree with the second law, and I believe the container will limit it, and I believe the container is gravity, but you're looking for an actual...
Show us the gravity container. Show us a not
a gravity...
Just show us a gravity container in live stream.
Well, it's the force that pulls you.
There is no force. Gravity hasn't been a force in 110 years, and force is not a container. Show us a gravity
container. If it's a description...
Show us a gravity container.
Dude, like, can we have like
show us a gravity container? That was your claim. Let's see it.
No, that's not what I said. I said it fits the description. No, I said gravity fits the descriptive of the container.
No, it's not a descriptor, and it's not a container unless you could show a gravity container.
Well, it's not quite literally a container, but I'm saying
then it's not a container.
The same logic apply here.
It's
because
not logic. Has
gravity,
nothing to do with logic, son.
But logically, the gravity is what's pulling down the... Okay. It feels like I'm explaining something like very simple to a little kid.
Don't overtalk me.
Just because you don't understand what I'm saying.
Oh, I don't understand. I forgot more about the second law yesterday than you'll ever know.
That's great and amazing, right?
Great.
But the fact of the matter
is,
is,
shown that you don't. You're egotistical. You're bombastic.
What?
You don't know what is the second law of thermodynamics right now? 10 seconds.
Well, I cannot repeat it to you word to word, but the whole point is about pressure, and if we...
What is entropy? 10 seconds. Entropy. Dude, 10 seconds. Dude,
I already just... Okay.
Dude, or show us gas pressure without a container.
You're wrong.
You're wrong.
I mean, you could just keep screaming over me, but the fact
we need to make it more simple. Maybe you could look up the definition of the word container and tell us what it says.
I know what it is, but I'm saying the same description.
So what is it? What is a container?
The same process is happening.
Yeah.
What is a container?
Physical barrier.
Because you seem to be confusing what a container is.
No, I'm not. You guys just don't understand.
Yes, you are. Container. Could you give me an example of a container? If I said, hey, show me a container, what would you show me?
I would show you some sort of box, and I'll be like, okay.
A box.
Within the box,
okay.
The box is containing whatever's within it.
Okay, so you're giving me a physical box, a container.
That'll be one way. Or I could be like, hey, the fact that you cannot jump all the way to outer space is probably because the container that applies the same logic as a container. Gravity's there.
So what you said, gravity, that's not a container, that's not a box.
Wait, are you saying
if you claim
to be contained, it needs
French guy, shut up.
Are you saying for something to contain, it needs to have the only way it could be a container is if there's physical box?
Yes, physical container.
Yeah, that's what a container is, remember?
Yeah. Or you could show us a non-physical container. Go ahead.
Gravity.
Show us a non-physical container in live stream right now.
But I just told you gravity. Like, I don't have to show you.
There is no non-physical container.
Gravity. Hello?
Gravity.
In action.
Show it.
All right.
You want me to show you gravity?
Show us a gravity container.
Okay, jump, and then when you come back down...
Gas, you idiot.
You're retarded.
The wrong phenomenon.
Jump, and when you come back down, that's a container. Are you a retard?
Did they teach you in school that gravity was a container?
No, let's...
No, they didn't.
No, he said
why are you saying it?
Hold on, Cyclone. I said show a gravity container. He said jump up and down.
So the fact that he's coming down...
That's mental, dude.
All right.
Okay, let me see if I can repeat it in a way like you guys
We're asking you to show us something containing gas, and you go jump up and down.
So when you jump, you're applying the force to go
Shut him up.
But
me.
haven't you just show some mercy? Because he's a moron, ladies and gentlemen. All right, he's retarded. So please show some respect for the retarded. Do we have to continue with this?
I think he had to take the short bus to school.
Yeah. If I say show a gravity container and he says jump up and down, it's time to stop. Okay. Thanks.
All containers with every globe. We've got 24/7 to fill up here. We got any other globers in? The triggered French guy. I mean, QE's not going to want to talk to the triggered French guy. QE, do you want to talk to a really triggered French guy?
Are containers permeable?
Could be.
But they will be physical with small holes in.
Yeah.
Hey, QE, have you ever had a chat to this French guy?
I don't know. I chat with a lot of people. I don't see the name.
You will love him.
Okay, you just see how long you can last with this level of stupidity.
Thanks. Appreciate that, Matrix. Why don't you come here and chop my fingers off and see how I can last with my fingers off?
Oh, shit, yeah, this is going to be funny.
Why don't you have Indio? Indio's in here.
Indio's played with him before.
So,
Indio
what do I
won't tolerate this guy.
I got to make the rounds with the French guy?
Hey, Blueprint.
It's all right. He'll surrender really quickly. He's French.
Ooh, shots fired. Blueprint, did you bring your proof of curvature with you?
Now he's shy.
Mm-hmm.
He can't have surrendered already. You haven't even. He's left.
I told you.
Holy shit.
Run away. That's the French for you.
He doesn't like to be on the hot seat. What he'll do is quip from the background.
A liquid. There's a mouth.
Spit on you from afar. I fought in your general direction.
Does that other guy dip as well?
Yeah, collapse.
Collapse.
He's gonna go and search his kitchen cupboards for that non-physical container.
Yeah. Or jump up and down one.
Yeah.
He'll be right. Just look at more photos from NASA and he can re-believe again.
I mean, he's so green, he was saying, yeah, he knows it's an appeal to authority fallacy, but that's okay. That can still be true.
Well, appealing to NASA in his worldview, just within his worldview, it wouldn't be an appeal to authority fallacy because they are the subject matter experts on the topic. However, in reality, it's an appeal to authority fallacy because they're in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. So, if you could follow that sort of train of logic.
Yeah. But to be honest, that's the most honest position a Glober can really take. I actually appreciate that position because if any of the other ones were honest, they would be appealing to the $80 million a day organization who has all the time and energy to prove their story, but instead they're here swinging balls around in a shed and telling us to build pendulums and all this crazy.
Sorry for giggling in the background. I just noticed that Robert was back. Robert said earlier 99% of the observations of the horizon are geometric. Do you want to come back off mute, Robert?
Absolutely, brother. Guys, most of the time, observations, refraction is negligible. Most of the time.
There is no refraction in the atmosphere. Even in shut up. Why
you cut me off?
You appeal to refraction. Shut him up. You appealed to refraction already with your geometric horizon, which is lunatic. There is no refraction in reality. You don't know what refraction is. But let's just say we give you all the refraction that you idiot globetards think is refraction, but it's not. We're going to give it all to you. Even in your own paradigm, that refraction you're speaking of has nothing whatsoever to do with affecting the horizon. It only affects, in your worldview that you don't know of, in your religion, it only affects objects in relation to the horizon, not the horizon itself, glue snuffer. My word.
He bounced straight away as soon as he was muted.
Take that, brother.
Oh, yes, but you don't know we got the Cavendish. That proves the ball.
Good old Robert.
We went through it with him earlier, QE, through the Black Swan, the whole lot of it. And basically, give it another 15 minutes, reset, he'll be back.
The poor dumb bastards, after 5 years, don't realize as soon as they refraction implode their entire baltard. They still don't get it.
He's listening on YouTube, so if you want to tell him again, he has no choice to hear it.
I really don't care. Hopefully, he goes around and tells other baltards it's refractions, so they can come in here and say refraction. Hopefully, that's the case.
Actually, we should actually use that argument a lot more often when they speak about refraction, because obviously you're 100% correct. When they speak about refraction, it's objects relative to the horizon, like you just said. So yeah, I have to remember that. We don't use that often.
Yeah, even within their own paradigm. I mean, you have, what do you have? 5 effects of refraction. You can even go with Andrew Thomas Young. You have mirages. You got towering, stooping, shrinking, stretching, looming, right? Those. So, and then you take each one and you define each one, and none of them have anything whatsoever to do with horizon. It has objects in relation to the horizon. Every single one of them.
Yep.
But not the horizon itself. Because it's stupid. Even in their own fairy tale dreamland fantasy of what refraction is, which it's not refraction, but you get what I mean. Now, Globe Terminator. Terminator. Thank you, T. Appreciate it.
Sorry, Knocking Futz has asked, can you provide a citation for gas pressure requiring a physical container? Yeah, PV was that not?
If I can, what do I get?
A sandwich from Flatsy?
I don't know. It'd be a meatloaf sandwich or something. I don't know if I can handle that. I don't know if it'll take all four. 1 second. Let me see. I think it boned me the last time I tried to post all of them in here. Let's see. It's probably going to bone me. No, it's not. There you go. Good.
I mean, I'm happy with it.
Or you could just be a second grader and have your tire go flat, right? And then you're out there, and then you have Knuckin' Futz. He'll be walking down the street, look in the driveway, see a kid out there, his tire's flat, and he's out there with a pump, pumping up his tire, right? And Knuckin' Futz has to say, whoa, 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 Junior, what the hell are you doing? What? You don't need that tire. Just pump up the air around the rim.
Just jump up and down. There's your container.
All right. You guys know gas existed before containers, correct?
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, so how did you achieve pressure then if there was no container? If gas existed, no container, how did you achieve pressure in the first place?
The container is only used for the measurement.
No, the container is the necessary antecedent to gas pressure.
No, gas existed before containers.
No,
yeah.
no. He says no.
Gas existed before containers.
Yes.
Yeah.
And therefore, once gas exists, it's immediately exerting pressure around it.
On what? On what?
Because of the ideal gas law says gas expands.
Oh, ideal gas law. What is that? What is that?
Go look it up. It's easily.
No, I don't need to look it up. I already know what it is. I want you to.
Me too. I know it.
Shut up. Give it to me. PV equals NRT, right? That's the ideal gas law.
I'm just saying gas exists.
He's telling me to go look it up when I forgot more about the ideal gas law yesterday than he'll ever know.
Gas exists before
I went and looked it up. Shut up. What's P mean?
Pressure.
What's V mean?
Volume.
Define volume.
Space.
No. Citation with volume, please.
Volume, space, and object takes up.
No, that's not the definition of volume. Define volume, please.
Already did, brother. You know it's.
No, you didn't. So I'm going to have to do it for you and expose you again.
Okay.
Mae West is going to be blushing. Yeah. Here we go. So, yeah. From his Alma Mater Wiki, let's read over what volume is. Volume is the quantity of three-dimensional space enclosed by a closed surface. For example, the space that a substance, solid, liquid, gas, or plasma, or shape occupies or contains. Volume is often quantified numerically using the SI-derived unit, the cubic meter. The volume of a container is generally understood to be the capacity of the container, i.e., the amount of fluid, gas, or liquid that the container could hold, rather than the amount of space the container that itself displaces. in how many sentences here? We got one sentence, two sentences. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times a container is mentioned.
I see a common theme happening there, QE. What do you reckon it is?
He read my definition. He didn't even realize. Is the amount of space something takes up.
Yeah, inside a container. Do you see that word container? It's there 5 times. Do you see that?
No, everything has volume. Everything has volume.
Dude, PV equals nRT. P solved by force over area. Area given in feet or meters and described as a physical boundary for gas to press against. Right? The volume that the gas resides in that's contained to achieve pressure. Correct?
Yeah, forget about him. Knuckin' Futz. Knuckin' Futz.
You read my definition.
Just mute him. Thank you. So Knuckin' Futz, we need the word requires. It's already in there. It says gas pressure is caused. Caused. You see, if you don't have the caused Knuckin' Futz, you don't have gas pressure. Get it?
Cool. Where does it say requires?
Look at him. Caused.
Where does it say requires?
Caused is the word.
The word is requires. I'm still looking for that.
Yeah, you go look for it in your sister's basement.
Yeah, okay.
Dumbass. Ignorant bastard. You know what that is? Knuckin' Futz. You know what that's called, what you just did? Deliberate ignorance. Get the fuck out of here. You clown. I need the word requires, dude. Or I don't know. It doesn't require a container. Piss off, retard.
Yeah, one person that doesn't know what a container is, and the other one that doesn't know what the word require means. Very good.
He doesn't even know what the word "on the" means.
On the. On the.
Yeah, like I tried to break it down to him. So you're playing like volleyball, and the ball lands on the line. Is it in or out? He doesn't know. I don't know what that means. The ball isn't on the line. You're like, well, where did it land? Where's the ball land? This is all because he said that it's impossible for a storm to pass the equator.
Oh my God.
Has a hurricane ever crossed the equator, Crit?
He said you could talk. Seriously.
What is he? A meteorologist now? Why wouldn't it cross the equator?
The Coriolis effect.
You absolute muppet.
Define the Coriolis effect.
Oh, get your popcorn out.
It's the magic.
I'm still waiting for Crit to answer the question. Crit, are you going to answer the question?
Oh God!
Just read all the DMs that you blocked. It's all right there.
Crit, are you going to answer the question or not?
Yeah, it's been answered.
Oh, that's.
Why'd you say Coriolis effect when you don't know what that is?
Crit, can a hurricane cross the equator? Yes or no?
Dude, this has been answered if you read word. My epistemology.
Why do you keep dodging the question, Crit?
No, I've answered it multiple times, and you blocked
it. It's a very simple question, Crit. Yes or no?
I do not add one single word as soon as you brain fart words.
Yeah,
I will not add another word. It's
Cowardly
all
Crit,
right there.
like usual.
Futz, why'd you say Coriolis when you don't know what that is?
Knuckins made the claim that Crit hasn't answered it. Crit's claimed that he has answered it. Check the DMs. So this is quite simple. All Crit has to do is copy paste, chuck it up here, and if it's true, I think I might ban somebody.
I agree. The question was, can a hurricane cross the equator? Crit, produce your photographic evidence of you answering that question. Go ahead.
What's the equator?
Sounds like a magic line that hurricanes can't cross.
0 degrees latitude.
You're going to need a flat Earth for your equator.
Uh-oh.
Were we talking air pressure? Because I got an experiment for people to do if you're talking air pressure.
Sorry, does the equator sound like air pressure to you?
No, we have been talking about it. So it's 0 degrees latitude is the equator.
Got awesome stuff.
This is Captain Save-A-Ho. He's going to jump in and save Knuckin' Futz.
No, just I'm telling you, 0 degrees latitude. That's the
We're
equator.
all waiting to find out if Crit is full of shit or not. Is he going to produce his evidence?
Well, we already found out that you are. You said Coriolis, but you demonstrated you don't know what that is. So I guess Captain Save-A-Ho can take it.
Crit, you going to answer or not?
Captain Save-A-Ho is taking
it's
over.
been answered.
Down. Sorry, Jedi. Go ahead.
No, you're all right. I wanted for this guy to come in and save his hoe. Guess he doesn't want to anymore.
That's too much pressure. Okay.
What happened?
Oh, or are we talking about? Oh, you're talking about me. Is this what you're talking about? Because we can talk about air pressure if you'd like.
Well, let's talk about air pressure.
Sure. So you can do an experiment right now. Yeah, so you can do an experiment right now in your room.
What's an experiment?
Where we can actually, we're going to change the height of your phone from the floor to the ceiling.
Really?
And we're going to see the difference in the barometric pressure that your phone
Go ahead.
reads.
Let's see it.
If you do this. Right, so you can do that right now on your own. You have a phone.
No, counselor. No, counselor. This is your
we're going to do it together. We're doing it together.
Shut him up. Shut diarrhea of the mouth up.
We don't want to do this together?
Dumb fuck. Thank you, dumb fuck. Dumb fuck. Counselor. I am the prosecutor. You are the defense counselor. You need to provide your evidence. I'm not doing shit. This is your claim. You provide your own evidence for your claim, counselor. Get it? Fuck wet.
Crit's provided what he claimed to have done. Thank you, Crit. Where is that little bastard now?
Yeah, okay, good. We've got some screenshots. Can you find in those screenshots where Crit said that the cyclone crossed the equator? Crossed.
I'm all ready to drop my phone. What's going on?
Are you You don't know what an experiment is, Rabscuttle. We're going to get to that here in a couple minutes.
Oh, it's Rabscuttle. Oh, fucking hell. This is going to be fun.
Is this another one you're unleashing on me? Another dumbass fuckwit?
Well, he came in on of his own volition, but he's definitely a fuckwit.
Let's see if we can answer this question. What are the 3 constituent parts of an experiment, Rabscuttle, right now? Open them up. What are the 3 constituent parts of an experiment right now?
Hypothesis.
Wrong.
Measurement.
Go ahead. He doesn't know what an experiment is. He's a dumbass. Go ahead and mute him. Piss off, clown. You just sacrificed your 5th grade science acumen. Bye. He doesn't. I knew he didn't know what it was. Hypothesis.
Name the 3 constituent parts of an experiment. Well, hypothesis. Are you sure, dude?
Quantum, I have a question.
Yeah.
Your sister.
Okay. Quantum, is there any proof of a flat Earth, or just your imaginary thoughts?
No, I got one right now.
Okay, go ahead and show me.
I'm going to tell you first. I call it the slope-a-dope. How is it possible to have a horizon on a globe-dart? My rationale is, here's my proof.
Okay.
According to the slope let's do this. Have you ever seen a horizon before?
Yes, I have seen a horizon on video and in person.
And in person, I figured. Okay, so there's a problem. Let me state it to you. According to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from the horizon have a rate of change of slope of 0.
Okay.
Baltard's IQ. I'm not. Don't talk through me. Just wait till I'm done. I'll tell you when I'm done. So let me start again. According to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from the horizon have a rate of change of slope of 0. Baltard's IQ. However, here's the problem. According to the United States Naval Academy, curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So, how could there be horizons everywhere in our reality, but yet we're told at the same time that there's rate of change of slope of non-zero from a tangent along our feet in every single direction?
Okay.
Can you reconcile that for us, please? I'm
okay, I can reconcile. Okay. Do you know ships, right? What happens when they go over the horizon, right?
No, ships don't have anything to do with what I'm talking about.
No, it does, because you brought up horizon.
No, it doesn't.
Because you brought up horizon.
Slope intercept formula, son.
Well, you brought up horizon, so I'm going to use horizon as an example.
Intercept formula.
Okay, you brought up horizon, so I'm going to use horizon.
Yeah, we're not doing ships. Nonsense.
Well, you don't want the debate channel, sorry.
No, it's not a debate, you glue sniffer.
Well, it is, because you can't.
No, you can laugh all you want, dumbass.
You're mad.
Go on, Moot. Go on, mute. Go piss off.
You're mad.
Go back to your cake decorating forums. You're not going to overtalk me, Crayon Muncher, you dumbass. Bye. You know, we have closets here on the earth. Get the fuck out of here. Deal with the topic, or you're going to get smashed. Act like a fool, you're going to get smashed. You better be serious. If I sense pretender clown fraud in you, in any sense, you're going to get eviscerated quick.
Bro, okay.
Shut the fuck up.
Master Debater, you need to address what's actually been said to you, not talk about something else. Are you capable of doing that?
I was about to address what he said, because he brought up horizons.
Yes. So with regards to the slope intercept formula, did you understand what was put to you?
Yes, he put a mathematical equation.
Which was relevant to what?
Which was relevant to why apparently the Earth isn't a globe.
Maybe you should ask Quantum Eraser to repeat the argument so you can understand it better, dude. Do you think that would be a good idea?
I mean, I understood it pretty well.
Really? Then why the fuck did you start talking about something else?
He brought up horizon. I don't know what else to tell you.
You just started rambling on about boats, which was.
Well, I asked him.
The master fucking wanker. Shut up. It was not relevant, dude.
It is.
Right?
Can I address what he said?
If it's on point, otherwise I'm going to fucking kick you out, yeah.
Okay, Quantum, do you know how we measure the Earth? So, Quantum, you're going to laugh?
Yeah, I'm laughing at you.
Because you can see
it. You better get to my argument real quick, glue sniffer.
Right, Master Wanker, this is your last chance. You don't ask a question about, do you know how the Earth is measured? I want you to speak to Quantum Eraser about the slope intercept formula. That's the conversation that's going to happen. Are you willing to have it? If not, you can fuck off.
Okay, Quantum, can you repeat it one more time so I can address you?
You have to ask me nicely.
Okay, can you please do it, please?
I want you to stand up in that faggoty ass white uniform and show me some common courtesy and ask me nicely.
That's a quote from the movie. It wasn't a direct slur at anyone. It's from the Few Good Men.
Yeah, I'm aware. Don't worry. May you please repeat your argument for me? I did not understand.
Yes, according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from the horizon have a rate of change of slope of 0. Baltard's IQ. However, there's a problem. According to the United States Naval Academy, curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. But you, have seen horizons everywhere, numerous horizons throughout our lives. But yet we're told that we live on a Baltard that has a rate of change of slope of non-zero in every direction along a tangent from our feet. So I need you to reconcile that.
I can reconcile that actually now. I would like to correct you. I don't think it applies to our planet, and I can say that right now confidently.
Sorry? You don't think all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon?
So, can I give my argument first?
No, I need clarification on this.
Yeah,
you don't
I'm about to explain it too. You'll understand.
Shush. You don't think that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon?
Well, no, I didn't say that. I'm saying that the slope-intercept form does not apply to our planet.
What, the slope? That would be a rate of change of surface curve, right? A deviation from horizontal. You're going to need a rate of change of slope to define a fucking curved surface.
Okay, so do you want me to give the argument? You'll understand.
Sorry, do you understand what I just said to you?
Yeah, I do.
It is very relevant because you're going to need a rate of change of slope to denote a ball.
Okay, but I'm about to disprove you by giving my argument. May I give it?
I mean, you can try.
I can try? Okay. I'll just explain in simple terms. The slope-intercept form is a mathematical representation of a straight line relationship.
It's not a form. It's not a form. It's
which is not a complex
formula. Dumb.
Geometric.
You're a dumbass.
It's
You're a dumbass.
Spheroid, not a flat plane. So
you're a dumbass. Shut him up.
No, that's the first thing.
That wasn't a thing to begin with.
Not linear. Curvature is not linear.
That's amazing.
Thing. So would you not agree that curvature is not linear?
Shut him up. He's not dealing with
So you're not going to answer because you can see.
Shut him up.
You're not dealing with what's been said to you, you idiot.
Well, I just did. So
no,
you muted me means you can see.
Coherent. That's it. Fuck off. No, fuck off. Not going to listen to you giggling for everything that you fucking say. I doubt you even believe yourself.
You agree that curve is not linear? Fucking moron.
Hey, if there's no more questions to ask him, I'll ask him a question.
Oh, after that charade?
Yeah. What? I mean, it's really just the only logical last question to ask someone in a state of mind like this, I think. It's this question. What would prove wrong the globe to you, if anything at all? Or is it a cult belief on your part?
Orion, you already asked me this question the other day. Do you want me to repeat it?
Sure.
Okay. I would need, first of all, video evidence or a picture. That's it.
Well, that's easy.
Okay, showing the black swan.
Yeah, that's what I was heading for.
Well, just like you can show me an image, whatever fake image you can, show.
It's not a fake image, clown.
I can show you this looking shit.
You're done.
See right there.
Hold on. You wanted images to prove something. Now you're going to say that images can be manipulated. I mean, you're not doing very well.
Hold on, Quantum. Look at this real quick. You see that image right there? A live stream from the ISS.
And how do you verify said image from the ISS, young fellow?
Because it's the ISS.
He posts that all the time, and I went to the live stream, and it says under maintenance, and it's just a fake website.
No, it isn't. But I can show you the link if you want me to.
Wouldn't matter anyway. The ISS is in Narnia, so this is fake.
The ISS is in Narnia, so it's fake.
It's in a standing second law of thermodynamics violation, so it's Narnia.
Can you show me the source for that?
Can I interject? Master, do you know? Can you explain that hot spot under the sun, please?
That hot spot under the sun.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you get that in Globe Narnia?
What,
is that normal?
That's not straight. It's curved.
Oh my god.
I can show you evidence right now. I can trace it right now perfectly.
So you can show evidence of a hot spot on a curved surface? Yeah. Can you do that, please?
Yeah.
All right.
2 seconds.
Did anyone else catch that? Or is it just me and that's actually not really what I think it is?
You see that curve right there?
What are you talking about?
You talking about the curved hotspot?
I literally just disproved your argument. I don't know why you're laughing.
You couldn't disprove a soup sandwich. You couldn't disprove a soup sandwich. You're a clown.
Come on.
Hey, and you want he asked for proof of his ISS being a fairy tale? I got you. I got you covered there, mister.
Masturbator. What are you talking about?
There you go.
I don't see what you posted. Mr. Bader?
Hello? What, Mr. Bader? I don't know who that is.
Yeah. You. What did you post after what I said about the hotspot?
I curved it since your eyes seem to be a little bit damaged.
Where?
What do you mean where? I curved it.
What?
I showed you the curve.
There's something mentally wrong with that kid. He always laughs every time he says something for weeks now.
Yeah. Bader. Bader, what I was referring to was in your screenshot of the supposed live stream from NASA. That was what I was referring to. In your own bit of evidence in the video, under the sun, on the surface of the Earth, there is a hot spot. I was not talking about the infrared photo that Miguel posted. I'm talking about your photo.
Okay.
Do you even know what a hot spot is? Like, if not, then never mind.
Well, no, I know what a hot spot is.
I'm off on like a hard tangent for no reason.
Well, I'm not on a tangent. It's more of an intellectual conversation.
No,
you're going to have to go on mute for that to happen.
Yeah, you obviously just misunderstood what I said. So can you address what I said, please? In your image, take a look, and hopefully you can explain that.
For the fifth time.
Yeah. Maybe six.
You already conceded, so I'm not debating with you anymore.
What did I concede on?
No, I'm talking.
You didn't even answer me.
No, Quantum, he conceded. I don't know why he's giving me his opinion.
He did what, you glue sniffer?
This kid is high, man.
Yeah,
this
he's
is
high.
retarded.
Yeah.
No, you conceded because you're bad at debating.
So, exactly on what point did he concede on?
He conceded on everything.
On everything. Great.
On everything.
Good job.
You want me to give specific points?
All right.
Good job. And then right before you leave, because they're going to kick your dumb ass out of here, he's not going to ask. Just put him on mute. MIK, he's not going to answer you after 6 times.
I know.
remember I said that the ISS was in Narnia. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Clown.
Yeah.
At 1 minute after the hour, you see this? It says gas expansion into a vacuum fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. So either the ISS is there and you're not breathing. There you go, dumbass. Bye. And Crit, why did you have to give your apologetic for me about what was said in by Jack Nicholson, by the way?
Server rules.
Huey, one of the words that's in that statement is one that gets banned from here, so can you please not use it again?
Oh, which one? Well, send me the word.
Begins with F.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Why?
It's just the server. No N words, no F words, no C word, as you've met once before.
No C word.
Yeah, you can say cunt all you want. It's funny.
Yeah, that's...
Wait, what? What's the other? Okay. No.
So, yeah, for some reason they're strict on those. We know the server's riddled with Nancy boys, but we can't say it. So,
oh, I got you. Can you send me the list of those words? Is there a list of them?
just imagine all the stuff that you like saying. That's the ones you can't use.
I'll send you a list.
Send me a list, man. I'd appreciate that, and I will refrain from using that vernacular.
I'm told that it's hard to correct a tarnished vernacular.
It's easy. It's easy. Well, I just got to see him.
You're well aware of one of them that got you banned before.
I know that
always
one.
Almost say it.
It's almost always, but no.
I actually told one of my friends about that, how you've been expunged for saying that. Now, he's a Bangladeshi. At night time, you can't see him. So let's just say he ain't white. He cracked up laughing. He thought that was the funniest shit he has ever heard.
All right, fair enough. All right, I got the list. Oh, there's only 3 words, and one of them had to be one of my middle. Did I establish? Did I establish that? That was precedence by me.
Why don't you read it after the class?
Why don't you read them aloud?
Share with the class.
All right, fair enough. That's an easy list to. I don't have a problem with the first one because I don't deal with that. Does it have to be the complete word for the third one?
Yes. Sorry, no. So even if you use the 3-letter version of it, that's not good.
Oh, okay.
Hey, what up, y'all?
I already know what the word is just because of that.
What are we talking about?
We've got some new people on the panel. How's it going, Fancy Pants? Welcome to 24/7. I know, that's just, it's not even starting good, is it? Welcome to the panel. What brings you here, mate?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm just here chilling.
You just here chilling? I know your voice.
Yeah, me too.
Anyways, Fancy Pants, what's your take on the situation?
I'm sorry, I can't get past it.
Is it flat or is it a ball?
Well, I'm still stuck on the sun thing. Like
it's flat, bro.
The sun is round and it goes around, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's profound, but yeah.
So that's pretty suggestive of roundness. Like
Roundness, round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. You can have a round and flat penny, round and flat CD, round and flat LP. So you have to be more specific.
Yeah, but I'm just going to go with probably round. Like if it's a 50-50.
Did you just hear what I said?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it could be flat, right? Because I can't, like, it's too big. But, like,
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's round.
Yeah,
'cause
you
the
can't
sun
tell
goes
because
around.
we can only. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's it. There's nothing else to it, right?
Yeah, I think it's flat though.
So what's up with the sun? So the sun is round. Let's go with it. Sun's round and it's moving around the earth. Okay.
Supposedly. It sort of seems like, yeah. It's just going around.
Yep. Is that it?
Yeah, so it's just, wouldn't you assume that we're round? If it's round and it goes around?
Nah, personally, I think it's wrong. That makes
Shut
more
up,
sense.
fancy pants.
You just said it was flat, like.
It has to be flat.
This guy's just flip flopping.
I'm sorry. The way Matrix says it, I can't get by it. It did, Jetty. It doesn't do it for me.
Hey, it has to be round, dude. It has to be round. No way.
What's wrong with this kid?
So next time you go to the pool hall, either one of you two, and you decided to play billiards, the table's curved because there's balls across it?
Just like your sister's face.
Glad they both thought about that.
I learned this career, Chinko.
The balls roll on it. They don't go around the table.
But
around the table.
Like if they were flying around the table, I would think about it.
I'm gonna have to take a break on this intellectual conversation. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Okay.
Ryan.
So when you say the sun goes around, what are you actually trying to describe?
Don't do this to me. I see it going around. Yeah.
No. You see it move across the sky, and then it comes back again, doesn't it? Or if you're lucky enough, you can go to the North or South Pole in summer or winter, and you can observe a sun for 24 hours not setting, and you can observe it go around you.
Yeah, allegedly.
Well, yeah, we can definitely see these things. So we see the sun from these two locations at two different times of year going around the observer if they're standing in either the Arctic or Antarctic Circle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I see the sun going in a circle around above my head.
Any proof?
Just pointing out the observation. The sun is just moving around me, the observer, standing in the middle of the circle it's performing.
Like 6 months. Or like something like that.
It's about 2.5 to 3 months in either north or south. But if you're standing in these positions inside either Arctic or Antarctic Circle at these particular times of year, the sun doesn't set and it goes around the observer.
Any proof?
Yeah, the observations of a 24-hour sun in the Arctic and Antarctic.
Where's the proof, though?
Shut up, I'm talking to this other guy. I don't think you should be in this conversation.
It's probably like a time-lapse thing on YouTube, if that counts.
Yeah, we can see like 24-hour suns from like northern Finland, Norway, lots of different places, dude. So it's kind of not really in question. But when you say that the sun's going around, yeah, we can see it going around the observer in these two locations. For the rest of the year, if you're not inside these circles, you'll see the sun rise in the east and then set in the west, knowing that east and west are circles around poles. Right.
So that suggests round, right? All of those things.
No, it doesn't suggest round at all. We're standing on the floor observing the sun circle above us. Now the sun, I'll give you round, and it's going around. Okay. I want you to finish the logical syllogism that you're trying to give me.
Well, I don't see the problem with assuming that we're round if the sun is round and it goes around.
Sorry. Why would you assume this?
I've said it multiple times. I don't see why not. Like, it's just automatically...
No, I'm asking you why you would assume that the Earth is a sphere for this to happen, which is what you're trying to do.
Because I see another object, which I'm assuming is on the scale of the object we're standing on, and it's round, and it's going around.
Sorry. What object are we standing on?
The Earth.
Okay, and you see that being spherical, do you?
Well, I'm assuming it's on the same scale as the thing in the sky.
Okay.
It goes around.
If I gave you a banana and I gave you an apple, you wouldn't have a problem with that, would you? Knowing that these two things are completely fucking different.
Yep, they're fruit. They're quite good.
Yeah, good. So there's differences, right? Just because you see something that's spherical doesn't mean that everything has to be spherical now, does it? Bananas exist, for example. Trees. There are other shapes.
The size matters here a lot.
The size? The size of what?
Yeah.
Size of what?
Because like when things are extremely small or extremely big, they kind of have like different effects.
Okay. Size of what? With regards to the sun and the Earth?
Yeah, we're talking about the Earth and the sun, yeah.
Okay, so how do you know the size of any of these things? What are you talking about?
Well, we don't know the shape of it because it's so big. So
we don't know the shape of it because it's so big.
Yeah.
Okay.
Allegedly. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this discussion, right? Otherwise, yeah.
Who wants to play poker?
Huh?
I will play in 3 hours in real life for real money.
Oh, nice. How much are you going to put in?
200.
Arian, are you trying to communicate with us?
He wants to play poker.
Am I doing a bad job of communicating?
Oh yeah, you're talking, but I don't know what you're trying to say.
Is it quiet?
I suppose the question is, why are you assuming that?
I have to, to function.
What?
Have to. And here we go again. It's like, we need to believe it. Yeah, I have to assume it.
I've got to assume you guys exist and other things. Otherwise, nothing works.
There he goes. He's a brain in the jar.
I thought you guys were calling themselves YouTube bots.
Hmm?
Why are there two guys who are calling themselves YouTube bots?
Because those YouTube bots are live streaming on YouTube. You're live, the public of the world. Everything that you say can and will be used as evidence against you and for an audience to observe.
Yeah, thanks for letting me know.
For us later on.
Oh, it's on Flat Earth Discord live stream. Okay. Interesting. I can't say anything too controversial, I guess.
Okay. Well, this was enlightening.
Is there 40 people in here? No one's talking. That's crazy.
Well, maybe you could bring up something for us to discuss.
It's a lot of sun wisdom that everyone has to digest. Very heavy.
Well, at the moment, me and you are standing in Antarctica watching the sun go around and around and around. And apparently, we have to assume that the Earth is a ball for the sun to go round and around and around.
No, you can believe what you want. This is my assumption.
Yeah, this is what we're pointing
actually.
An assumption.
Oh, what the fuck?
Huh?
This is not a joke.
I'm pretty sure that at least half of them have to be joking, right? At least half.
Yeah, nah.
Are you okay?
Jedi, you can't be real, bro.
If it's some kind of joke, why is it you're having so much trouble bringing forward proof of curvature? It's not so funny when you stop and think about it.
It's just really big, but it seems legit. Like I don't know what to tell you.
It's so biggy, it's flatty.
That's what she said.
Damn.
Hey, dude. When you're coughing and hacking up a lung in your mic, go on, Moot. We don't need to hear that. All right, Doc?
Okay. Yo, Jedi, do you identify as Jedi?
Do I identify as Jedi? It's my handle here. I wouldn't say that I identify as an actual Jedi because that would be stupid.
I see. Do you know, in the UK, like, identifying as Jedi is actually quite popular.
Mm-hmm.
Surprisingly. There's like 40,000 Jedis in the UK.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Mm. You know that the Earth is measured to be flat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You do know that the Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, of course.
Awesome stuff. So you understand that water is a horizontal reference datum, right?
Oh, is it? What does that even mean?
Do you know what horizontal is?
Yeah, I know what horizontal is.
Good. So water lays horizontal on the surface when at rest and contained, doesn't it? Yeah, good. And you understand that over 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, right?
It's just really big.
Yeah, we understand it's really big, and like Quantum says, that's what your sister said. Yep, it's really big.
The things that you're talking about are not on the scale of the Earth.
Sorry, of the scale of the Earth, what the 70% of the surface of the Earth, which is water.
Like
Understand
your banana apple example, and your water thing, it's all small scale.
My friend, you understand that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, correct?
Whatever.
No, not whatever. Do you understand what I
put
just
it up
said?
to the fucking horizon. Like I can't take it.
Dickheads, I'm going to lose my fucking patience if you keep talking through me. Like, fucking ridiculous. It's like trying to wrangle fucking school children. Calm the fuck down. Let's see if you understand simple, basic terms. Do you understand what horizontal is when I say it?
Yeah.
Good. And you understand that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, correct?
No, it's because it's too big. I can't say that for sure.
No, don't need it's too big. I just want you to agree that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's all I need you to do so I can continue. Do you agree?
Like if I'm drawing a picture, yeah. But if we're talking about the actual horizon, I don't know.
Yeah, the actual horizon. Yeah, the actual horizon that all horizontals are parallel to. Not a horizon that you draw in your fucking picture. The surface of the Earth, the water where it appears in the sky. Excuse me, stupid person. Excuse me, stupid man. You understand what the horizon is, don't you?
Yeah, but that's what we're doing right now.
No, yes or no? Do you understand what the horizon is?
Yeah.
Good. It's where the surface of the water, the Earth, appears to meet the sky. Yeah?
Yeah.
Good. Water is used as a horizontal reference datum, and all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yes, flat. Parallel. Yes.
Yes, good. So you understand that the water is horizontal, flat on the surface, right?
Parallel, yes, appearing.
Yeah. Good.
The horizon's on like a z-axis, not completely parallel.
What? No, say it again, please. Say it again.
It's on like an angle. You know what I mean?
It's on horizontals on an angle.
Yeah, because of the curvature of the Earth. Yeah.
Quantum Eraser, I can't deal with him.
No, don't. I'm not taking that.
Quantum Eraser, what's up?
Sky.
I thought standards for a minute, but then you walked in.
I like your profile picture, Quantum Eraser.
Say again?
I like your profile picture.
Like my what?
Profile picture.
Oh. Well, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Is there like a resolution in life? Like, are there pixels or like atoms or something?
I don't know. It's just an avatar.
So, like on the horizon, like if it went out of view all the way to the left or the right, I'm pretty sure there'd be like a pixel or so that would go down, right?
Sorry, have you ever turned around before?
So, like, it's flat in front of you, but you're just taking this little like.
But not behind you.
No, just like if you go all the way to the left or right of the horizon, it's going to go
turn
down.
around.
But it's so big that it's like out of view,
This is
right?
why I asked. Have you ever turned around 360 degrees before?
Yeah, heaps.
Good. So you'll understand that the horizon always remains horizontal when you turn 360 degrees.
Yeah, but that distance.
But you understand that. So it doesn't
but it's
go
so
down.
big.
You need to turn around.
That's just an argument. All this, it's just so big you can't see it.
So, my goodness me.
Okay.
So if I was to say, sorry, hold on. If I was to say to you, I can't see the bottom of that boat, what would you say was the reason for me not being able to see the bottom of the boat when I'm making an observation at the beach?
Probably dark or something.
No, as the boat sails away beyond the horizon, I can't see the bottom of the boat. Why?
The light is like refracting in the atmosphere.
Oh God, I just, you know.
Isn't that what you say?
No.
No. No.
Just
Oh,
no.
boy.
A bit of both, right? Like it's far away. It might be over the horizon, or the light might be refracting. I don't know. It depends how far away it is and like the weather.
Jetty, you remaining quiet because you think that I want to jump in and it? No.
No, I'm staying quiet because I can't stop from fucking laughing. So it's literally biting my tongue.
I thought you were staying quiet so your blood pressure didn't go through the roof.
It's kind of like that as well. Like, fucking hell. Dear.
You just don't want to ask him to define refraction, do you? You just don't want to do it because that entails him, you speaking to him for another 10, 15 minutes.
Well, he did say it, and I did think about it, and then I thought better of myself, yeah.
I knew it too. I said, I'm not taking that bait. The hell with that. I'm going to do what I'm doing.
Oh, dear. What's refraction?
Oh, boy.
I'm seeing a picture of like a line and then a line going up and changing course. That's basically my entire understanding.
That sounds like refraction.
Yeah, it's
a line going up, and then
it's like on the right track, but it's like it doesn't really explain anything.
No, it doesn't. I'll tell you what. Let's change tact. Have you got any questions you'd like to ask us?
Are you religious?
With regards to the flat Earth, not about what I had for fucking dinner yesterday.
No, like spiritually, do you have any beliefs?
It's got nothing to do with the context of the room, dude.
You just said, "Do I have any questions for you?" That's my question.
With regard to the context of the room, maybe I should have been more specific.
Oh, like okay, like regards to flat. Well, I thought it might be connected, and have some influence in it.
Here, let me help you out. Okay, this isn't some sort of speed dating or first date you guys are on. Okay, if you want like personal conversation about like, what cake decorations and what type of pony you want for your birthday, take that to a different forum.
This isn't a speed dating forum.
QE's going to steal that, and then he's going to forget that he stole it from you.
You got some funny guys in here, man. It catches me off guard every once in a while, right? Because I'm used to the same old. But I like it.
Are we going to steal something?
Oh my goodness gracious! She said QE. Are you QE?
I'm a QE. I don't know if that refers to me or not. Probably not. Yes.
Okay, anyway, have you got any questions you'd like to ask us pertaining to the subject of the room, dude?
So it has to be directly about the Earth shape.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Could it be about the shape of other things in the sky?
I mean, you could ask.
So, what is the sun made of?
No idea.
No idea. Is it flat?
No idea.
Just questionable. So the Earth, can we just say no idea also, or no?
No, see, the thing, when you're talking about the sun, I can't go to the sun and verify any speculation I might have about its constituent parts or its shape. I can, however, access the Earth because I'm fucking standing on it. You understand the two differences here? One, I can access the Earth. The other, I can't. The sun. You understand the difference?
How do you, in your mind, because you believe the whole observing the sun going around you in Antarctica, right? You believe that, right?
Yeah.
So how do you believe it's flat, and then also, like, how do you explain the sun going around when you're over here, and then it not going around when you're over there? Like,
because every single time that I'm going to measure the sun, i.e., its line of longitude or its elevation above the horizon, I'm going to be using an angle measurement, and an angle measurement, specifically an elevation angle measurement, is going to require a flat Earth to do so.
that doesn't have anything to do with the sun still being above you and it being daytime.
Sorry, above me, what, say 20 degrees above the horizon for 24 hours?
No, like 3 months or whatever it was.
24 hours, it doesn't matter the length of time. Listen to the words I'm saying. If I'm going to measure the sun 20 degrees above the horizon for a period of time, you understand that for me to do so is going to require a flat Earth.
Yeah, because you're making a model, right? You're making a measurement.
No, I'm not making a model. I'm making a measurement. Do you know what an angle is?
You're not physically going to the sun and take like.
No, I'm measuring its elevation above the horizon.
Yeah, you're making a model.
No, I'm making a measurement. Do you know what an angle is?
Like you're putting a thing in front of you and being like, huh.
Excuse me, what's the question? Do you know what an angle is?
Yeah.
Good, what's an angle?
It's like that thing with the gap.
You're putting a thing in front of me.
I can show it to you. Like
no, please. No.
Like 40-degree angle, 50-degree angle,
90-degree angle. Would that be the intersection of two straight sides?
Yeah. Sounds
Good.
about right.
So you understand when I'm speaking about an elevation angle, right? That's going to be two straight sides, right?
An elevation angle.
Yes.
Maybe
One straight adjacent.
Is it 3?
One.
Is it 3?
So I'm losing my patience with you, dude.
I'm just guessing, dude. I don't do this.
Stop
It's
laughing.
still irrelevant. It's irrelevant for the day and night thing. Like, it's just dodging the question, really. Yeah.
No. We're going to be measuring the sun, aren't we? At time of day, which is going to require longitude to do so, right?
I don't know what you're up to with your angles. Like, it's daytime in one place, it's nighttime in the other place.
Not when I'm observing 24-hour sun in the Arctic, it fucking isn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you, like, with the behavior of light, do you think it just stops moving across the flat Earth or something?
Do I think it stops moving? No, it's going around me for 24 hours.
Like, we know the behavior of, like, do we agree on the behavior of light going, like, because stars and shit, right? Like, it goes very far.
Probably not, to be honest.
Oh, okay, so, like, what does light do over a long distance?
Propagate.
What is that?
Move. Travel.
Does it stop moving?
Depending if it hits something and reflects off of it, or if it's traveling through a medium. So if it's traveling through a medium like the gas that we breathe, understanding that the gas that we breathe over distance isn't completely translucent, it's opaque. So yeah, that's going to stop the ability for light to pass all the way across if there's gas between it. Yeah. And
so is it gas? Is that why we have nighttime in one place and daytime in another place? Is it just gas?
No, I'm just pointing out to you about the movement of light. Night and day, being able to see the light is due to the proximity of the light at the time.
Proximity. So it does stop moving. There's a proximity to the light.
So it's when did I say it stops moving?
Or is it like a laser? It's a laser light or something?
No, I'm just talking about the proximity of the light. It moves. And as it moves, it illuminates the portion that it's over. And when it moves away, it leaves it in darkness. Have you ever carried a flashlight before?
Going to bed?
Like a focused torch laser thing?
No, just like any fucking light, dude.
Yeah, that's
Have you got a car? Have you got a car?
The light still bounces and lights everything up.
Have you got a car?
No.
Do you know what a car is?
Yeah, it's stupid questions.
Yeah, but they've got lights on, haven't they? When you turn your car light, when you turn your car lights on, sorry, when you turn your car lights on, does it illuminate the entire Earth?
It illuminates quite a bit.
Yeah, but not all of it, right? And as you travel around in your car, the light goes with you, and where you were, because the light's not there anymore, it's dark.
Again, it's a size thing.
It's a science thing. What science?
A size thing. Like all the examples in your head.
A size
like these
thing.
These are all like low scale experiments that have nothing to do with the scale of like the sun or the Earth. Like they're just not relevant.
Low scale experiments. Okay.
Like your apple banana thing and your water thing and now this thing. Like they're not applicable to the sun because they're not as big.
Sorry, how big's the sun?
I don't know. Fucking massive though. It's really big. Like way bigger than a car.
You understand that light only illuminates a certain portion until you move it, right?
Okay. Yep. Proximity of light. Yeah.
Good. So this is, what happens with day and night. The proximity of the light that's moving above us. When it goes away, it gets dark, right?
So you're imagining it smaller and it having a proximity because it's smaller. Okay.
Not imagining anything. I'm just observing what it does.
Yep. Now I'm trying to imagine it pointing in two places at once.
Why you imagine it pointing in two places at once?
I'm just trying to visualize how it's like doing what it's doing.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be in two places at once now, would it? That would be travelling over time.
Okay, like a torch.
Like a light source. That moves. Which is what we observe, isn't it? Do we observe the sun moving?
What would it take for you to, like, what would it take in real life? Like a place you could go, or something you could see that would make you question your current belief?
Say that again.
Like, is there a place on Earth where you could go that would make you rethink your model, or something you could see? Or maybe a place in space you could go?
No, I'm not going to space, dude. Space can't exist.
Right, but like hypothetically, is there a place?
No.
Like maybe in the Antarctic or something.
No.
I've got a place you could come to though. About halfway between Moroi and Milmirren.
Like, if you could go straight around the Earth, would that prove anything? Or you just say no, you just went in a circle? Like, would there be a way to scientifically prove you're going straight? And you just keep going straight? And then if you end up back where you started, like, would you believe that you're on a circle thing?
So, if I was to go east, would I end up where I started from?
Hypothetically, if we're on a globe, yeah.
Okay. You know, east and west are circles around poles, don't you?
That's around the equator, I'm assuming?
No, you understand that east and west, cardinal directions, are relative to poles, north and south. They're circles, aren't
they? Yeah.
Good. You don't need a spherical surface to travel in a circle, dude.
What? Wait,
do not need a spherical surface to travel in a circle.
Why?
Why? Because you're using north, south, east, and west. Do you know what these are?
Like you said, cardinal directions, whatever.
Awesome stuff. So let's have an example. You understand that compasses point to magnets, right?
Yeah.
Good. Get a magnet, stick it on your kitchen table, get a compass. Walk around your table with your compass always facing north. You'll notice that you'd have travelled in one of two directions, east or west. And when you travel in one of these circular directions, you're going to end up where you started. Now, does your kitchen have to be a sphere for you to travel in a circle around a point?
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. So it's not proving you're going straight by going east or west, because it's actually curving because it's pointing at a point, right?
Yeah, it's just east and west are circles around poles.
Is there a way that you can scientifically prove that you're going straight in one direction?
Scientifically prove that you're going straight? What?
Yeah. Is there a way that you will like be happy with that? Not using compasses, because apparently they go around a point, right? Which is true, I guess. But is there a way to prove that you're going straight and just not turning, right? Can you do that?
I mean, maybe.
Is there a way to do?
I mean, maybe.
And then hypothetically, if we figured out how to go straight, scientifically, verifiably straight, and then if you did that,
there's and then that word again,
the way you started, right? That would be proof, right?
Sorry, you think that if you go straight, you're going to end up where you started?
I'm just saying, if you did, that would be proof. Yes or no?
I mean, I guess.
All right, cool. And that's
what it is in science.
Science.
Why isn't it science? Because we can't go straight.
What's science, dude?
How is walking straight science, dude?
Well, if we go straight and end up where you started, that scientifically proves you're on a sphere, no?
What?
Sorry. What's science? what is science?
You're going to have to look this stuff up. I'm not like an encyclopedia guy.
No, I'm just asking if you know, because you've said it like 5 times. We're all giggling because you keep bringing up if we could scientifically prove we were going straight.
Is that a thing? Is that even possible?
Dude. Just dude.
There's a reason. That's the reason why he's asking you what is science, because you're saying something incorrectly, and so we're trying to determine if you know what is science.
Probably not, if I'm saying it incorrectly. I mean, you're welcome to explain everything instead of belittling me at every chance. It's really not necessary. Like, I'm open about not knowing things.
Okay, you're talking about a hypothetical situation of going straight. And if you could hypothetically go straight but end up where you started from, that would be interesting. But we don't do this. This is why you've had to bring it up in a hypothetical situation.
But is it possible though? Well, I'm gonna find a way, hopefully.
Let us know.
We'll get someone to do it, and then you'll admit it, right? Or you'll not believe him.
It's the hypothetical situation.
At least,
if you want
listen,
if you want to appeal to the future about something that may or may not happen hypothetically, it's not a very good standard of evidence, dude.
Yeah, it's not. But if someone else did it, you wouldn't believe him, mate. You'd have to do it yourself, I'm guessing.
What have they done? Gone in a straight line and ended up
hypothetically went straight around the Earth, yeah.
I mean, look.
Allegedly.
Yeah, maybe.
You wouldn't believe him. I don't think.
I said maybe.
Yeah. Things not right, I think.
Okay. But again, it's a hypothetical situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. That hasn't been done. Or do you know of any instance where it has been done?
Oh.
Okay, so just hypothetical then.
Yeah. The gyroscope, what does that work with?
Did you just call it a gyroscope?
Oh my God. Asking. Wait, I'll ask the robot then. You guys are just dicks. I'll just live talking to robots.
Do we get a womanoscope?
I'm not even going to use correct English when I ask it questions, and it's not going to have a problem with it.
Why did you bring up a gyroscope?
Question mark. And now it's just politely answering what I want. Like, fucking amazing.
Gyroscopes maintain rigidity in space, don't they?
I'm reading the polite answer to my question, sorry.
Well, that was a polite answer. Why did you bring up gyroscopes?
He got.
I was asking PPT
Is someone DMing you?
How to go straight scientifically.
Someone's DMing them. This eggshells, isn't it?
Go straight scientifically and jump up and down for a container. This is brilliant.
You got this, Jetty.
Honestly, mate, I don't think I do. My hair is falling out. I'm getting fucking grey and old. This is putting years on me tonight.
This is gravity, tiny forces, and even the shape of space itself can bend what feels like a straight path. Okay, whatever.
Even space itself can curve what is a straight path.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, I know.
That's what his AI gives him.
I think I don't know. It lies sometimes, I guess.
It's like any algorithm, mate. Put stupid in, get stupid out, I think.
Yep. Nice one, man. Nice one.
And I wasn't using it derogatory to you. It's just any computer system.
Well, you'd have to put in a lot of effort to not be derogatory to someone who doesn't believe the Earth is flat.
Okay.
Isn't that true?
Not really overly concerned about what you believe. We want you to know that you live on either a ball or flat.
I am in the boat of thinking about it, but I'm not convinced.
Okay, so you've got some hang up. What's the thing that's stopping you from going, oh wow, I now know it's X, Y, or Z, whatever you choose to know?
Due diligence.
That's part of it.
Maybe.
Is that your answer?
I mean, yeah, it might be, but I mean, that's what the other side of the argument would say about you guys, I guess.
What? So, for example, I wake up on a Sunday morning and I go, ah,